day, we will be joined. We will give back to the people and make so. And we will destroy the bullshit naked.
us off with a little bit of a conversation, a little recap of FedRAMP for folks that aren't familiar with it, as well as a broader conversation of some of the topics we'll touch on today. As we talked about, the event is called 2024 Cloud Compliance Summit, Level Up and Scale with FedRAMP. But that said, as I'll talk about throughout the talk, there'll be topics that are going to expand beyond any single compliance framework, beyond FedRAMP, beyond any federal agency or so on, and applying the commercial space as well. My name is Chris Hughes. I'm the president and co-founder at Aquia. We'll be talking about our company throughout the talk a little bit here and there, but by way of background, I've been in the federal space almost 20 years. I was active duty Air Force. I was a federal civilian with the Navy, NIWC Atlantic, doing cloud and DevSecOps. I've also been a federal employee with GSA on the FedRAMP team as one of the technical SMEs there. And as I mentioned, now co-founder and president at Aquia. You'll hear a lot about FedRAMP today. Just a little bit of a disclaimer, I'm not going to read this whole thing to you, but I don't represent FedRAMP or the PMO or GSA, neither do any of the other speakers here, with the exception of the one that's actually coming from GSA, of course. So just get that out there, out the gate. We want to give a thanks to some of our partners as well, DataLock Consulting Group, Imagine IT, and Orange Slices. We really appreciate their support and presence here at the event today. For folks that want to dive into Ask the Experts, get into technical topics, ask certain questions and so on, room 3106 across the hall is going to have folks in it all day that can dive into solution architects, folks from AWS, folks from Aquia. They're going to be diving into technical topics, architecture, compliance, expertise, and so on. So feel free to swing over there if you'd like. A little bit about me, as I mentioned, here, co-founder and president at Aquia, a published author. I've put a couple books out about software supply chain security, and I have another one coming out about vulnerability management in May. I serve currently as a cyber innovation fellow at CISA, focused on software supply chain and vulnerability management as well. Father of four, and I told you a little bit about my background already, so I won't rehash that. For folks that aren't familiar, this is going to be a bit of a recap, so if you are familiar with FedRAMP, you know a lot of this already. But FedRAMP was originally established in 2011, and the goal was to provide a cost-effective, risk-based approach, a standardized approach of cloud adoption across the federal ecosystem. Rather than having every agency have its own duplicative process, putting the CSPs through the process over and over again, it's not efficient, it's not standardized, it's hard to, kind of have a level set of risk assurance across the federal ecosystem if you have that kind of approach. So it was, initially stood up to have that standardized approach across the federal government. And, we are now over a decade in the FedRAMP. So we'll be talking about some of the pros, some of the cons, some of the gaps, and so on. As I talked about, the benefits are, reducing those duplicative efforts. Every agency having to go through the process over and over again, put the CSP through the process over and over again to get an authorization. You can streamline that, have one agency get an ATO for a CSP or, the gap, for example, and get reciprocity across other agencies is one of the goals. Inconsistencies in cost and the process. Again, every agency has its own way of doing things. There's obviously cost and efficiencies of everyone doing it themselves. And then have more of a public-private partnership. So we can drive innovation from the commercial sector, from those cloud service providers, to the federal agencies and the agencies that are looking to use these innovative technologies to, improve citizen outcomes, national security, you name it, depending on the use case. It also enabled the federal government to accelerate the adoption of cloud computing. I remember, back when this program started, and even years since then, and still now in some agencies, there's even in the security community, people don't trust the cloud, they don't feel comfortable with the cloud, we can't see it, we can't touch it. FedRAMP, fixed a lot of that in the sense of having a transparent process. You get insight into, disaster recovery, business continuity, incident response. How are these CSPs doing these things? Providing that transparency to us as a federal agency or a consumer in the federal ecosystem to understand those things. It also improved the way that we secure and authorize cloud technologies. As I said, there's a standardized way of doing it. We're looking for certain controls, from NIST and so on. We know what the cloud service provider is or isn't doing, where their gaps are, what inefficiencies they're looking to address via POAMs and so on. And then looking to build more rapport, with the FedRAMP stakeholders, who I'll talk about here in a moment. So as I talked about, it's trying to standardize that government-wide approach, for security assessments. Anyone who's done a lot of ATO work at agencies know that it's always a little bit different at each agency or in the federal space versus the defense community and so on. And it avoid that duplicative toil and lack of standardization. CSPs having to go through the process many times and costing a lot of time and a lot of money. Same for the agencies that are looking to do this work as well. If they can lean into someone else who's already done this at another agency, have that artifact body of evidence and so on, it can streamline that process and save the government time and the CSP time and money. So some of the key stakeholders, many of you are already familiar with this, but for folks that are not, some of the key stakeholders, obviously, they're federal agencies, whether you're talking federal civilian, Department of Defense, and so on. The cloud service providers, obviously, there's the big infrastructure as a service providers like AWS, who are graciously enough, hosting us today. But there's obviously hundreds and thousands of others of cloud service providers, SaaS-based providers, for example, in the ecosystem, who have an interest and a stake in FedRAMP being successful. There's the assessor community. You often hear it as a 3PAO, a third-party assessor, that's going to come in and assess the cloud service provider, look at their artifacts, look at the way they do things, their processes, their architecture, and so on, and give that assurance to the federal government as a consumer of these technologies. You have what's called the FedRAMP board, previously called the JAB, the Joint Authorization Board, and that consists of folks from GSA, OMB, and DHS. And those folks come in and they kind of make governance decisions for FedRAMP as a program, as well as authorizing CSPs in a centralized fashion. You also have Office of Management and Budget, the CIO Council, NIST. If you've ever worked with FedRAMP or even federal agencies, you know that NIST, they use the 853, the security control baselines for FedRAMP. Low, moderate, and high authorization baselines are based on NIST. And then recently there was what was stood up called the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee, or FSAT. I'm not going to try that one, but yes, you see that the acronym there. We love our acronyms. So a little bit of notable milestones of the FedRAMP program for folks that aren't familiar with the program, or where it was, or where it is now, and where it's headed. Government established its kind of cloud-first approach in 2011, so we're over a decade from that now. Initially, anyone that worked in cloud or at the government at that time remembers it was just lift and shift, like just get it in the cloud as quickly as you can. And I think we quickly realized it's inefficient, it's insecure, it's not the best way to do it, garbage in, garbage out. Just moving something to the cloud doesn't make it better necessarily, or more efficient, more scalable, and so on. And then we started to shift, several years later, to what's called Cloud Smart, is where we are now, is looking at the workloads and saying what makes sense to move to the cloud, what makes sense but maybe needs to be re-architected, or maybe we have hybrid cloud scenarios, or we have multi-cloud scenarios. So those considerations are something that has kind of matured as the organizations and industries in the federal ecosystem kind of matured in their understanding of cloud and how it works, and lessons learned throughout those 7 years. Believe it or not, despite being around for over a decade, FedRAMP was actually never codified into law until 2022, so fairly recently. Over a decade of existing and being kind of the standard way of taking cloud services into the federal market, it actually wasn't law. It got codified in law in fiscal year 2023 underneath what's called the National Defense Authorization Act, and we'll talk a little bit about that more in a moment. And then, there's no shortage of criticism of the FedRAMP program and the way it does things, both from the cloud service providers, the 3PAOs, and the agencies themselves. Everyone have pain points associated with FedRAMP. And we recently saw what's called the FedRAMP Modernization Memo released. And I'll be diving into some of the specifics of that, the ways that they're looking to innovate the FedRAMP program, addressing efficiencies and gaps, make it more successful for both the CSPs and the agencies looking to take CSPs through the process. And then most recently, this year actually, they published what's called the Emerging Technology Prioritization Framework. And this is focused on certain technologies that are really innovative and really promising. And we want to kind of jump the hurdle of getting them through FedRAMP, for example, or maybe put them to the front of the line or have them prioritized in some sense. Most notably, think of things like Gen AI, for example. Agencies are looking to use Gen AI. There's been a GAO report that hundreds of use cases of Gen AI and LLMs across the federal ecosystem. And if we're theoretically supposed to be using FedRAMP cloud services, it's going to be hard to do that if none of them are actually in the FedRAMP marketplace. So trying to prioritize those things through the FedRAMP process is what the Emerging Technologies Framework is about. So some of the key takeaways from the FedRAMP Authorization Act. This is what I talked about for the 2023 NDAA. It codified the FedRAMP program into law. It reaffirmed those stakeholders that we talked about, the FedRAMP PMO, Joint Authorization Board, OMB, and others. It also emphasized the roles of these various entities, what role they play formally now that the program is actually codified into law, more structured, more formal. And also it authorized annual appropriations for the FedRAMP PMO and the JAB. Believe it or not, as I talked about, there's no shortage of issues with FedRAMP in terms of problems and struggles and inefficiencies and pain points, but the program never actually had annual appropriations, formally committed to it until this act passed, which is kind of hard to believe given that so many people in the federal ecosystem depend on this program. It also required GAO to report to Congress on the inefficiencies and effectiveness of the FedRAMP program, data on authorizations in terms of timelines and metrics and costs and so on. And what's really interesting, if you want to go check it out, is the GAO actually produced their first report on this, showing the timelines for authorizations, showing the average cost, showing what agencies are primarily taking CSPs through the process. So all those metrics are out in a report right now from GAO that you can go check out. And I'll tell you, it varies wildly. The costs can go from what seems low to what seems incredibly expensive and unbelievable in some cases. And that's probably due to many factors, delays on the CSP side, delays on the agency side, a lot of factors at play right there. And of course, it established the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee, the acronym that I'm not going to attempt to pronounce. So you can go check out that organization. It's a group of industry leaders from the commercial side as well as federal agencies who have deep expertise in not just FedRAMP but cloud security, cloud compliance, and things like that to try to drive efficiencies and improvements in the program. So next we have the FedRAMP modernization memo that I talked about. And this one, some key takeaways from this is trying to address some of those longstanding pain points associated with FedRAMP, making it more efficient, more cost-effective, make the assessments and authorizations more standardized, because each 3PAO may have its own process. Each agency may have its own process. Ironically enough, some of the very things that FedRAMP set out to address originally. And then we talked about the costs and timelines. Many people in industry will say it's too costly or it's too cumbersome or too expensive to go through this process. I can't afford it as a small business. How do we address that to kind of expand that net of cloud service providers that can come into the federal ecosystem? It also looks to refine what's known as CONMON, or continuous monitoring. You get a FedRAMP authorization, you might think, oh, I'm good, I'm done. Not necessarily. You still have what's called continuous monitoring. Typically, that's done on an annual basis. It's very static in nature traditionally, and I'll be talking about that here coming up in a moment. Trying to refine that to make it more dynamic, more aligned with the way that cloud and the threat landscape operate. And it's also looking to improve the customer experience of FedRAMP. Many people have experienced pain of working with the FedRAMP PMO or the agency sponsor and so on, of going through the FedRAMP process. It doesn't make a good experience for the cloud service provider or the federal buyer that's looking to use that cloud service provider in many cases. So it's looking to address all of these things in that modernization memo. So give that a read, and we'll see where the program is headed. Some of the key innovations and focus areas that they're looking to improve on. Last up is going to be emerging technology prioritization framework. I talked about this one a little bit. It's actually a result of an executive order 14110, which is an executive order on safe, secure, and trustworthy development and use of AI. So again, you see that AI emphasis in the executive order. As part of that GSA, where the FedRAMP PMO resides, was kind of directed basically to go out and prioritize these innovative technologies like LLM and Gen AI to get through the FedRAMP process. Because if we don't, we're going to have this dichotomy where either agencies can't get access to these innovative technologies and make use of them to improve citizen services or national security and so on, or they're going to do it without the assurance of FedRAMP, and they're just going to start using these things. Shadow IT, but in the cloud, shadow SaaS, for example, which we know is pervasive across the ecosystem. And so FedRAMP published their emerging technologies prioritization framework just earlier this year, a couple months ago. And it dives into how they're going to go about, prioritizing certain technologies, how they're going to improve, getting things through the pipeline that is FedRAMP to become FedRAMP authorized. And it talks about certain technologies they're targeting, like I talked about Gen AI and LLM, but also chat interfaces or code generation tools, things that can improve, development velocity and security, security tooling as well, image generators, and various use cases like this. They're trying to prioritize these technologies for federal agencies. And it's looking basically to get the most important technologies into the government's hand. And this is going to be a theme I'll be talking about here in a moment too, is, we have a situation where compliance has become an impediment to getting access to innovative technologies and driving, secure outcomes and promising outcomes for the federal government. And that shouldn't be the case. So this is where I'm going to go beyond FedRAMP. And you'll hear a lot of people talk today about various topics. And everyone who's been in the industry for some time knows about DevOps, agile software delivery, iterative software development, and so on. Many people can argue that, kind of compliance missed the bus on that. Everything is ephemeral, dynamic, as code, API-centric, cloud-native, and compliance still lives in spreadsheets, Excel, static documentation, snapshot-in-time compliance type activities. So, this is much broader than just FedRAMP or any single compliance framework. As the industry has shifted to DevOps and DevSecOps, we failed to keep pace in the compliance community. And many times it's a workforce challenge. You spend all your time in Excel or a GRC tool. You don't really understand Kubernetes and cloud and automation and APIs. So that's a problem. But also, we just simply haven't kept up with the way things are working now. The way developers operate, the way software gets written and delivered to production. Everything is kind of snapshot in time. I like to give this snapshot in time analogy because I have 4 kids. The way we do compliance right now or continuous monitoring is like I say, hey, get your room clean. I come check, and then it's good, right? I just check a year later, it's good. In that time, it'll be clean. That's how we treat compliance, and that's not how the risk landscape works. It's changing, it's dynamic, it's ephemeral, it's always evolving, and compliance really doesn't operate that way, and it needs to. And it's often why we hear the term, compliance doesn't equal security. Because to be honest with you, the way we operate, it doesn't. And that's why that paradigm, that's why that phrase exists. Everything is very static documents, artifacts. We do a lot of sampling or subsets of systems. It's not practical to go out and manually evaluate 300 systems, so we're just going to look at a subset of those, look at 100 of them. But the adversary is looking at all of them. They don't care which ones you sampled or which ones you took as a subset. And it often neglects software supply chain threats too, things like SaaS security or open source software and so on. So we're trying to drive compliance in a direction to catch up with DevOps and DevSecOps and make compliance, bridge that gap between compliance and security. So as I talked about, in a world right now where code is deployed in minutes and hours, compliance moves in months and years. We don't operate at the speed of modern software development, and it's impeding the way that agencies and cloud, the industry as well. This is a problem beyond just the government. The way that software operates right now. These threats are dynamic, they're not static, the threat is always changing. Systems are ephemeral, they're coming up, coming down, static IP addresses are no longer kind of the way to approach things in many cases. And they don't just attack subsets of systems, they're attacking any system, any weakness you have. So that legacy approach of subsets of system and sampling systems and using static documentation, it doesn't work like that. We've seen a situation right now where the industry has shifted to what's called infrastructure as code. You can now dynamically declare infrastructure, spin it up in an automated fashion, tear it down in an automated fashion. But documentation, the way we write documentation, and then we have some folks that just walked in from NIST and other Cloud Security Alliance and others who are going to talk about this a little bit later. But they're trying to shift that paradigm to compliance as code, documentation as code, moving to the way that DevOps operates, and that's where we're headed with compliance right now. So in a world that's driven by APIs and automation, we're still doing everything manually, tedious, and it's not scalable, and it's not secure, and it's not effective. There's little continuous about the way we do ConMon right now, other than it's continually ineffective and painful. So there's something to be said about GRC platforms. We talked a lot about the cloud service providers, the assessors, the people that are in the weeds on these technologies. But all of these artifacts that we're generating and storing and looking at, they often reside in what's called a governance, risk, and compliance platform. If you're in the federal defense market, for example, you've heard the word EMAS, and you probably feel really warmly about that great system. And then you likely have worked in the federal civilian space with Exact, Archer, some other platforms that are really notable and used across the federal landscape. It's a little bit more diverse than the defense market. And same thing on the commercial side. We actually store these artifacts somewhere. We store all these compliance artifacts and findings and so on somewhere. So what roles do the GRC platforms play? You work in this space, you've done governance, risk, and compliance, you're using these platforms. It's used to store artifacts, store evidence, capture control findings, capture deficiencies among controls. But these legacy GRC platforms struggle from the same way that we talked about with the workforce and the way we approach compliance overall. It often doesn't integrate with the cloud service, the cloud environment or cloud service offerings. So you're not able to leverage cloud native technologies and automation. It's often not API centric, so you have to manually upload these artifacts in, manually pull these artifacts out. You can't streamline that process and automate the way you ingest evidence or ingest findings into these platforms. They're not often oriented around CI/CD workflows. So think about developers working in GitLab, GitHub. They're pushing things through pipelines. They're using all kinds of tools like SaaS and DAS and so on. All those findings have to be manually compiled and manually uploaded into some GRC platform somewhere. And that's just simply not scalable when software is being written in hours and pushed out on a daily basis to manually have these kind of workflows. So there's a lack of automation, a lack of efficiency. And even GSA themselves put out solicitation recently focused on a GRC solution to try to improve the FedRAMP process and FedRAMP program. We talked about the FedRAMP modernization memo. You can likely suspect that this looking for a new GRC platform is likely part of that process to modernize the way that they do FedRAMP, for example. Many agencies are looking at similar, GRC platforms. You'll hear from some of them today, some of the industry leaders out here who are driving that space and trying to disrupt the status quo. I look forward to those talks, and you should as well. But it's difficult or impossible to modernize GRC without modernizing the platforms that we put all these artifacts in, all the evidence in, and modernize the way we work, integrating closely with the cloud environment, the pipelines, the tooling, and so on. It's not just a problem in the federal ecosystem either. It's also pervasive among the DoD, Department of Defense. This is literally just an article from last week. This is the headline: Legacy ATO process is slowing software upgrades at DoD and putting national security at risk, is what the article talked about. And believe it or not, I never thought I'd see the day come, but in the article, it quotes testimony from a retired Navy SEAL who's now talking about the ATO process. I didn't think I'd see, Navy SEAL and ATO meet. Maybe I feel a little cooler about what we do for a living. But here we are. Like, they're starting to address the fact that compliance and ATO processes as they stand now, and the way we do things, the technologies we use, are putting national security at risk. So it's a big problem. It's not just a pain in the butt. It's an actual security risk, an actual risk to our economic prosperity, and so on. So it moves beyond just a single compliance framework. It applies in the Department of Defense, the federal civilian agencies, SOC 2, HIPAA, HITRUST, you name it. Like, this is a problem across the compliance ecosystem. So a lot of the talks you'll hear today talk about that, beyond just the federal community or beyond the defense community. So it's impeding the adoption of cloud-native innovation and technologies, like I talked about Gen AI and LLM. If these technologies can't be used at scale, they can't be authorized fast enough for us to consume, it's going to impede our ability to drive those secure outcomes or provide better services to our citizens or protect our critical infrastructure better, and so on. So we don't want compliance to impede that. And often, I feel like in the security community here, we have a problem where business risk is neglected in the name of compliance. Like, if we're more focused on compliance and checking the boxes than thinking about the risk of business. We only think about risk from a cybersecurity perspective. What about the risk of failing to keep up with foreign adversaries and nations? What about the risk of citizens losing trust in our government services because they're inefficient and broken and ineffective or unreliable? Or if you're in the business landscape, what about keeping up with your business peers? Like, there's a competitive risk. So compliance and cybersecurity can't be the only risk that we talk about, and we can't let compliance kind of impede that outcome. At the same time, though, we're dealing with a growing complexity in a compliance landscape, for example. People who are tracking, the cybersecurity community or compliance closely, it's evolving rapidly. There's a lot more compliance requirements coming. And if we keep doing the things that we do traditionally the way we have done them, it's going to become more problematic, harder to keep up than it already is. For example, we've seen the Security and Exchange Commission publish rules around cybersecurity disclosures. Within 48 hours of determining an incident is material to the company, you have to go out there and now file an 8K to disclose that. If you're doing that in a paper-based, static way, that's going to be a problem. We've seen organizations, from the federal landscape, we see that FedRAMP got codified into law, so it's not going away. We should figure out how to do this better instead of doing it the way we've always done it. If you're in the defense industrial base, they have something called CMMC. It's an evolution of 871 from NIST. And this is dealing with all the hundreds of thousands of companies that do work with the Department of Defense. They now have to provide evidence and artifacts and findings about their cybersecurity and compliance posture as well. If you're in the federal ecosystem and you're selling software, there's something called the Cybersecurity Executive Order. Just today, or this week, I should say, CISA put out a repository where you're going to have to start going and making these self-attestations saying, yes, I'm following this secure software development framework. We have certain practices and methodologies and tools in place to ensure that the products that we're selling you as the federal government are developed securely. And if that's done in a static way with PDFs and manual uploads, like we do compliance, it's going to be a problem. We also see talk for software liability. If you look at the latest national cybersecurity strategy, there's a big emphasis on shifting that liability from consumers and customers to software suppliers, companies that produce software. So that's going to be another aspect of the compliance landscape. And then we've even seen an uptick in not just litigation against CISOs who maybe make false claims or inaccurate claims and disclosures or publicly and so on, but also false claims from companies who said, or organizations, it's happened to a couple of universities actually, that said, yeah, we're following, NIST 871. We have all these things in place, but there's a risk of not being accurate with that or truthful. And if you have, a manual way of doing compliance, you don't have APIs, you're not looking at the pipeline, you're not looking at cloud, et cetera, it's going to be hard to make these attestations and these claims accurately and truthfully. And you're putting yourself at a risk of, being in a legal litigation situation, for example. So I want to throw this in. I published this article. It's like 4 years now, I think, 4 years ago on a site called Pluralsight. It was actually called A Cloud Guru at the time. It's a training site for cloud technologies. And my headline was, compliance is cumbersome, but cloud can help. It's been 4 years. And in that article, I talk about infrastructure as code, automation, APIs, all the things I just talked about. But 4 years later, we're still doing it the same way. Not much has changed. Like, we're really not making much progress. And the industry, our development peers, our engineering peers, they're making leaps and bounds of progress and leaning into innovative technologies and automation. But we're still doing things the same way, primarily static, primarily snapshot in time type approach. And we often hear, compliance is a security. And if you are in this community and you work in compliance, as a lot of us do, like, that kind of bothers me. I hate hearing that because, like, it hurts to know that that's true. Like, that is the case. And the reason is because of that gap between the way that the world operates right now when it comes to software delivery and development and the way we operate with the way we do compliance. So if we want to bridge that gap, we need to innovate. All the things I just talked about, automation, APIs, and integrating with the cloud environment, moving away from snapshot legacy processes. So we need to bridge that gap to address that phrase. Now, so this talk, these talks today are going to be about bringing GRC into the modern era. It's going to be a bit of FedRAMP focus, but also going beyond that to other frameworks. I just talked about SOC 2, HIPAA, high trust, and you name it, you keep going. You're going to hear from cloud service provider, SMEs. You're going to hear from GRC platform providers. You're going to hear from experts who are innovating in this space and securing the cloud environments. So you're going to be hear from all these folks today. And ultimately, the goal that we talked about, you saw from the defense quote there, is getting these technologies and capabilities into the user's hands faster. So we're actually impeding, business outcomes or national security or economic, prosperity and competitiveness due to the way we do compliance. So it's about addressing that and getting these capabilities into folks' hands faster. And understand that compliance doesn't have to be cumbersome if we're willing to, change the way that we operate, the way that we do things. So that's it for this talk. You can find me on LinkedIn. I'm pretty active in that community, or shoot me an email if you'd like. Next up, we actually have folks, Shante Singletary from CMS, Will Lindsay and Khalid from Aquia that will be talking about FedRAMP from the government's perspective. Don't forget there's the Ask Experts session across the room in room 106 if you want to dive into any technical topics with folks or compliance topics and so on. So that'll be it for me, and then these folks will be up next. Yeah, any questions? I'm happy to take a question. Kill some time. Yeah.
So I'm here with Centaur. We're a
I know who you guys are.
FedRAMP PAO.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting my testing. Okay. So Chris, as a FedRAMP 3 PAO, what you mentioned, you posed the question that compliance isn't security. And I really agree with that. But I also struggle with this responsibility as 3 PAOs to practice due diligence in our assessments, recognizing that gap between compliance and security. What do you believe that we should be doing to mitigate that gap, to better assess organizations, or is it just the cause of a faulty framework?
So I don't like to blame the frameworks. Like you saw me mention software liability up there. Like in my opinion, in the absence of compliance, we would be doing even less security. Like, it's a forcing function for organizations that simply don't want to do security in many cases. And I see I have a rebuttal or a comment coming, I think, in a moment. But, the compliance acts as a forcing function to get organizations to operate in a way of having some standardized way of doing security, some standardized way of approaching security. Certain things like incident response, business continuity, secure software development, and so on. So it kind of forces organizations to do some of that rigor and governance they might not do traditionally. That said, I think there is a lot of opportunity to improve the way we do assessments and things like that to make it a more painless experience for the engineers and development teams that we interact with, or the cloud service providers and so on, by leaning into technologies and new methodologies of the way we do it. But I don't think that it's something that should just be thrown out. In the lack of it, I imagine security would be even worse than it is now. And then I'm curious to hear from Dr. Michaela Iorga of NIST.
Michaela, you're organist. I think that the core element that we are discussing here today is compliance. So can we define compliance so we all understand the concept? What do you think people are understanding when they are hearing the word compliance and are complaining that compliance is not security? And then I'll give you my perspective.
Yeah, I
What do
guess
you think? Not that what you.
yeah, I mean, I don't own the authoritative definition, but I think of compliance as like a standardized way of doing a base level amount of security and governance over technologies and organizations. And you know, the reason I don't like that phrase "security doesn't equal compliance" or "compliance doesn't equal security" is like we all know that no system, no organization is infallible. It doesn't matter how many controls you have or how perfect you do everything. There's always an opportunity for an incident. So it kind of like tries to undermine compliance by saying, hey, they had a SOC 2 and they got breached, or they had a FedRAMP. Like that doesn't mean that your system and your organization is impenetrable and will never be compromised. But it does mean that as an ecosystem, whether it's SOC 2 or high trust or whatever your vertical is and so on, you have a standardized set of controls that every organization is rallying around that you agree are important. And I think that's how I think of it.
So I'm going to try to translate what you just said.
Please do, yeah.
A little bit. So everybody knows that NIST is developing 853 and it has 3 baselines. For a lot of subject matter experts, compliance means I categorize my system. It's a moderate system. I'm taking the entire moderate baseline and that's my Bible. Mm-hmm. The guidance that is coming from NIST is not that. That is, as you highlighted, is a minimum security, but your responsibility is to apply a risk management approach. So you start there, but you should go up if you need additional security safeguards, or you can tailor down to not waste resources, to not waste money. I apologize, Mom. Oh, be careful. Yeah. So because we are going to continue today discussing compliance, to me, if you'll hear me saying something around compliance, that's the approach. Did you do your due diligence? Did you employ a risk management approach? And are you assessing that you accomplished what you wanted?
Yeah, I actually shared
in that context.
I shared that DoD ATO article, and I talked about how like compliance isn't the problem. It's people's misunderstanding of it or the way we apply it. You're getting at risk management, risk tolerance, tailoring controls based on your organization's risk appetite. Right. That's the mature way of doing compliance, and it's often not done. They just take this baseline and they just use it without considering what's our risk posture or our tolerance or our appetite. What threats are we facing? They don't think about that. They just use whatever is there, and they don't think about going up or down, or they just use it as the Bible, as you said.
So if anyone goes on Google engine and searches NIST compliance, I was looking for a definition, if we have it, for compliance, and I didn't, but it came, the very first hit was NIST compliance means follow the best practices that NIST is developing. It doesn't mean go run west, because the guidance is it's telling you to go that way. You have to determine, do you run the right way? Do you run at your speed? Do you optimize the process? It's all, are you accomplishing what you want to accomplish? Mm-hmm. So I think that is very important for all of us to understand the context in which you are discussing. If we need to agree or not that compliance is important, compliance is security if you apply it the right way and you have a clear understanding. And that's all I wanted to start with a conversation today.
Hi, Chris. I'm Brady Wetland. I work at Trillion Technology Solutions. I thought it was interesting, the milestones for FedRAMP that you showed up there. Mm. Besides NIST compliance being further refined and defined and explained and educated to this environment, to these people that are doing this type of work, what other milestones do you see for the future of FedRAMP?
Again, I don't speak on the behalf of the FedRAMP program or GSA, but I think like if you want to see where it's headed is looking at that modernization memo, the emerging technologies framework, and see things that they're prioritizing. The GRC platform solicitation, for example, I imagine we're going to see FedRAMP shift to a new GRC platform that's more innovative and does some of the things I talked about from an API perspective, pipeline, cloud native integration perspective. I hope we'll see that happen. I hope we'll see refinement of the way we do ConMon to be more dynamic, real-time, risk-focused versus static and snapshot in time. But again, I don't speak on their behalf. I'm just advocating for these changes as someone who operates in the ecosystem.
Last question. Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Terry Prince, the CEO of the Charita Companies. I guess I can speak a little bit about FedRAMP since we're the only one to run the whole FedRAMP gauntlet, 2018 readiness, 2020 readiness, and 2023. Finally, we found somebody to take us to ATO, and honored that it is the United States Senate. And having gone through it, I can tell you that it is an enormous effort for a company like ours, 10 people, but it can be done. It isn't rocket science. It is just doing a proper job of looking at the controls, moving through them properly, and finding your way through. And in my opinion, with the kind of work that we've been doing and our ability to use inherited controls from AWS, because we've been when we rewrote our application in the first place, and I see my initial contact here, Karen, when we did pre-readiness with Coalfire in 2017 and rewrote our application. I guess what I'd like to say is that it is a horrible process. It's managed badly, but we shouldn't knock the credential for the process. And in my opinion, our goal is to take 1,000 companies through this year, and I think it can be done with the help of our AWS partners and everybody here who wants to do it. But if you're interested, come and talk to us. We sure have enough experience. And it looks like we know a lot of the people in this room. And I apologize for my inability to walk this week, but
No, you're fine. I think another thing that she pointed out as a pain point is like the need for a sponsor is kind of a chicken and egg scenario where you need a sponsor to take you through the FedRAMP process, but the government buyer won't use you if you aren't in the federal FedRAMP marketplace. So that's a big impediment that needs to be addressed from the FedRAMP PMO perspective, in my opinion. And then, obviously she talked about, the process and it being painful for a small business of 10 people. The reality is that's the truth. And it's going to be the truth that maybe the federal ecosystem or the federal market isn't appropriate for every company. Maybe if you don't have the resources or you don't have the tolerance for that level of assurance, the federal market might not be right for you, but it's a dichotomy between that and the government having access to innovative technologies and suppliers. So we're trying to balance that balancing act. And I think we'll hear a lot about that today.
Some of these topics will be addressed in later sessions. So there's some sessions from the federal government, obviously. Thank you. Have a seat. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, I don't have any slides. Just take a quick second. We'll do some introductions real quick. Good morning, everybody. My name is Khalid. I'm the Chief Growth Officer of Aquia. Super excited that all of you are here this morning to join us to talk about all this really cool stuff. Shante, please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. I'm Shante Singletary. I work at CMS. I'm the Director for the Division of Security, Privacy, and Compliance. Been there for like 8 years, and majority of that time was in the same division. So I'm happy to be here to speak on some of the FedRAMP topics.
Hey, I didn't expect it to be that loud. I'm Will Lindsay. I'm a senior GRC specialist at Aquia. I've been at Aquia for around a year. Prior to that, I was on, I worked for government doing, RMF related work, and now you get to exposed to FedRAMP. Yeah.
Thanks, Will. So we talked about some really interesting topics with Chris, and there's going to be sessions later, but we thought it would be important to have somebody from the government who actually has to deal with these topics on a day-to-day basis. So under Shante's responsibility as CMS, there's the FedRAMP PMO. So we wanted to ask some questions from the CMS perspective, from the agency perspective side of the FedRAMP process, and then from Will on kind of how companies, CSPs, interact with the agency through the process. So I have a few questions. I want to try to make this as conversational as possible. We will certainly have time for questions, hopefully at the end. One of the topics that Chris kind of left off on and Dr. Mayer and some others touched on was, security compliance. What is the point of this if it's not actually reducing risk? So I want to ask, how does the FedRAMP process actually increase security and reduce risk for CMS or for agencies? That's for you, Shanda. Yeah, sorry.
So here at CMS, we've been taking that cloud first approach. And since I started back in 2016, I know that our agency was like the first to kind of gravitate to AWS environment, migrating a lot of systems to the cloud, also adopting SaaS products such as ServiceNow or Salesforce. So we've been kind of taking the lead, but looking at that from a risk-based approach, we've been leveraging the FedRAMP process to understand the risk posture of these cloud service offerings and how to implement them throughout CMS.
Yeah, and I think it's important, again, to recognize that just because somebody is FedRAMP doesn't mean that there's no risk, but it's a way of not only documenting some of that risk, but to track those risks, make sure that there's eyes on them, so that when there's things that happen or things that need to be updated, that you can track that. Is there anything specific, like, is there, if you look at the FedRAMP process, are there any specific, I mean, I kind of a GRC nerdy question to ask, but control families or specific controls or things that CMS maybe thinks are more important, or you specifically think are more important in terms of the FedRAMP process? Is there anything specifically that you think is important for a CSP to focus on when they're looking at, the list of 350-ish controls for FedRAMP moderate?
So at our agency, since I've been leading the FedRAMP PMO office, we initiated quite a few sponsorships, 7 so far. We have 5 that's already listed on the marketplace and 2 that's in process. And our approach is that we want to make sure that anything that our agency sponsor can support us. And so when I mean support us, I mean can implement the controls based on our ARS, our policy requirements. So what we do, we provide our cloud service provider a list of core controls, also our policy requirements as far as what controls, how we want them implemented. And usually when they look at those controls and they see how we have them implemented and how we want them implemented, they pretty much gear the FedRAMP package around supporting us, so we don't have to do a lot of out-of-the-box configurations just to meet our control requirements, because they already adhering to us, not just because we're partnering up for FedRAMP, but just help us get through the process much more quickly in adoption, because normally when you're sponsoring a system, a cloud service provider, usually you're the agency that's leveraging them first. So
right. No, it's important to keep in mind that the ATO process is really the kickstart for the FedRAMP process, right? So it's super important for CSPs to understand that, while keeping an eye on the larger roadmap of getting FedRAMP, your first step is to interact with the agency who's sponsoring you, make sure you can get through their process and get onboarded. Thank you for that. And then Will, from, the companies that help those companies through the process, what role does an advisory company help a CSP interact with the agency or the GSA, the FedRAMP PMO or anything like that?
Yeah, as an advisor, it's my unbiased opinion that they're essential. I think if you look at a CSP and they've decided to pursue the FedRAMP ATO, there's a couple of different routes they'll go. Maybe one route is they take their existing GRC personnel and say, okay, go run down this ATO. And I think, historically, folks have found that to be a challenge to, you've got your existing GRC people with responsibilities, and now you've just kind of thrown on this additional burden of running down this process. So the alternative is maybe they hire someone with FedRAMP experience. So then you run the risk of all of your, typical risks that are associated with hiring new personnel. So the alternative to that is going to advisors, where just like with AWS, and you're not racking and stacking servers in a data center, you're not going to rack and stack FedRAMP GRC specialists in your company. So you can sort of like provision advice about how to navigate this process. And I think that gives, I think most CSPs really understand the importance of that flexibility, and having folks that are dedicated and have been through the FedRAMP process and chip their teeth on it to provide advice and help guide and successfully navigate that process.
Yeah, is there any stages or anything, specific in the FedRAMP process that you see that CSPs maybe are struggling with, maybe documentation or pen testing or any of the kind of things that a CSP have to go through, that there's particular challenges that you've seen multiple times?
Yeah, I don't think it's a particular hot take, but I think and it's not unique to FedRAMP, but implementation statements are a struggle for CSPs. Maintaining them, writing accurate statements, making sure that they're up to date, I think is a struggle. And there's a lot of reasons for that struggle. For one, it's a daunting task to complete it. And then once you complete it and you get sign off and there's agreement, by the time you have the sign off, it seems like 30% of your control statements are no longer relevant to your system, and now you're back to the drawing board. So in addition to this being a very cumbersome process, it's a process where at the end, it's not over. You're going to have to continue to do this. And I think, that's a area where support from the outside can really help.
Thanks. Shante, back to you. What does the CMS FedRAMP PMO and the offices at CMS do to help CSPs? Is there anything that a CSP needs to, kind of come to the table with up front, like for example, being FedRAMP ready or anything like that? Like, how does the CMS FedRAMP PMO help the CSP stream, kind of go through the process in a streamlined fashion?
So I was just hearing earlier, some of the customers or some of the vendors out there have small teams. We have a small team at CMS. There's only 2 federal employees, including myself, so just one other person. And then we have 2 other contractors that's supporting us. So our team is small, but what we do is we try to. So I was just hearing earlier, you're just putting overnight. Customers or some of the vendors out there have small teams. We have a small team at CMS.
Sorry, 1 second.
Myself, so just.
Sorry about that.
Should I keep talking?
Yeah, no, we're good.
You're really good at that. Hopefully, right?
Yeah.
So, back to my train of thought.
Yeah,
So we
small
have a
team at
small
CMS. Yep.
team. And, with our small team, we try to engage with our internal customers, because usually what happens at CMS and most agencies, when we looking to sponsor something, it's coming from a business owner. There's somebody who says, I love this tool. Can we sponsor it? Or we see that this tool is going to be used across the agency. Let's go ahead and sponsor it. So what we do, like I said before, we kind of engage with the cloud service provider and say, hey, look, these are our control requirements. Can you adhere to them? Can you make sure that you can meet the requirements? And a lot of times we have really tough conversations with our customers to say, are you in the FedRAMP boundary in AWS? Are you leveraging some of the FedRAMP capabilities? Are you da-da-da-da-da? And usually with those conversations, we kind of feel comfortable that we can partner up and help them with their FedRAMP readiness. We also have some internal processes that look at things from a risk-based approach, looking at some of the, SBOM scans or bit site scans. And we have a rapid cloud review process that we look at external audit reports, and we kind of mirror that with the 853 controls and see which controls are actually implemented, which ones are not. Kind of give us a kind of sense of their security program, really. Not to really do any technical testing, but we want to get a sense of their security program and their security posture. And that helps us make a informed decision on whether or not we want to continue with the sponsorship or engage with them from some kind of proof of concept. But we work closely with the Aquia team in helping us develop something internal to look at things from a risk-based approach. And usually it's just looking at controls and seeing which ones are actually applicable to CMS and which ones that they can adhere to.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's a great call out. CMS, and we're fortunate to be involved in it, but CMS has a first of its kind SaaS governance program in place where they're able to ingest some SaaS tools. There's a lot of SaaS tools that are in use across the federal ecosystem that most agencies either are blind to or just, not looking at. But CMS a few years ago now has started this program where they're looking at how do we identify that SaaS usage, how do we reduce the risk of that SaaS usage, and then how do we potentially get them into the compliance and roadmap will ultimately, hopefully lead to them being FedRAMPed. Will, back to you. When we talk about continuous compliance, because, I think a lot of the conversation so far has been about getting FedRAMPed, but getting FedRAMPed is certainly not the ultimate state that we want to get to, right? So you want to be FedRAMPed, but you have to stay FedRAMPed. There's continuous compliance things that you have to do. Both, again, responsibilities for CSP, potential responsibilities for the business owners, for the users at the agency. So can you talk a little bit more about, how does a CSP manage their continuous compliance efforts? And again, also from the perspective of interfacing with the federal agency sponsor and GSA and all that kind of stuff that has to happen.
Yeah, this is the idea of keeping things organized, keeping your communication open, and making sure that you have tasks assigned to folks and individuals, and you don't just have tasks that sit on the board and you have an expectation that someone else is going to pick it up. But one of the bigger of those three, I think the communication piece probably gets left out the most. Folks are afraid to ask questions when they're going through their Kanban process, when they have something that they think is a unique to their system issue. And if they just ask the question, they find out that it's not particularly unique to their situation.
Yeah, no, there's certainly, I think this is a problem for every CSP is, and again, we hear it all the time on the advisory side, is every CSP thinks that they're different, which of course they are ultimately, but fundamentally the things that we're trying to accomplish are the same. So a lot of the challenges that the CSPs are facing are challenges that other companies have already faced. And same thing on the agency side and on the GSA side. These are all things, I think there's around 500 companies now registered or offerings on the FedRAMP marketplace. So most boxes have been checked at this point. So if you have a question, it's a good call out that, there's probably already an answer to that question. And then Shanti, from your side, kind of in a similar path, continuous compliance, I know that the agency has to do some interactions with the CSPs post authorization. So can you talk a little bit about how CMS manages that? Is there anything, anything specific to call out there?
Yeah, so with FedRAMP, we are required to do continuous commons. We schedule them once a month. We encourage our counterparts within our department to engage if they're leveraging the SaaS product. I have to be open and honest. A lot of times we don't see a lot of people on the call, but I'm quite sure people are going into the repository and looking at the monthly reports and looking at the POAM reports to see what risk is applicable to that SaaS product or if there's any significant changes. So pretty much we follow what FedRAMP requires to do as an agency. We also engage with the FedRAMP PMO if there's any concerns or questions with any significant changes to the SaaS provider. And we do reach out to them if there's any concerns with the Kanban process itself, but more so we deal with directly to the department. The department has its own FedRAMP PMO office, speaking of HHS, and we do work with them closely with anything that we sponsor because in some cases, we sponsor things at the agency level, the optive level, and then there's other optives that look to use those SaaS products or those cloud offerings, and they'll take those and take the lead on doing the Kanban if there's significant adoption across the department. But more so, the only advice I would say Kanban is that we use a certain type of template, very simple, similar to what FedRAMP states, and the only thing is just kind of keeping on top of the POAM tracking is one of our biggest things, is that making sure that the cloud service providers are addressing the POAMs and the milestones that they document and make sure that they track into closure. Also with the executive, a lot of the KVEs, right. The CISA announcements and stuff like those directives, that's some of the things that, is a challenge with some of the cloud service providers because they have to do a little digging and they have a short window to kind of get back to us on the status of those things. So. Yeah.
And obviously with the Rev 5 coming out, this is something that's evolving, right? It's not, FedRAMP and compliance in general is not a point in time, right? This is something that is continuously ongoing. And not only is the process to become authorized changing or even for any other compliance standard, but the process for maintaining that is also changing. You just made an important call out that I didn't really think about until you said it, is that, the idea of FedRAMP, this, do once, use many ideas. Typically, when CSPs are looking at that, they're looking at it from the approach of multiple agencies, but it's also within a specific agency. Obviously, CMS is one of the, it has the largest federal budget, but there's so many offices within these agencies. A lot of them are doing multiple, every office is kind of going out and buying things on their own, and maybe they don't know that another office is buying it. So the fact that this do once, use many approach is also applicable within the agency and supporting multiple offices. It's a great call out. I want to talk a little bit about challenges. I know there was some discussion earlier on, and compliance is sometimes seen as a blocker, or oftentimes seen as a blocker. We try to make sure that it's not a blocker in that it's keeping work from being done. It's just a matter of documenting the risks. But still, what are some of the challenges that you've seen, Shante, with the process, or kind of how the federal agencies are approaching compliance, whether it's specific to FedRAMP or just generally the NIST guidance?
I guess with us, I would say our biggest challenge is around understanding the complexity around the control inheritance. Sometimes our customers think that they can fully inherit, call out AWS controls. You guys change your controls very frequently. And I always tell them, you gotta pay attention, because the way it's implemented today could change tomorrow. There's tons of services that we leverage in our cloud environment, and they can change. So I think that's one of the challenges, is just making sure our customers at CMS understands that the control inheritance can change with any vendor, and you got to stay on top of it. I know there's that big push of OSCAL, and I'm really excited about that, because I feel like that is going to help us automate some of that information and getting this to us at a continuous basis. Because a lot of times it's like a repository stored over here. You got to log in and you got to look in. Who has time to do that? Really, if it was automated, can you just drop it in my GRC tool and let me adjust it? And now I know this control has changed. I can make my changes so I won't get called out on an audit. Because a lot of times when you go through an audit, the auditor will go out and pull the customer control matrix and see what changed. And if it hasn't changed, or great, it changed, and you still have stale information in your details, and it's like, oh, you don't have this implemented correctly, right to a full finding. But that's one of the things that I'm hoping to see in the future with the push to OSCAL is, more of that data sharing in an automated fashion.
Automation, yeah. I mean, Chris called it out in the talk this morning, but it's crazy that we're still in 2024 and we're still doing stare and compare as a document to track changes and stuff. But hopefully we'll move past that. Will, any last thoughts on challenges or anything from the CSP perspective that you want to call out?
Yeah, just kind of piggybacking off what I just heard is like these file shares where all this, or it seems like there's a lot of scenarios where there's a stood up file share, and we place all of our documents and all of our things in this file share, and we're going to work out of that. And that is really not ideal, and having a good GRC tool to ingest compliance standards and help you differentiate and track changes is essential, I think.
Thank you. I think that's it for the questions. We'll just take a couple minutes for any questions from the audience. Anybody have any questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Thanks for sharing so much about about how you think about and talk about inherited controls, and especially at CMS. As you're thinking about kind of that complex environment and how quickly it changes over time, I'm wondering, Will and I were talking a little bit about this in the hall too. The operations side of the house does this on a daily basis, right? They're constantly firefighting, they're constantly monitoring and managing the systems. And how do you look at keeping in touch with what's happening on the ops side? How do you couple the GRC and the operations aspects tightly so that you don't have any daylight there? Because oftentimes what you see is there's a lot of attention and emphasis played to the ITSM and ITIL processes, and those don't necessarily flow through to the GRC side. So I'm kind of curious how you think about that in CMS land, and how you talk with your clients and customers on the evolving control set, especially around inheritance, because I think that we don't do our customers and our colleagues and partners a great service when we talk about GRC, because oftentimes we look at the entire control baseline. As the good doctor was pointing out, that's not really necessarily where we should start. We should start with, well, what are the building blocks of the environment that we're working on, and how do we kind of build from there? So instead of building 100% of the solution, let's focus on the 20% that delivers value to the client. So I was wondering kind of how you think about that.
Good question. So at CMS, we have ISSOs and maybe a few senior ISSOs, ISSMs, but a lot of working involvement workshops with them to help them understand the nuances of maintaining and updating their system information. We're working on figuring out ways to automate the process of control implementation details. But yeah, the inheritance piece it's a struggle, I think, at any agency. I try to call it out like, in this 853, you got the vanilla, you got FedRAMP, who's chocolate, and you have our agency policies and standards, which is, we'll call it strawberry. And, you have all these different layers and everybody says, well, which one do I really inherit from? Or how does this look in my GRC tool? So we're in the process of looking at things and breaking it down to say, you know what, you got AWS, and we have our own implementation of AWS, and that GSS you inherit fully, a lot of fully controls, and then you have your cloud service provider, you have a portion over here, but a lot of the control families like access control, logging and stuff, they're specific to each area of that boundary of that system. So you have to call that out individually in your GRC tools so you don't get called out in the audit to say, hey, you got Okta over here, but something, you didn't call it out over here. Is that the same authentication mechanism you use for all things in your FISMA boundary? So we're trying to make that view more holistic at CMS. We're starting off with kind of coming up with some terminologies and breakdowns so everybody can speak the same language. And I'm not talking about ice cream flavors, but I kind of call that out because people can easily relate to it. Any vendor you deal with, they're going to give you the vanilla flavor of NIST 853. But like you all mentioned, you got to drill it down to what it is that your system specifically needs. And it could be that strawberry, it could be that, I don't know, some other flavor, right? Everybody has to drill it down to whatever makes sense to their system. And you got to know your organization risk posture and what the system does and what type of sensitive data in it. So really with that challenge you mentioned, it's really engaging with those ISSOs that are working closely with the operations team. And when they implement change, you just, hey, you guys, you got to make sure you update your documentation in GRC. And yeah, we would love to kind of look at things in an automated fashion over time.
Yes, Doctor, the last question, or one more after that, and then we'll move on.
Thank you, and thank you so much. In May this past year, 2023, Rob Wood was at our NIST OSCAL Open Security Controls Assessment Language Conference, and he had a fantastic presentation showing also the importance of automation going direction of using OSCAL internally for CMS. OSCAL can help you with traversing all those flavors and layers and pinpoint with very fine granularity what is that you're inheriting. Is it a difficult journey to get there? Is it something that can be done easier, better from your past experience? Any advice? We know that the potential is there, the capabilities are there with OSCAL, but how can we leverage them? Is there a clear understanding that that can be accomplished? And where are the challenges so we can work together to help?
Yes, and CMS has been working closely with you and your team. We did a couple of pilot initiatives with 10X and some other vendors. And really what we've gathered from that, and Rob has been really, pushing the OSCAL. And when we do sponsor our cloud service providers, we ask if they can put their documentation to OSCAL. We pushed that out there and we got a lot of pushback. Only because the community is not familiar with how to write things up. And then you got some of the 3PAOs who still want stuff in a Word document, in a document format. So it's a challenge kind of getting people to write it in the language and then write it in a document and then having a team that can support it. So that's the only thing is the adoption on both sides of the house. So you got to have the cloud service provider who can create the documentation in OSCAL, and then you got to have a tool that can ingest it, right? So there's a few GRC tools that can do that, and You know, a lot of agencies are either trying to figure out what direction they want to go. So that's the other challenge is,
I do understand that we are human. I do understand that we want to control things. There are very easy ways of getting information into digital format. Convert it right away with a simple CSS style sheet into web-based HTML, displayed into your browser. So there are ways of doing that. Tools that can display that. But to do that the right way, it's something that we need to work together to be able to get the most return on investment.
It's the investment, an unfunded mandate on all sides. Who's paying for it?
Who's paying for which?
The software tool to make the changes, the CSPs to make the changes, and the government to make the changes. I don't see any additional funding coming to support OSCAL.
I do not provide.
I'm not saying you do.
Yeah, we are probably going to waste a lot of time in processes that do not serve our.
I don't disagree, it's a big change, but nobody's really talked about the cost.
Yes. But you have to have the proper return in your investment. That one has to take place.
Good.
let me know. when
I-
you stop.
Yeah, we're actually out of time, so if we can wrap up. Thank you all for your time. Thank you, Shantae and Will,
Thank you.
for your time. I think Ashlinger, or I don't know if Ashlinger or Chris, you can hear me on my mic pack. I think we have a couple minutes. Let me just run out there real quick. Thank you, everybody, for your participation. Be right back. Stand by. Yeah, it's on now.
Is the clicker?
No, it's, sorry, so just to clarify, there's going to be 2 breakout sessions. One's going to be in here, one's going to be just literally across the hall, right in front of us. We are in 3104, 3105 right now. So if you want to participate in the session about pre-authorization, what it takes to get authorized, stay here. If you already have authorization or you want to learn about what happens afterwards, it's 108, yeah, sorry. The one that's right here across the hall from us, that's going to be the breakout session about kind of if you already have authorization, what happens next. And then there's the Vision 2030 right after that. So pre-authorization here, if you're already authorized or looking at the future, across the hall. And we'll start, I think it's at 10:15. So you have about 5 minutes to grab some coffee. Thank you.
am the CEO of Data Lock Consulting Group.
And I'm Natalie Baker. I'm the GRC manager at Aquia. And today we are talking about FedRAMP pre-authorization. So what is FedRAMP? What does it do? Why is it important? So FedRAMP is the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, and it consists of the JAB path and the agency path. So for the JAB path, like a lot of people ask, who is the JAB? What's the criteria that they use, and how do they evaluate who's going to be accepted on that path? So the JAB consists of CIOs from the DoD, DHS, and the GSA. And they have the demand for the CSP product as their first criteria that they utilize to evaluate CSP, whether a CSP is FedRAMP ready or not. And then they have some preferred characteristics as well that they use to evaluate CSPs based on whether they want to work with them or not. So their business case methodology consists of the initial review is based on demand. And it's important to note that that demand definitely is more so from the current federal customers being more valuable. So it's more weighed heavily in that aspect than the demand from non-federal customers or potential customers. If two CSPs are very similar on the demand scale, then they're evaluated on their FedRAMP ready status. And if the demand and the FedRAMP ready status are determined to be equal, then they are evaluated on the JAB preferred characteristics, which consist of whether they're designated for federal government, if they have a proven track record for management of risks and security implementations, and then if they provide heightened security so that it's less risk for the federal information that they're transferring, processing, and all that, and as well as whether they meet the federal government needs. So why is FedRAMP important? FedRAMP ensures adequate safeguards are in place for cloud-based services, and it also eliminates the duplication of effort for assessing those security controls. And that duplication of effort, it's important to note, is also on the agency side as much as it is on the CSP side. It reduces risk management costs by eliminating the duplication of effort and enables rapid and cost-effective procurement of systems and services. And in 2024, this year, the GAO came out with a report and they pulled 24 agencies. So in July 2019, they had like 926 ATOs utilized. And as of April 2023, they're at about 1,400. And it is important to also note that if you go on FedRAMP Marketplace, you're not going to see 1,400 ATOs. That is the reuse of the ATOs. So you can see that that's happening. So FedRAMP benefits, they have a do once, use many times framework. So it eliminates the duplication of effort for assessment. It lowers the cost for the government and the CSPs, and it ensures consistent application of security requirements, mainly the federal security requirements. And so in 2023, the GSA and OMB established a process for monitoring agency compliance with FedRAMP. And so it's becoming more prevalent nowadays. Sure.
Is that do once, use many times? Is that across not just the federal government, but also DoD?
Yes, that's correct. They also have, the DoD also has their own program where they have their own cloud authorization as well. That's managed by DISA as well. So they recognize the FedRAMP authorizations. Yep. So they have something called the Cloud Security Catalog. If you're on the FedRAMP Marketplace, you automatically get on their cloud security catalog. If you're at the moderate, you get at IL2, et cetera. All right. So how do organizations go about obtaining a FedRAMP authority to operate and maintaining that authorization? There are 6 key phases. The first being to prepare your organization, to understand your offering, and then to categorize your system. So the first thing that you want to do when you're preparing your organization is make sure you get executive buy-in, right? It's important that the executives understand, not only the executives, but also all the stakeholders who are going to be working on the FedRAMP initiative, that they understand that FedRAMP takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. So you really have to understand what the timelines are, and we'll talk about that as we move through the next few phases as well. It also costs quite a bit of money, right? There are costs associated with tools, You have your assessment team, if you need an advisory firm, you cost of personnel who are going to work on the FedRAMP initiative as well. And also, FedRAMP just is not an easy lift, right? A lot of executives think, oh, we got SOC 2 in this amount of time, and that was relatively easy. FedRAMP is fairly wide when it comes to cybersecurity and all the different domains that it touches on, and it goes very deep as well. So it's really important to know that it is not easy, but it is definitely doable. Even small CSPs are able to achieve FedRAMP if you take the appropriate steps to get there. So once you've gotten your executive buy-in, it's really important to take a look at the resources that you have within your organization, right? Do you have the resources that you can allocate? If you're a SaaS provider, do you have developers who are going to be able to work on the application and enhance the application in order to meet FedRAMP requirements? Do you have the infrastructure personnel who are going to be able to build or remediate and configure the infrastructure to deliver a FedRAMP compliant solution? Do you have personnel who are going to be able to work on all the documentation and execute all of these key processes, right? The next important step is to really understand where you have gaps in your organization. Do you need to bring in and hire folks who have FedRAMP experience to help you get to that finish line? Do you want to bring on an advisory firm who's going to be able to provide you with that expertise and help you obtain a FedRAMP ATO and implement all of the required controls? You need an engineering firm who's going to augment your team and help them build a compliant solution. So it's really important to understand where you need to fill in those gaps. Now, once you've prepared your organization, it's really important that you understand what your offering is going to be, right? Are you going to be offering your commercial customers the exact same solution that you offer your government customers the same solution that you offer to the commercial sector, right? Is it going to be in the same environment? Are we going to set up a government-only instance? Does your government customer only care for a subset of capabilities that you're currently providing, or are you going to provide something unique to them? So it's really important to understand what it is that you're going to offer. Now, at this point, you're going to want to go through something called the system categorization. And really what that is to understand all the data types that your information system is going to process, store, and transmit when it comes to federal agencies, right? There's a NIST special publication, NIST 860, that has a full catalog of all of the different data types. And you'll go through that catalog and pick out all the different data types that you'll process, store, and transmit. And this will really drive whether you're going to go after, a low baseline or FedRAMP moderate, FedRAMP high, et cetera. So it's really important to understand those types. At this point, you're going to want to define your system boundary. Now, I use the word define very loosely. A lot of organizations think that they can just draw a box around a few servers, maybe a few databases, and say that this is the only thing that's in scope of FedRAMP. However, it doesn't work that way. You don't actually get to pick your system boundary. Rather, the boundary picks you. Now, what do I mean by that? The way I try to explain it to our customers is, imagine an agency sends you a packet of data, and that data leaves their secure network and lands in your system and in your network. Anywhere where that data flows through your system and your network is within scope of FedRAMP. It is a part of your system boundary. If it goes through a virtual firewall, your virtual machines, a web server, on your database, all of that is in scope of FedRAMP. So it's really important to understand what your boundary is, because that's where you're going to have to apply all of your security controls where those controls are applicable, right? At this point, you're going to move on to selecting and tailoring security controls. Now, if you have a sponsor, it is a great idea to get them involved and on the same page and in agreements with your security categorization, right? Whether you're going to be a low, a moderate, or a high. A lot of times they may have some different ideas in mind. You might have come out as a FedRAMP moderate, but they want to put more sensitive data in your system, so they might ask you to upgrade to high, et cetera. It's also important to understand if your customer has any unique requirements. A lot of times they might be okay with your system categorization, but they might ask you to add a few additional controls, or they might have certain parameters that they want you to meet when implementing some of these controls. So it's really important that you understand your customer's requirements. Once you've categorized the system, once you've understood your system requirements, it's time to do a gap analysis, right? Now, the gap analysis, what we've seen is there are multiple different kinds, right? We've seen a gap analysis that's, 25 to 30 controls, and a lot of times that's great for some larger CSPs that have a huge security budget, have a great mature security program, and just in general are advanced when it comes to security, right? But for some smaller CSPs, we find that that's just not good enough, because in a moderate baseline, there's 323 controls, right? So it'd be great to go into an assessment and not have any of those critical or high findings, but there are a lot of controls that you haven't touched on yet, and you don't want to come out of an assessment with 100, 150 controls that failed. That might put your sponsor off a little bit, and they may hesitate to either give you an ATO, or at least they may hesitate to do it without any conditions. So it's really important that you do a thorough gap analysis, right? What we typically recommend is to include the 6 larger families. So the 4 technical ones, we have AC, which is access control, identification, authentication. You're going to want to review your audit and accountability controls. So that talks about, what audit logs you're collecting, are you monitoring for suspicious and inappropriate activities, et cetera. You have system and communication protection, which deals a lot with boundary protection and encryption, configuration management, and then system and information integrity, which also includes some elements of vulnerability management. And the other type of gap analysis that we've seen is a full gap analysis of all controls, which is, obviously great as well. Excuse me.
And it's also important to have like the key mandates being addressed in that gap analysis, as well as ensuring that your technical team that's actually going to be implementing it is sitting in that gap analysis.
Yep.
Because if they don't fully understand the reason why they're implementing a control, they're going to give more pushback. But if they're in that meeting, they tend to be like, oh, that makes sense.
Exactly. And really that gap analysis time really also should serve as a workshop. Especially if you're using an advisory firm who's done this before, they should be able to tell you, hey, here are the 5 ways that we've seen this, and this is why this control is important, and this is how your assessor is going to be looking at this control. So they're really going to be able to prepare you a little bit better, and your engineers will have a thorough understanding of everything so that they're implementing all the controls and thinking about all of the requirements that they have to implement as they're building this system. So that's a great point. The other important thing when it comes to the gap analysis is to make sure that the data that you get out of that gap analysis provides your engineers and your technical team with enough data so that they are empowered to go correct the issue or go build a compliant solution. So the recommendations coming out of that gap analysis really have to be thorough and really have to give them insights on how to actually fix the issue or build it properly if they're building a brand new instance. One thing to note is when you do define your system boundary in the first phase, as you're going through the next 2 phases, you'll find that it's going to change, right? Your current system boundary right now is the system that you have in place. And that serves as a great reference point for the next 2 phases. But as you find that things need to be fixed, things need to be changed, you may not be using some of those cloud interconnections, et cetera, your system boundary is going to change. And that's okay, and that's what we've seen 95% of the time happen. So your system boundary will change, and as it continues to change, if you have a sponsor, it's always great to update them and say, hey, based on the gap analysis that we did, based on some additional advisory information that we got, here is how we're changing our system boundary to be compliant. So that's okay if things like that change as you go along, right? Once you get to some of the further steps, you probably don't want to change the boundary, but Sometimes that happens as well. So now that you've completed your gap analysis, it's time for your team to take a look at the architecture and really take a step back and design a system that is going to be compliant. I would not have the engineers just go take the information of the recommendation and start trying to fix things. Rather, take a step back and architect a solution that is going to be compliant. One of the biggest pitfalls that I see in this phase is that organizations don't really have a full understanding of how their system interacts with other systems and what interconnections they have, right? If you're interconnecting with other clouds, they should be FedRAMP authorized. If not, your agency sponsor should be okay with it. So ideally, you're working with them at this point. But more importantly, and we've seen this before, a lot of organizations end up pulling items into the boundary that should not be in the boundary, right? They'll interconnect with their corporate environment, and the last thing that you want to do is to bring a corporate environment or another environment that you have into scope. So you really have to make sure you are appropriately segmenting this environment so that you avoid any scope creep during the assessment and the authorization process. So now that your team has designed an architecture that's going to be compliant for FedRAMP, and they have the information that they need from the gap analysis to go implement security controls, it's time to develop the FedRAMP package, right? The FedRAMP package, for those of you who may not have seen it before or unfamiliar with the FedRAMP package, it is a very large amount of documentation. The system security plan itself is anywhere between 600 and 1,000 pages, and it could be even more depending on how complex your offering is. And it's really important that you write clear and concise implementation statements so that anybody doing the review, whether it be an agency sponsor, agencies that are going to use your system in the future, the FedRAMP PMO, it's very clear to them on how you implement those controls, but also what customer responsibilities they have, and that's going to be something that we talk about in a little bit as well, but they need to know what their customer responsibilities are as well. So that's just one document. You've got to create policies, procedures for all of the different control families. You have additional plans like the incident response plan, a configuration management plan, the continuous monitoring plan, and a few others as well. And so you'll find there are a lot of documents that have to be developed. So it's really important that you have folks who are able to dedicate the time to either develop the documentation or bring on a firm who's done it so that they can come in and develop that documentation on your behalf.
And I would say it's really important, really vital to get your technical team to actually sit down and review those documents, because if they're not right, like the first thing that's going to happen during an assessment or an audit is you're going to be asked for all your documentation. And if you're not doing something that your documentation says you're doing, you're going to have findings.
That's absolutely right. The first thing that we do as a 3PAO when we're assessing controls is we're going to read the policy for that control, we're going to read the procedure for that control, and we're going to read the implementation statements associated with that control and basically say, okay, you say you're doing these things, give me the evidence to prove it, and then they're going to go conduct their evidence, right? So if you've written something down that sounds like it's a great process, really hard to live up to, but it sounds like it's a great policy and procedure, but you can't prove that you're doing it, that becomes an issue for you guys, right? So it's really important that you have accurate documentation and that anybody who's involved in delivering on those controls has put their eyes on that documentation and approved it and says, yep, that's exactly what we're doing and that's how we're going to be doing it in the future. So as the FedRAMP package is being developed, it's time to also work with technical teams, management teams, and operational teams, and make sure that you're working on any process improvements that have to be made. You may have to create a new process. You may have to improve current processes that you have in place. You may have to remove a process, right? So it's really important that anybody who's going to be involved in executing any of these processes is prepared to execute those processes, right, and understands what it is that they have to do consistently over time, right? This isn't a one and done thing. Let me do this once or twice. We can use that evidence and we're good to go. Rather, you're going to have to continually show that this is being done, because your 3PAO assessors will have a sampling methodology, right? And every year, anything that's happened over the past 12 months is fair game for the assessment, right? So if you onboard 20 staff, 30 staff, you only followed the process for 2 or 3, well, they're going to be doing some sampling. And so they'll probably find that you weren't following your processes there if that's not what you're doing consistently. So once you have your processes implemented, once the technical team says, hey, we've developed everything, we're good to go, and once all the documentation has been completed, you're probably about ready to move on to the next process. The one thing that I'll say in this phase that is critical is to make sure that you have very good project management practices in place, right? It's really important that we're able to track all of the different moving parts across all of the different teams and ensure that everything is getting to the finish line, right? Now, once you're done with this phase, this is probably a good place to take a little break and take a step back.
Yeah, and I would recommend like start prioritizing. Like one of the greatest pitfalls that we see during assessments is client getting in and they're not able to produce timely artifacts and they're not able to produce them at the rate that we need them provided. So having strategy early on and saying, okay, for this control, we're going to produce this list of artifacts. And for this control, we have these artifacts, and kind of tying those together early on is going to be really beneficial so that you can get the turnaround during assessment.
Yeah, the more you prepare for the assessment, the better off you are, the more efficient it will be. At the end of the day, if you're organized and you're able to get through the assessment quickly, that'll probably help reduce costs in general to your organization. So at this point, I say taking a break, but really it's taking a step back to really make sure you're prepared. There's 2 things that I always recommend that an organization does. The first is to download the readiness assessment report from the FedRAMP marketplace, right? Before you go into an assessment, whether you're going to do a readiness assessment or a full assessment, download that assessment report and review all of the controls that are in the readiness assessment template and start going through each one. Can you check the box that you have those controls appropriately implemented? Right? When you start the assessment, there's going to be costs incurred with your 3PAO. So it's just better to make sure that you're comfortable and that you understand the critical controls, the more important controls, the more difficult controls to implement in that readiness assessment. You're better off if you can check all of those boxes yes before you call your 3PAO. The other important thing to do at this stage is to make sure that you're executing your continuous monitoring plan. When your 3PAO comes in to conduct the assessment, they're going to ask you to draw a line in the sand. At what date are you saying all of the controls have been implemented, and going forward, we are executing all of our continuous monitoring requirements and all the controls are working as they are intended? From that date, you'll need to be able to produce artifacts to show that you are following all of your processes and executing all of your continuous monitoring controls. Depending on the 3PAO that you pick and depending on whether you're doing a readiness assessment or a full assessment, you may have to produce 1 to 3 months worth of continuous monitoring assessment artifacts, right? I always recommend talk to your 3PAO about this early on. Once you have that done, you're probably ready to move to the assessment phase. Now, when identifying a 3PAO, I highly recommend, and I cannot stress this enough, to identify your 3PAO as early in the process as you can. And there are 2 reasons for that. The first being, every CSP is different. You might run into unique situations, and you may have questions about how a control is going to be assessed given that unique situation, right? So it'd be great if you could touch base with your 3PAO. They're not going to tell you how to implement it, right? They have to maintain their independence, but they will be able to tell you how they would approach the assessment of that control given your unique situation. So it's the more help you can get throughout the process, the better off you are. The other reason why you want to identify a 3PAO early is because most resources at 3PAOs are being booked 4 to 6 months in advance, right? So if you get to this phase and you say, all right, I'm ready to go find a 3PAO, you might identify a few that you really like and you really want to work with, but you probably can't start the assessment for another 4 to 6 months at the earliest, right? So the earlier you can identify them, the earlier you have conversations with these 3PAOs, the earlier you get on their books, the better off you are. Now, when you've identified your 3PAO, you really have to understand whether you're going to be doing a readiness or a full assessment. Now, a readiness assessment is great for an organization that does not have a sponsor agency, right? A readiness assessment is a subset of controls in that readiness assessment report that I had mentioned to download and go over earlier. And they'll come in and they'll assess you against those controls, and that'll really help you determine how ready you are. More importantly, if you successfully complete a readiness assessment, you'll get on the FedRAMP marketplace, and that will get your sales team pretty much a hunting license to go out to these agencies and say, hey, we're ready. We just need you to sponsor us. There's a high likelihood that we're going to achieve this, right? A readiness assessment takes anywhere between 4 and 6 months to complete by the 3PAO. Depending on when you get into FedRAMP's queue, their review queue keeps growing. A lot of CSPs are submitting for FedRAMP. So it could take several months for them to even review and give you feedback on the readiness assessment. So keep that in mind. Now, there are other advantages to a readiness assessment, right? For a CSP, they're going to get a report on how ready they actually are to undergo a FedRAMP full assessment, and it's a fraction of the cost, right? Some CSPs choose to do that whether they have a sponsor or not, right? They don't want to start the full assessment and incur the full cost of a full assessment until they've done a readiness assessment. That's rare, but I've seen some CSPs do that. I've seen some agencies say, we want to sponsor you, but we want to make sure you're ready first, so go do a readiness assessment. So that's one of the benefits for a CSP. Another main benefit for the agency is they're going to be applying resources to review the package and work with the CSP as well, right? And so a lot of CSPs are hesitant to sponsor because they don't want to apply the resources and dedicate resources to working with the CSP if they may not get a full ATO because they were unable and they weren't ready for an assessment, right? Now, when you approach a full assessment, it is important to know that it is a lot of work, right? It typically takes anywhere between 10 and 16 weeks. We've recently completed an assessment that took the CSP 5 months. And the reason being is it is a lot of artifacts to collect. You, as a CSP, need to have resources available to conduct those interviews. There are going to be follow-up requests. It is a lot of work to get a full assessment completed. So it's really important that you're prepared for the assessment and you know what artifacts you're going to need to collect, etc. As a part of the full assessment, you're going to have to do a penetration test. So there are 6 different attack vectors. Not all of them may apply, but just know that there is a thorough pen test that your 3PAO is going to execute and conduct on your offering. Now, new to the moderate and high baseline for revision 5 is a red team penetration testing exercise. The FedRAMP PMO recently put out draft guidance on the penetration testing exercise. I'm really looking forward to seeing the final guidance, but depending on what comes out as the final guidance will really determine what needs to happen during these red team penetration testing exercises. So just be ready for that. Now, really important is that a CSP should be ready to take any corrective actions that they need to take. Findings in an assessment, whether it be a readiness assessment, whether it be a full assessment, whether you have an advisory firm or not, findings are going to be inevitable, right? It's, are you able to correct those findings? You're not going to be able to correct all of them, but you're going to have to correct some of them because they're high or critical findings. You're going to want to correct some of them because they're low-hanging fruit. Your engineering team, your team that manages the documentation and the processes should really be ready to address those corrective actions and provide the evidence that you've corrected those items to your 3PAO. Same for the penetration test. Hopefully your 3PAO is allowing you to have those findings retested. When you do have penetration test findings, you may not fix all of them, but there may be some that you want fixed and you want the report updated. So it's important that you are ready to take corrective actions. Moving on to the next phase, so authorizing the information system. When you complete your assessment, it's time for your package to be submitted. And first, it's going to be submitted to your agency sponsor. Now, your agency sponsor is going to review everything, right? Some of the key things they're going to be looking at really is a security assessment report, which tells them, what risks were identified as a part of the assessment. They really want to understand what the risk posture is and how much risk your system poses to their data and to their organization. And every organization and every agency does this a little bit differently, but most agencies want to make sure they understand their customer responsibility so that they can put a plan in place to address any controls that the SSP says is their responsibility and has been validated as a part of their responsibility. And then they're going to want to check to see if all the documentation aligns. They'll have some questions about some of the descriptions and things like that as well. So it's really important that your documentation be clear, concise, and have all the information that they need so that they can quickly do their review. Now, based on our experience, agency reviews take anywhere between 2 and 4 months. It's a lot of documentation to go through. They have, there's resource constraints, so it can take a little bit of time for them to make their way through all of your documentation. So you got to be patient there. Hopefully at this point, they reviewed all your documentation. They're ready to give you an ATO. They sign the letter, and now your package makes its way over to the FedRAMP PMO. Now, the FedRAMP PMO is going to review everything, right? Where they're going to start, though, is going to be on those boundary diagrams that we talked about, on the system descriptions, right? And you'll find that they have a lot of comments and feedback in those areas, right? And if you think about it, all this data is coming to them all at once. They're not as intimate with the system as the CSP is, as the 3PAO is, as an advisory firm is, right? So they want to make sure everything is clear, not just so that they can make sure they do a good job reviewing the assessment and all the other documentation, but also for future agencies that are going to pick up the package and review everything as well, right? They want to make sure that when an agency looks at it, they're not going to have any questions and be confused about what they're reading. They want to make sure everything is very clear and very concise. They're going to review the assessment thoroughly. They're going to review the customer responsibilities. They're going to look over everything to make sure everything aligns. Now, the FedRAMP PMO, their current queue to review a package is about 5 to 6 months. So from the day you submit to the PMO for their review, it is going to take 5 to 6 months just for them to start the review. And that's today, right? There's over 450 CSPs that are currently on the marketplace, so they have to review all of their annual assessments. They have initial assessments that they're reviewing, readiness assessments that they're reviewing. They're, meeting with industry. They're meeting with agencies, and so they've got a lot on their plate. So it is quite a bit of time for them to start their review as of today, at least. So once they do their review, they're going to send feedback. Documentation is going to need to be updated. There's going to inevitably be things that you're going to need to change. Just be prepared to make the appropriate changes and provide the appropriate clarification. There might be a few controls that they want tested differently, et cetera. Just be prepared to go through that process. At this point, hopefully, they've agreed to everything. You've made the appropriate changes, and you are now on the marketplace. Once you get on the marketplace, you're going to move to continuous monitoring. Really important here. Your continuous monitoring program, your continuous monitoring requirements do not start at this phase. They started after you've implemented the security controls when we drew that line in the sand, right? A lot of CSPs think, yeah, I'll keep running my scans on a monthly basis and I'll keep doing all of these things that I'm supposed to be doing right after I get an ATO. But that's not how that works, right? Because the next time you get assessed, The previous 12 months are all fair game for your 3PAO to sample from. So you have to be implementing those controls even as you're being assessed, even as the package is being reviewed, until you get to that continuous monitoring phase where you're going to continue to execute that continuous monitoring program. Now, the continuous monitoring program includes things like, monthly vulnerability scans, reviewing access, reviewing audit logs for suspicious and inappropriate activities, and just anything that you're supposed to be doing on a weekly, monthly, annual, semi-annual basis, et cetera. So you have to be sure that you have a certain level of governance in place to make sure that you guys are executing this thing appropriately. Also, as a part of continuous monitoring, there's going to be ongoing annual assessments, right? So make sure, again, timelines and the queues of these 3PAOs, they continue to grow. Make sure you get that conversation in place with them shortly after you get on that FedRAMP marketplace. And really, you should consider having that conversation with them right after your agency gives you an ATO. Because although you might not be on the marketplace for another 6 to 8 months, your agency might want you to have another assessment done within 12 months of them granting you an ATO. So the sooner you have that conversation with your 3PAO, the better. Sure.
So, gone through the FedRAMP process, we're now in the FedRAMP marketplace.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're saying that another agency might still want to review before they accept.
So your agency is going to give you an ATO. That ATO goes to the FedRAMP marketplace. The FedRAMP marketplace does their review to make sure everything aligns and everything's good to go, and they give you an ATO, right? Now, that ATO can be reused by any agency they want, right? But what I was trying to say was you have annual assessment requirements that you still have to do, 1/3 of the controls, right? So it's important to have conversations with your 3PAO early, shortly after your agency sponsor gave you that ATO, to make sure that you scheduled the annual assessments. Yep. So you're going to have ongoing reporting requirements. There are monthly reports that you have to develop and put in place, executive summaries, et cetera. So you have to make sure you're filing those appropriately. And then, of course, you just have your ongoing security activities that you have to execute as well, monitoring the environment, et cetera.
And it's also important to note that NIST SP 800-137 is a good guide for continuous monitoring, but it's not a complete continuous monitoring. So if you have like a compensating control that you added in to maybe like offset needing automation somewhere, and you now have a manual process, well, now that manual process, you need to be able to prove that you're able to do it on a continuous basis, so.
Exactly. Yep. All right, any questions?
So when Shante was sitting up there, she said that, there's when Shante was sitting up there, she was talking about different flavors of controls, right?
Yep.
What do you guys see from a different level of control across the federal landscape? So CMS has, probably inherits a lot of requirements from HHS. Maybe they have a little different flavor than a IRS or a Treasury versus a USDA. Certainly DOD has, even stricter controls in some areas. Do you see a lot of agencies after you get that FedRAMP ATO saying, great, you've got FedRAMP ATO, I still need you to do this, this, and this?
There have been situations where, that has happened. And really it's a negotiation at that point between the CSP and that agency, right? If it's something that the CSP can't do for whatever reason, if you bring that to the agency and you tell them why the situation is that you can't implement that control, usually they're very understanding of that. There may be other things that you can do, but it's really a negotiation at that point. So yeah, it's very possible that your sponsor agency was fine with just FedRAMP moderate, let's say, but 5 years from now, an agency that wants to use your product comes in and says, hey, well, I want to add these 3 things, right? Typically, as an advisor, I typically tell a CSP, if it's something you can do and it's going to close the deal, more likely than not, you just want to do it, right? If it's too cumbersome and it just doesn't make sense, then bringing that information to that potential customer will really go a long way, and likely they'll understand as well, and they'll be fine with it. Yeah. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Hi, I just want to make sure I really understand what you've been saying.
Sure.
So you've been using the term CSP.
Mhm.
And the way I use the term CSP is it's a cloud service provider. It is Google, AWS, Oracle, right? Azure. How are you using that term right now? Does it apply to all companies that could go through the ATO process? Like, I just want to make sure I'm not mistranslating everything you've communicated today.
Yeah, that's a great question. So first, a cloud service is defined by NIST 800-145. There are 5 characteristics. If you go through those characteristics and your system meets those requirements, then you are a cloud service provider as an organization, right? So
Could you make that citation again?
NIST 800-145.
800, 145.
Correct.
Got it.
Now you could be a SaaS solution,
Yep.
right? So you're sitting on top of those, infrastructures. You can be infrastructure as a service and you can be platform as a service. So anybody who's going to be providing any cloud service offering to the federal agency is a CSP in this case, a cloud service provider in this case.
That is, just for reference, I've been working with a lot of startups. That in and of itself is completely mistranslated
Yep.
between newer technology companies and what you're talking about today. And it's going to cause a ton of confusion as they're like, well, you're just talking about something that applies to CSPs. It doesn't apply to me as a company, and it absolutely does. So I just want to make that point because this is so important to any new entrants that are Gen AI or whatever the government's trying to look to adopt.
Absolutely. That's a great point. And early on, a lot of agencies struggled with how to define a cloud. They didn't know what a cloud was, right? And that's why NIST came out with 800-145. There's another special publication that they came out to further clarify as well. I don't remember the number off the top of my head.
These
But yeah.
companies are not reading NIST publications.
Exactly. And that's why it's important to really find another business that you can work with that has the expertise in this area, right? Or at least bring on the resources that have that expertise.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions? All right, I will take that as a no. Thank you for joining, everybody. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
And next up, we will have Mario and Klaus going over, talking about some common.
Do you know where Cows went? Push your button. Great. Hey, good morning. My name is Mario Lenato. I'm a principal cloud infrastructure architect here at Aquia. And then this is Kaus. We're going to talk to you, we'll do a deeper introduction here in a second, but we're going to talk to you about harnessing GRC tools and trying to use that pre-ATO, to automate some of your compliance needs, tracking your POAMs, all of that good stuff to really help relieve that burden of doing all that stuff manually. So to do a quick introduction of myself, as I said, principal cloud infrastructure architect here at Aquia. I've been in cyber for about 9 years now. Anything from help desk all the way up to now a lot more cloud security and things like that. Previous DoD Air Force expertise there, so a lot of stuff around FedRAMP, RMF, things like that in that space. Yeah, pass it over to Kaus.
Thank you. I'm founder at Cavionics, also the inventor of the product that we have built around the space for automation, for GRC automation. Been in this space for 20 plus years, worked with a number of agencies, both on DoD side, civilian side, and the whole ecosystem. So large SIs who have to deliver their products and services with FISMA compliance, FedRAMP compliance to the customers. And that's essentially is how we got to build the product and build technology and started working with Aquia, because they're helping some of these accounts and customers in meeting their FISMA FedRAMP requirements. And so we'll talk a little bit more about the automation component.
Awesome. So kind of kick it off, a little bit of a joke into it of, managing all these things in Excel, Word docs, all of that stuff, it can be very cumbersome. To kind of put in perspective, like FedRAMP High, it's 421 controls now with revision 5. So not only do you have to manage all of those 420 controls in Excel sheets, now you have to also, manage the POEMs, tracking the tasks to make sure they're getting done. Any compliance procedure documentation, anything like that is all now being stored in Google Docs or Jira or wherever you have it. You may be using all of those tools and have everything sparsed out. And it's hard to keep version control. What's the latest doc for stakeholders or for higher ups to take a look at? Is there a live doc that everybody's collaborating on? Maybe there's a new doc that somebody doesn't know about and you're editing an old doc. Things like that that can really become a pain point. And there's a lot of things that you have to manage within that documentation. So it can be really hard and cumbersome on folks to do. So to kind of point into there, talk more about it and categorize it a little bit. So content and documentation management, as I mentioned, you have Excel sheets, Word, you have the POEM tasks, actual working tasks, people who are closing these gaps that you have found during like your gap assessment. All those things need to be managed. You can have problems doing that, keeping them all up to date. And make sure everybody's on track to do what they're doing and presenting that in a way to leadership with up-to-date documentation. Risk analytics and reporting. Sometimes you have a bunch of tools that are doing all this for you. They're managing your vulnerabilities. They're managing how you're staying on top of compliance needs. Like there's some AWS services like config and stuff like that. Maybe you're using multiple services, but there's no one place that all of this data is being sent. So it's hard to really get a good big picture of like what's really happening in terms of risk and doing the reporting. Compliance management, kind of mentioned like AWS config, having something that's making sure the compliance things you're setting in place, things from FedRAMP controls, or even if it's not FedRAMP, other frameworks that you're monitoring, making sure that the things you're putting in place are staying on top of what it's supposed to, that the compliance is actually being met. You didn't put something in place and it's not doing what you want it to be doing. So making sure that you're staying on top of that. Centralized dashboards. I mentioned giving information to stakeholders. Sometimes they don't want to, go down in the weeds and get this long document of things they have to read. They just want to see like a pretty dashboard, like a pie chart or something of seeing what's happening in real time, kind of where the company, the business sits against these controls, against the compliance framework. Just a quick brief that they can get in a meeting or something along those lines. They don't want to sit there and read through all the Excel sheets and all of that, hard documentation that's going on there. And then security. So not only in terms of, overall security of, meeting the framework and, compliance and all of that, but also securing these documentations that you're using. Like maybe you're using Jira tasks to track stuff that holds metadata of your information or of the information systems, vulnerability findings, things like that, who's working on them. So making sure you're controlling access to those things as well. So that way, the wrong information isn't ending up to people who shouldn't be knowing about it, getting leaked or anything like that. So not only the broader security, but also the security around controlling access to that information. And then so to actually get into like the FedRAMP ATO stuff, you have plans of actions and milestones, POEMs. It can be difficult. Like I was saying, there's 421 controls just in FedRAMP High. Moderate is I think there are like 325, lows like 120 or somewhere around there. But it can be cumbersome because not only have you done the gap assessment, so, maybe we're out of compliance for 320 of the 425 controls. Now you have to go track that as a POEM, and you have to stay on top of actually doing that work. And it can be hard to keep all of that up to date, and wherever you're tracking in your ticket system or Excel sheets and all of that good stuff. SSP, so your system security plan. Writing the SSP and saying like, hey, this is the control, this is how we're actually doing it. And then, maybe you don't have a way to track, are we actually doing that? Are we just saying we're doing this, but there's no way to really see it? Or maybe the data that's showing we are doing it is just spread out all over the place. And now we have to get into this one document, into one area, one kind of form. So it can be difficult to do that. Security assessment reports. So the report that's going on about the ATO process. So, how are you conducting the assessment, what the findings are, like what gaps there are, what controls that we're not meeting, what like security vulnerability findings, from your scanning tools, your scanning reports, all that kind of good stuff. Security assessment plan. So how is the assessment being done? What are we looking at? What are we collecting to see that, hey, this compliance is being done, we're meeting these things, and getting to where we need to be in a timely manner. And then evidence collection. Not only is it hard to do it and keep it stored in a lot of places, using Google Drive or whatever it may be that you're using to do this, a lot of GRC tools can also do a lot of the evidence collection for you. So it can find the compliance needs that you're trying to do instead of having to go grab snapshots of like your cloud infrastructure or where you're keeping things and making sure like, hey, this is what we're doing to actually do the things we're saying we do. So it can be very cumbersome, and that's a lot of what comes down to a timely matter. Towards the end of the ATO, you're scrambling to find, hey, we don't have evidence collection for said control. We're trying to push through the end to get this package up. So it can be a big struggle to keep your evidence collected and making sure you're getting the right evidence you actually need. So then I talked a little bit about it, but these are kind of addressing those problems that I mentioned in the earlier slides with GRC tools, how they actually help. So for like content document management, a lot of GRC tools or platforms you can store your policy procedure, you can store the SSP, the POAMs, all that good stuff in one centralized place. So you not only, like at the bottom there, to skip ahead a little bit, security, you have one place to make sure people have access to, one set of like accounts to manage, roles to manage for folks so that can have access to all of these things. So it's not all over the place and it makes it cumbersome to really manage what's going on. The risk analytics and reporting. A lot of tools will do to kind of jump in with the compliance management piece too. For instance, to throw out an AWS service like AWS Config, you can deploy conformance packs that are the set controls from like NIST 853, HIPAA, or whatever the control framework that you're working with. In this case, for FedRAMP, NIST 853, it'll check your compliance in your cloud environment or wherever you're being hosted, whether it's on-prem or maybe in Azure or a different one. I just throw out AWS Config as a specific tooling, but it'll tell you like, hey, are you actually meeting these compliance controls and all these frameworks? Are you actually like disabling your root accounts? Changing passwords when you need to, all that kind of stuff. And a lot of GRC tools and platforms will automate that, and they'll tell you right in your dashboards, right in the tool itself, like, hey, you're not doing this, you need to do this, and it'll give you a blurb of like how to implement it, how to get to where you need to be, and how to document it, and all that good stuff. And then centralized dashboards, for those stakeholders and those people that are higher up that they don't have a lot of time for the rundown of what's really happening to get into the weeds. You can give them access to a tool, or maybe take some screenshots of the tool itself, the platform, the GRC tool, to give them those nice, pretty dashboards to say like, hey, like this is how compliant we are. These are the controls we have left, percentages, stuff like that, to really give them an insight to what's happening, but not to really bog them down with getting into the weeds and giving them all this heavy documentation and all that stuff, to just give them a quick, hey, down and dirty, this is kind of what's happening. So then to jump over to the more specific with like FedRAMP and the things going on with the ATO, POAMs, a lot of GRC tools and platforms will do this for you in the sense that, hey, we see you're not meeting compliance here. It'll flag it and say there's a task that needs to be had here, and you can create a POAM action out of it, and then report that and actually pull that POAM that it generates for you right out of it and give it into your assessment, and create your documents that are around POAMs and procedures, or POAMs and like completing risk tasks right out of there, and it'll do it for you. You don't have to do the manual creation of it. It'll tell you like, hey, this is the control, this is who's working it, this is when it's going to be done, all that good stuff. So it's pretty automated in that sense. SSPs, you can pull templates in, because FedRAMP, for instance, they have their specific template and everything that you want it or that they want you to deliver the package in. You can pull templates right into a lot of tools nowadays, and it'll start generating these things based on, again, like doing the compliance checks to your system. It will start to generate this SSP for you and say, like, as you're entering your control statements for specific controls, it'll start gathering all of that data and writing up your SSP. So, maybe in your Excel sheet, to put it in like the manual perspective, like AC1, where we're doing this, you put it in like the control spreadsheet, and then now you have to go rewrite that in SSP, or come back and copy and paste it and put it into your SSP. A GRC tool will do that for you. You write the control statement once, and then it's already pulling that information to help generate your SSP. You don't have to do these manual tasks repetitively over and over again, and it really takes that away. So same thing with the security assessment report and the security assessment plan, the SAP and SAR. Same thing, as things are coming up, as it's finding deviations that you're not meeting compliance or controls, it starts to write these things and generate these things for you. and really helps alleviate, like I was saying, all of that manual process and all that manual labor that it takes to start generating these documents and getting them in the right templates. Speaking from experience too, I've worked with customers where, maybe the company is helping write your SSP, your SAR, your SAP, the companies you're working with to get to these ATOs. Maybe they're writing them in Google Docs or some other form of a document that you don't use generally in your company. You use Jira or Confluence or some other way to manage your documentation, or maybe you prefer PDFs. And when you download these Google Docs or something and translate them over to PDF or Word or other things like that, sometimes there's a lot of format issues. I've personally experienced that where, some tables are unformatted and things look wonky. They don't meet the FedRAMP template that they gave over because one doc interprets it one way and PDF interprets it another way. So you can really alleviate a lot of that burden and headache too when it comes to like documentation sharing and things like that with using GRC tools. And then evidence collection. It's a big portion of the ATO process. Obviously, you have to say like, hey, we're doing these things, and then you have to collect the evidence to say like, hey, we actually are doing these things. Here's the proof to do it. And you can store a lot of that in the GRC tool of the platform. You can say like, for AC1, this is what we're doing. Here it is. Here's the picture, the screenshot, maybe the code snippet or whatever it is that shows like we're doing this. Here it is right in the tool, centralized. Everybody can log in to see if they need it. The assessor can log in and say the 3PO to see that like, hey, there's the evidence that was provided. You don't have to send them a separate documentation or an email or set them up somewhere in Google Drive so then the 3PO can get access and go get that kind of information. It's all right there stored in that centralized platform. So it really alleviates a lot of this stuff and it really takes away from the manual effort and really helps automate compliance to speed up this journey because it's a long journey and it's a lot of manual effort if you don't use the tools that are out there to help you alleviate a lot of that pain. I'm going to toss over to Cass to talk some.
Awesome. It's getting a lot of warm here. So I prefer standing, so if that's okay. So I think when you go back to the ATO and ADO process documentation, most of these things are not one-time efforts, right? They have to be maintained over a period of time. So it's not just you do it first time you get your ATO, great, but then you have annual ATO and reauthorization requirements. You have to do reporting. So depending on your term of the ATO, this is a recurring effort. Now, part of this is, I'm going to double click on a couple of points that Mario talked about, which is simple things like collecting all the information from all the different team members and collating all that data into a single nicely formatted document that meets the FISMA FedRAMP template requirement of submission requirements is a very hard thing. I mean, people spend weeks and weeks and weeks on doing that. But then the other aspect is the evidence collection. That part of the evidence collection is things are never going to be constant. So how do you keep up with the new evidence collection aspect of it? So initially part of, if you think of the RMF process, steps 1 through 5, really get to, and there is a slide that's going to come up to this, which is when you get to steps 1 through 5, this is when you're going to be doing a lot of that documentation effort. But when you go through that documentation effort, you have to revisit a lot of these components again and again. Because as the systems are changing, so especially if you think about hybrid and multi-cloud deployment. So your deployments could be on Azure, could be AWS, GCP, Oracle, and other things. Things are constantly going to change. Your developers are developing new components of the applications. Things are again changing for these containerized or cloud-native deployments. So when they change, you need to document the change and keep up with the documentation of change. But not only that, you also need to do assessment of what has changed. Because system boundary in the first step, the system boundary has changed, right? Because your system components, your assets and asset native components have changed. So you got to keep up track with that. Next, run the assessment. So which is to assess, okay, is this API gateway that I just used? Is the container I just used? Is the RDS system I just used or I'm using Fargate for deployment of my containerized applications. Change in that environment represents change in the potential risk because of the setups, the configuration that need to be continuously assessed. So part of the elements of documentation that happens here is every one of these change represents something that you need to document, something you need to update, and something you need to monitor, which gets to the step number 6. Because one of the most important things that people tend to forget in getting any of the FedRAMP authorization is part of the RMF step is continuous monitoring. So in these kinds of environments where the scalability becomes a very, very big component, you all know, like in a one click, you can deploy 1,000 containers. Other click, you can shut down 500 containers. I mean, this is constantly changing. EC2 instances, like on AWS, you're going to not actually just deploy one EC2 and try to maintain and manage it. You're going to rehydrate those all throughout the period because you don't want to do patching of the existing golden images. You're going to just bring a new golden image. As these things are changing, you want to know what's changed, what's the impact on security posture, what the impact on the risk posture is. All of that requires continuous monitoring. So part of the GRC element is beyond the documentation, the continuous monitoring, and essentially allowing the authorizing official who is going to authorize this FedRAMP ATO to know how you're managing the risk, right? That becomes a very important component. And that is also not static. Threat vectors are changing. Not just your environment is changing, your threat vectors are changing. So as the threat vectors change, your risk has changed, right? So that part has to be implemented. And then part of that analysis, of course, is mitigation steps. Can you mitigate that based on automation? Can you mitigate based on human processes being kicked off? And then, of course, all of those changes need to be documented as a plan of action and milestone. And within the milestone, you have multiple tasks that you need to finish. All of that documentation, imagine trying to do that in Excel spreadsheets, Google Sheets, or any of those environments. And keeping up that updated documentation so that you never go behind, because trying to catch up on that at the time of the annual review process is not the easiest thing to do, right? So that's where continuous monitoring, continuous updated documentation, continuous management of risk is important. Now, by the way, in some environments, some agencies, there is now a forward-thinking process, right? Which is, in the documentation is important, risk management is even more important. So this continuous monitoring, there's a bigger and bigger emphasis on this. So if you go into a lot of the more recent papers and all of that have been written in space, there's a concept called ongoing authorization. There's a concept called continuous ATO, CATO. So all of that requires automation. Because without that, you really never can tell how you're managing your risk and how you're mitigating that risk, right? So all of that, along with the documentation, becomes important. And by the way, the controls may be changing based on initial scope, and the change in the system may require new controls to be implemented, right? And that as a mitigation steps. That means, again, update to your current documentation, which generates new system security plan, security assessment plan, then security assessment reports, and so on, right? So all of these aspects happen. So I just wanted to touch on this ongoing authorization with continuous monitoring. There is a sort of a carrot and stick approach that a lot of agencies are trying to take. Is if you can demonstrate that you can truly manage the risk on an ongoing basis for your system, as the system changes, as the threat vectors change, you're updating your risk posture as well, then you can supply a minimal set of documentation for your maintenance aspect, not the initial ATO, that of course that has to be full, but the maintenance of that ATO packages can be minimized, and you can go into this ongoing authorization, which is the part of the annual review is that I'm going to give you ongoing authorization at this point in time. So this is an area that I think is evolving, and you can see this in Rev 2 of the RMF. This particular statement is straight from the RMF, right? And it says, Oregon may choose to eliminate authorization termination date if the continuous monitoring program is sufficiently robust, right? You need to be able to demonstrate that at any point in time to the authorizing official the needed information to conduct the ongoing risk determination and risk acceptance activities with regard to security state of the information system and its ongoing effectiveness of controls employed and inherited by the system. So that applies not only to your components, but your components as they rely on the CSP components, right? Whether it's on AWS or other components of the your GSS, the general support system. So again, to Mario's point, automate, right? A lot of these things really gets down to automation because you just can't manually do this at scale, right? To your system, and the more complex system and more system, subsystem components where all they sort of try to work together, this starts to become escalating and exponentially a harder thing to do. So all of these elements are important in here. As you can see here, Mario mentioned analytics is very important. Because again, when you think about findings, right, security findings or compliance controls findings, they exponentially continue to grow. And so like, okay, well, I go to customers and they say, so Cavs, so you're gonna tell me that I have a lot of problems. I say, yeah. I already have 50,000 problems. You're gonna discover more and make it 75,000 problems? That's a bigger problem I need to deal with now. So I said, yeah, but again, at that point in time, what's important is this Pareto principle, right? This is the 80-20 analysis. Tell me the top 20% that creates an 80% risk in my organization, right? So that's where you first focus on the first 20%. You gotta chip away at the problem. There's no magic solution to address all the problems. You gotta have chipping away at first 20%, the next 20%, the next 20%, right? That's how you're gonna reduce the risk to your system. And that's part of the analysis of analytics. And again, the analytics components start when you start to get into these kinds of scale, needs to be automated. It's not something that humanly you're gonna take a whole bunch of findings and then say, I'm gonna report against these findings and then analyze these things to figure out which one is most important and so on and so forth. So you have to do a lot of these frequency analysis. There are a lot of different tooling that has to be done. And part of that is, of course, currency of the data, like it has to be current. So that means continuously gathering, assessing is very important. But once it's assessed, running that analytics, you need AI component. And when I talk about AI, I usually think about AI as sort of input, processing, and output, right? So the inputs are part of what is coming in. The processing is where you use deep learning, which is called a neural net technology or machine learning to do frequency analysis, anomaly detection, and things like that. And the output is where you can talk about what's currently everybody talks about and thinks about AI is, which is ChatGPT, right? A part of the OpenAI component to actually create the output documentation. But really the focus on the analytics component is about deep learning, is about machine learning, identify where the analysis leads you to the top 20% that you need to focus on, and the top 20% that you need to focus on, right? So those are elements, but also there are things like how I can force the problem to get narrower. So like implementation of zero trust components and other things. But all of that leads ultimately still to your FedRAMP and FedRAMP documentation and updates and plan of actions. Oh, I'm going off screen. I see, sorry about that. And so I think part of that analysis, when it presents you this information, gives you a path to resolution, right? That top 20%. All right, and by the way, if all of that generates into documentation, update to the controls, and automation of some of that documentation evidence collection, that also helps you to maintain that ATO package. And so with that, we wanted to leave enough time for questions and make it interactive. Did you guys find this helpful? That's good. Good nodding of heads here.
What is your position on how OSCAL will change kind of not only the compliance artifact generation, but also the 3POW process and your continuous compliance aspects as well?
So I can go first.
Yeah.
There's also a session I think later today at 3 that really digs into OSCAL a little bit more and goes a lot more deeper into it. But I think it can be very helpful. As we talked about, a lot of automate this. It alleviates a lot of pain points. Again, kind of not as much, but machine readable documentation is kind of what it's pointing to. So kind of a little bit more how I talked about earlier, to kind of a little bit of the perspective of you have PDF docs, documentation. You're trying to get all of these sources into one place, or to translate that to somewhere else or to another system or to another source. OSCAL can help get that all into one format, one thing. So I know like FedRAMP accepted their first OSCAL SSP, was it like 2 years ago or something like that, or in 2018, 2019, so maybe a little bit longer, but somewhere around there. I believe it can be very helpful in the future to get those things iterated and to get a common source template for things to be accepted. So, you're not accepting a bunch of SSPs in different languages, like format documentation, things like that. And then to make that automation point a lot easier for machines or systems or GRC tools, GRC platforms to bring that information in and digest it and then keep iterating and doing the continuous monitoring of that portion of keeping, your SSP, your SAR, your POEMs, your tasks, all those things up to date in a convenient manner.
Yeah, and other thing is, it's not just about output in OSCAL, right? It's also the input. Like, you can make the changes to the control and, how you're going to be effectively implementing it. And then the results of that assessment based on that control and new changes. For example, let's say there are agency specified or, your organization specified frequency or the size of the, let's say the password length, duration of change should be, instead of 90 days, now become 60 days, right? You can make that change very quickly and very pointedly based on this OSCAL update. Like, okay, my control now has 60 days versus 90 days, and your evaluation automatically should change from every 90 day, when you look at the system and the password change policy is now changed from 90 to 60 day. If it's not meeting certain requirements for a particular component of the application, you can fail it or pass it, right? Depending on that. And then reporting again the update to based on your findings, saying, yeah, it's now changed to 60 days. Through OSCAL as a machine readable component can be updated. So it's not a complete change and update to the entire documentation, right? It's the pointed change. So it's not only the input part, but also the output part. I think OSCAL becomes a very powerful method to do that. Does that help? Yeah.
Anybody else have any other questions or anything? Cool. So I think we're wrapped up a little bit earlier, but yeah, I just really want to hammer home the power of GRC tools, the power of a GRC platform to really help, and like we can't say it enough, to automate these things. Maybe you cobble together some AWS services to at least alleviate some of the pain, using AWS config or security hub, guard duty, things like that, to really hammer away at the automation piece to alleviate these tasks from folks that, are tracking things in Excel or Google Docs and whatever it may be. That's a lot of manual effort, and as Kyle was saying, it keeps going. Your assessment isn't one-time thing. You have to keep updating these documentations. You have to keep updating your POEMs. Risks change, compliance change, controls change. So there's always going to be something that's changing. And then if you're having the manual update of doing that, now that's somebody's job to keep on top of these controls as they change, keep on top of the compliance within your own system, tracking the compliance in your system, making POEM tasks out of it, assigning those tasks to folks, making sure the workflow is getting done, collecting the evidence from that task that now somebody's updated, and then you have to go update your SSP, the SAR, all of that good stuff. And GRC tools really help alleviate all of that. They'll find a compliance deviation, they'll let you know, you can send alerts, have people work on it, create the POEM and all that stuff right in the one platform, and then it can pull it all into your documentation and really help alleviate a lot of that manual effort.
And just to add to that, when you think about, let's say you build this initial documentation, your SSP is 400 pages long, and your SAR document with Excel and Word document, let's say, is another 200, at least 250 page long. Okay, that's your initial baseline. Now, if you want to change that baseline on your annual review process, or a quarterly review process, but certainly annual review process that you need to submit. Now, imagine all of this to be done on a manual basis requires regeneration of this new 400-page document. Well, what if you're using the proper GRC tools and platforms, that most of the time the changes are not that dramatic. I mean, there may be, let's say, 5%, 10%, 15% change to your system, and it's how it operates and changes that need to be done. So now if you could have ability, since all this is in a single platform, all this information is there, the impacted controls are about 5% or 10% controls, you make the changes in the system for that 5 or 10% impacted changes, it spits out a new SSP, right? You take the existing package, you make a clone of it, it has all the content you wrote for that 400 page. Now there are these 20 pages that you need to change based on this set of controls that impacted. It made your job so much easier, right? Maintaining and updating it. So that, I think, is a huge benefit. for having this centralization. Second thing I would say is collaboration. Because again, if you collaborate based on emails and Excels and, Slacks and, Google Sheets and all that, well, that's one way to do it, or SharePoints for that. Somebody who's a Microsoft, I don't want to say if you're not, you're the SharePoint is the same concept. But then collaboration where you can actually say, hey, take a look at what I've just written, review it and approve it by control basis or assessment by assessment basis. All of that is within the platform itself. They get notified, they go in, check that component, and that update is complete now, right? Instead of somebody updating and collecting and then pushing it into your documentation is all done for you. So automation is of the continuous monitoring. Also, there's a huge component we talked about, but even the documentation, collaboration, creation, updates become so much more pinpointed and incremental in the follow-on years that a lot of the load is reduced in submitting those and updating those documents.
So you would probably need some sort of machine learning model triggering based on you're a newer CSP, you don't have large data, big environment. It's going to be I'm wondering what are some initial use cases for 3 to 4 year old companies what are some initial use cases for?
Yeah, so actually, I would say that the first day you start building the knowledge of your environment as a CSP, right? Using this automation, starts building your baseline. And the baseline, you don't have to wait for a year. I mean, your baseline is, I can pretty guarantee you that every day, every week is changed. Some things are changing in that particular environment. You may be adding new services, you may be changing the components of the environment, whatever may be the case, right? So it's constantly learning from all of that. Every learning adds to the previous learning aspects of it. So learning is continuous in that nature. So the machine learning algorithms are continuously taking the new updates, adding it to the previous baseline that they currently had. And so this process is ongoing from day one, so like day 2 onwards, think of it that way. In any part of the machine learning, you ultimately have to train the model, right? To train the model to say, if it's supervisory inputs you needed, then you can say, yeah, this is right, this is wrong, or yep, this is not up to date. But there are other machine learning algorithms which are, self-learning algorithms as well. They're non-supervisory inputs required. So they are, as long as they're bound in the context of the model, the training model, then it will keep learning on its own continuously. So I don't think you would have to wait for too long. I mean, if you're a 3-4 year old company, the day you started, I would say within a week, you're starting to have enough of data to start to feed the machine learning algorithms. And then by end of the month, you probably have a really good data set that's already there and just keeps evolving from that point onwards. Now, if you truly want to move away from supervisory inputs, you need to really look at deep learning, right? The neural net technology, which is another kind of AI component. The benefit of neural net technology, also known as deep learning technology, is it does not require supervisory inputs, right? So machine learning requires supervisory inputs, neural net doesn't. Again, you don't have to worry about it because the program already is built in these platforms, and it can build it for you. But the neural net allows, it basically triangulates. Think of it as it has 3 different algorithms it will use to come to a conclusion. And if they are all matching very closely, it says, yep, this is good. They have something called long-term, short-term memories on that, and it builds itself on its own. Again, you don't have to worry about how it does it, but the distinction, I think, is important, that it doesn't require supervisory inputs. Machine learning does require supervisory inputs. So to answer your question, I think the day 2, I think we should start to get a benefit of that, any of these components of AI, right? Because all of that ultimately feeds into the analytics which, I mean, the end state of all of this is, give me the top 20% I should focus on that I can reduce my risk posture, right?
Question, would you advise kind of going back and feeding those, let's say, legacy documents, let's say, out or off history of time? Would you go back and convert those?
Not necessarily. I mean, I would think that your last document, right, is your document that you have presented to the authorizing official. If that can be converted into OSCAL, right? And again, there are many different ways, like, you know, a lot of the tooling will allow you to export it as an Excel and import it back in as an Excel, right, components. And once that is done, converting output to an OSCAL is already pre-built in the tooling. So you can generate that. So I would say just the last is the most important one, because the other one is more historical data, and it's relevant, but not that relevant, because it's your current state is what matters.
Yeah, to point to that of the current documentation. So, you know, as you make your documentation, that's the new baseline. Something comes out, you change compliance needs, you change security controls, stuff like that to meet the risk. That's now new baseline. So like he was saying, just converting your newest documentation would probably be the starting point. But then if you wanted to, like if you're using AI or some kind of learning module, it wouldn't be hurtful to go back and then now change all of those old documentation to OSCAL. So if you're trying to train your model and have it learn more. But yeah, like you were saying, the newest documentation is always going to be your new baseline. As things change, as you make an update, you have a new baseline. Something comes out, new controls change, you know, new risk is introduced into your system, you have to remediate it. Now you have a new baseline you have to go update to. So that newest living document should always be your new baseline.
Your starting point, yeah.
Your starting point, yeah.
So you mentioned about common control. Then so a lot of the enterprises, they may have their own sort of common hosting provider like AWS, they have their own common control. And then they have different expiration date or validation of that control. And those things are included in the package that I'm creating for my application. How does that tool set kind of reconcile different expiration date or so to speak? How does it package it in the format of certification or creating?
Yeah, you want me to take it? Good. Sure. So I think, you know, so there are, you know, if you broaden that question, you know, control, let's say there are 100 controls. Of the 100 controls, let's say 30% of the controls are inherited from the cloud service provider, right, or infrastructure service provider. And maybe there are another 30% that are enterprise common controls. So they are essentially how enterprise implements certain things, from identity access management, you know, security authorization boundary, and things like that. So that gets you another 30%. And let's say now the 40% are system specific, or it's a combination of system specific and hybrid, right? Because they are part system specific implementation, and there's part what you have as common control inherited from CSP or enterprise. So it's a question of all of that coming together. Now, things in between some of those controls could be expired for the reasons of frequency of testing, right? Some might say, hey, you know, this part, whether the encryption is on all your S3 buckets, as an example, should be a part of a control for encryption testing. And once a year is not good enough for tests, you need to revalidate that literally every month. Kind of scenario, and hence it expires every 30 days. But the control documentation of how it is done doesn't change. How frequently it's tested changes. So really the ability for you to take your controls as a Lego building blocks, right? You know, what you inherit from CSP, what you inherit from enterprise, and what are system specific, still stays the same. Is the frequency of the testing of those controls, which is the component of assessment, right? Part of the, after implementation, your assessment step is now changing. And the expiration is a mechanism that everybody uses to force, you know, added tests, which will update your SAR, which will update your SAP and things like
that. Nobody else has any other questions? I believe we break for lunch, 11:45. There'll be lunch out in the hallway you can grab. And then there's the cafe around the corner to go ahead and sit down and have lunch. And then for anybody who's watching the live stream, we resume back at 12:30, I believe, with some more talks, some good talks.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome to Amazon Live Streaming, brought to you by the ITS Event Productions team. Enjoy the background music as you wait for your event. Your scheduled event will start shortly. Please stay tuned.
Today's the day. We will be joined. We will give back to the people and make so. And we will destroy those who seek it.
Enjoying the music? All content you're currently listening to was produced by Amazon's Audio Studios team. Stay tuned for your scheduled event. Want to host your own event? Create your meeting experience today at meetings.amazon.com. Thank you for your patience. Your event will begin soon. Looking for caption support? Closed captions are available through the media player. Welcome to Amazon Live Streaming, brought to you by the ITS Event Productions team. Enjoy the background music as you wait for your event. Your scheduled event will start shortly. Please stay tuned. Enjoying the music? All content you're currently listening to was produced by Amazon's Audio Studios team. Stay tuned for your scheduled event. Want to host your own event? Create your meeting experience today at meetings.amazon.com. Thank you for your patience. Your event will begin soon. Looking for caption support? Closed captions are available through the media player.
schedule as much as possible. See folks coming in. Great. Okay. Hi, my name is David Mascaroni. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Aquia. Thank you all again for your time today. I know it's hard for everyone to take an entire day out of your schedule, but I hope it's been worth it so far. I think the morning sessions were really informative. There were a couple things that I learned that I took away that I'm going to talk about real quick. So first of all, in Chris's opening session, I think the point that he made that FedRAMP isn't perfect, but without it, what type of security compliance would anyone be doing? We didn't have any guardrails in place. I think that's something that we should all consider, that this is an evolving thing. We're all part of the solution moving it forward. So that's a key takeaway there. From the agency perspective, Shante had a good analogy of saying, understanding how each agency does their own flavors of ice cream. So if NIST is vanilla, FedRAMP will be chocolate, and then she works at CMS, so CMS would be strawberry. But it's all ice cream. It's just different flavors of it. I thought that was a cool takeaway. For the post-ATO Conmon FedRAMP revision 5, Ali, I was bouncing between the sessions. I think one of the cool questions that Ali received was how data privacy and Conmon interact. So how people actually, in their daily work, if they handle sensitive workloads, how is that taken into consideration during continuous monitoring program? And the answer is it's really hard, right? It's on the individual, but it's something that, again, through education and knowledge and just adherence, I think is something that we can all strive to move forward on. On the pre-ATO talk, it was we are all CSPs, according to NIST 800-145. So for those who meet the 5 standards within NIST 800-145, every provider, whether it's infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service, is considered a cloud solution provider, not just the big 5. I thought that was interesting. I never knew that. In the Vision 2030 session, there was a good question about where humans fit in the context of AI. And it was really about AI as an enabler for people. And the analogy that was given was Starbucks coffee versus your automated airport coffee. If you weren't in that session, we'll explain how you can understand what that means. And then the last one was harnessing GRC. So it's compliance automation versus manual, trying to move away from as much manual as we can so that we can scale the compliance efforts across the board. So if some of those sounded foreign to you and you want to know what I was talking about, we're actually recording all of these sessions. They're going to be on YouTube. I think, where's Ashling? I think it's next week. We're going to have those up so you can see the sessions that you missed. So yeah, with that, we're going to move into the afternoon program. We have our esteemed panel here. We're going to be talking about navigating the SaaS landscape in the federal government. We have Justin Finelli, the acting CTO of the Department of Navy, James Sanders, who is the CISO for the Office of OPM, and then Nick Sinai, former U.S. Deputy CTO at the White House, Senior Advisor at Insight Partners, and Adjunct Professor at Kennedy Harbor School, and a Board Advisor for Aquia. For those of you who were paying attention to this program earlier, we were going to have Maria Rote on the program, former Deputy CIO. Unfortunately, she had a family emergency. She couldn't be here, but she wishes everyone best of luck. And actually, Nick was able to step in. We really appreciate Nick being able to do that at last minute. Okay, so today we're going to be talking about a couple of topics. I think I'm staying on this slide here. But first is how the government is buying and evaluating and using SaaS. Then we're going to try to talk about value of the FedRAMP marketplace, purchasing FedRAMP versus not FedRAMP, and then kind of diving into PaaS versus IaaS versus SaaS offerings, just to see if there's any differentiation in the FedRAMP marketplace between the 3 that you guys want to dive into. I'm going to ask a couple questions to individual people, and then we're going to try to get some group think going on. So the first actually is to Justin. From your vantage point as acting CTO for the Department of the Navy, how do you navigate the complexities of procurement and implementing SaaS, PaaS, and IaaS solutions within the Department of Navy? And specifically, How does the FedRAMP standards and FedRAMP marketplace facilitate or constrain your technology strategy and operational efficiency?
Totally. Afternoon, Patriots. So two jobs. One is the CTO. So from a policy perspective, we could talk about cyber ready and the great work with Zero Trust and how that's being streamlined and making what's common and riding off of some of the good stuff that's happening out of FedRAMP that made it worse. And then on the tech director for PEO Digital, so within the acquisition side where we're actually doing most of the procurement and acquisition and building for IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, we can talk about kind of those intersection points. So first piece is I met a couple of the folks here. Like if you are selling to the government, then you are part of the mission. You are serving. You are like aptly patriots, and you are probably frustrated just because it's annoying to do business with the government at times, right? And so where we can allow for focus, we want that, right? I'm a utility player, and I'd love nothing more than to just focus on being a good wide receiver or maybe tight end at this age. But the idea of like everyone having to be good at everything is something that we're trying desperately to get away from. And so the FedRAMP partnership has been imperfect, but a good one because it allows us to focus on what's common and then make use of that. So from a reciprocity perspective, we'll try and drive down that lane. And then from a cybersecurity and then specifically cyber ready initiative within the Department of Navy, the CIO and the CISO and I are all pushing this idea of moving continuous monitoring to the left. And so I think this opens up new doors. We right now have 2 pilots within Cyber Ready, and the way that we're evaluating pilots is the same way that we're going, like, so the candidacy for pilots is the same way we're going to evaluate the effectiveness of those and scaling that process. And this is to say that if you are improving operational readiness and operational resilience, and so we can prove that with Zero Trust, we can say, hey, they have followed the process, but what's more important than the process is the results speak for themselves. And we have outcome-driven metrics. We have WAMs. There's a LinkedIn post and a couple other to tell how we do that and how we do that evaluation. We want that to be measured in things on the network that are effective, overall efficiencies of the folks who are using that, and then shifting the ratio of here's the amount of time doing technical work and here's the amount of time doing social work. So the answer to like how is that integration happening? Well, 6 months of mostly conversations in manual paperwork is unsatisfactory to everybody. So the more that we can automate that and in turn bring that down, the better off we are. If people are doing that well, we want to document that and we want to play more offense and share those stories. If people are particularly frustrated, be as specific as possible, and don't email me necessarily, but let's document the specifics of where we're hung up so that we can bin those and do something together. The coolest part of forums like this and in general where we are with the government is we talk to each other, and so in public, private, and all of it. So if we tee up, hey, here's a specific issue that we're saying we're doing well on and we aren't, and we're stuck, then we might be able to move the needle better than we could 5 years ago.
So that's Justin.Finelli at, no, I'm just kidding.
Use that one.
Next is for James. Okay, in the context of cybersecurity compliance, can you discuss the value of selecting FedRAMP authorized solutions versus not FedRAMP one for OPM? And then how do those decisions align with the broader cybersecurity initiative and executive directives such as the EO on cybersecurity and EO 11410 on secure use of AI?
Ooh, that's a long question. All right. I'd like to start off with saying that the vendors that choose to enter the FedRAMP marketplace, I know for a fact they take the government's cybersecurity interests seriously. Because you don't have to enter that marketplace. You can choose to serve, private industry, nothing wrong with that. You can choose to work with the agency and find pathways around FedRAMP, which is a thing, unfortunately. So that's where I'd like to start off at. But when I think about, let's say, Executive Order 14028, for the most part, we're talking about Zero Trust, MFA, encryption, but in that same document, it speaks about supply chain. So when I think about FedRAMP, it helps me understand a bit more, hey, either the JAB has assessed this and say,
they're okay with it, or another agency has accepted, or we decide to sponsor a vendor, and we're assessing that so that we understand what's there. We understand if there's an issue, you're riding on whatever your IaaS provider is that you choose. If they're having an issue, then we know likely that you're inheriting that issue as well. And the last part is I really want to hit on is cost. You know, as an agency, and OPM's a relatively small agency, the cost of security, you know, we got to balance that with the business. So by going to FedRAMP, a majority of that cost is unfortunately or fortunately on the vendor. You have to invest in a pen test. You have to invest in a third-party assessment organization so that you can get your JAB authorization, agency authorization, et cetera. And on my end as a CISO, I don't have to expend my agency resources to go through all of your managed controls. I have to just focus on the customer managed ones. Now, true, when I sign an ATO, we're assuming the risk across the entire stack. But it's really those three elements that, by being on the FedRAMP marketplace, it makes it easier for us to bring you on board. It makes it easier for us to contract with you, and it makes it easier for us to know where some of the risks lie versus just picking a vendor not on the FedRAMP marketplace.
Yeah, when I was a Fed myself at CMS, I had the pleasure of taking Databricks before they got their FedRAMP, the Howard's in the back there, through the ATO process and going through every single control line by line. So it was a super fun process. So I understand where you're coming from. You know, again, there's only so much time and energy that as a Fed, you know, a federal civilian, that you can put toward trying to get a tool that you need for mission focus, you know, into production. So FedRAMP is definitely important from that perspective. Nick, you have a unique vantage point because you were in the Obama administration when the FedRAMP program was being stood up, and then now you're on the other side of it with Insight Partners, looking at trying to move the needle forward through your companies, your portfolio companies there. So my question to you is, what are some of the things that have evolved in the world of FedRAMP since the early days of its inception to where you see it now on the other side?
Yeah, thank you, Dave. Great to be here. So we've made a lot of progress with FedRAMP in terms of the number of companies that have gone through. I think there's a greater understanding in the ecosystem. I mean, the whole purpose here is to have some standardization, and so to provide more options to these fine public servants. So, you know, when it was getting stood up, I mean, I remember we had a 25-point cloud plan in 2009, I think, right? So you think about this push to, we should do more cloud, the cloud can actually be safe, like those kinds of messages were coming out in the early part of the Obama administration. These days, there isn't this question about, you know, whether we should move systems and build applications or buy SaaS. I think people understand that. Now there's this focus on how do we have greater efficiency, greater automation, right? The whole push for OSCAL, for example. So how do we think about this in terms of data rather than static documents?
Awesome. Yeah, and we'll be talking about OSCAL. I think Chris will be touching on that in the next session. And this one's for all of you. Could each of you elaborate on the strategic importance of the FedRAMP marketplace in your respective areas? So meaning, how does the platform streamline the procurement process of SaaS, IaaS, PaaS, if it does it all for you? And then what improvements would you like to see to better serve any federal agencies?
Yeah, I guess I'll start. I'll give an example. So right now we're looking for some additional security tools to support our mission. So I have the team, you know, searching across the internet, you know, looking at the Gartners and Forces of the world, scraping through Reddit forums, using ChatGPT as necessary, to figure out, you know, what technologies can we use to solve this particular situation we want to deal with. And you know, they bring back a list, fantastic, 50 items on this list. So I'll say, you all know my great filter is going to be, one, it needs to be a SaaS, because I don't want to manage any infrastructure. And two, I really don't want to configure anything, so that kind of takes PaaS out the scenario. So of all the SaaSes on this list, which one is actually FedRAMP? Oh, now it's about 3. So that right there was the great filter. Now we're these three we're actually going to actively engage with, you know, do RFIs, RFPs, follow the process. Now it adheres to the security policy, which I'm, you know, enforcing for the agency. So from that perspective, that is how I use FedRAMP. You know, we start with a mission need, filter it,
and this is the universe that we get to work with. And as far as improvements, I think we touched on already. OSCAL, right now, the way that we implement risk management framework, particularly the authorization processes, is way too paper-based and extremely human-based, where we have our developers and vendors, you're pushing updates nearly in real time, and yet it's going to take one of my team members at least a week to say, yes, we can use this feature. So I think OSCAL, both from the FedRAMP perspective and agencies using it internally themselves, will probably be the biggest improvement that we can do in the interim.
You guys are all at companies, and you started at some point. So how long did it take you to get a computer when you started at your company? Day one, right? So it takes us about 60 days. And so you just sit there angry for 60 days, and then look for jobs on your phone. I'm kidding. So we're getting better. That was the old benchmark. Ready on day one was a big push that we had for our employees, and removing friction pays for itself over and over again from a compounding perspective. So FedRAMP Marketplace, we can talk about the hows, but specifically, we'll have won when you say it is as streamlined to work with the government as it is to work with industry. So you have dual use partners, and anything that you can do, because the innovation isn't necessarily coming from the government, to say, hey, this is a duplicative step, or this is super manual and I know how to automate that, bring that forward to the team and streamline it. Whenever one of Nick's startups within the portfolio of Insight Investments, and when your company and when some company that you're helping says, hey, I know that I have security on the public sector and private sector side, and there are times where private sector feels a little bit Wild West and standardization would be good, and there are times when government feels burdensome. And so where that is like in the same atmosphere and we're bringing that down and we can show that that is providing benefit, right? We don't want to go down to, I mean, it depends on the sector, right? Like Fin is pretty, like they're doing things too. They're not Wild West. And so where we are benchmarking against realistic, highly secure industry partners and getting comparable results, and where an individual company is seeing those results and then bragging about it because you figured it out, share that. We'll make you, I don't know, like DoD famous. So tell those stories and make us all better at it. This is one of the most high leverage, or one of like the longest pole vault opportunities we have in DoD and cloud, right? So like the 2009, we were super slow on cloud, and that was either like frustrating or like mildly like I don't know, validating if you're looking at the government and saying like, oh, you should be better. We can't afford to do that on AI and SaaS integrations, like really can't afford, like that we won't get the time back on cloud. This is a really important time to be as specific as possible for quantifying your ready on day one journey or ready on day 60 journey and any time that you save.
And Nick? I get a lot of calls from CEOs in our portfolio because we have hundreds of investments, and I only sit on 5 boards. So there's a lot of CEOs who I don't know very well in our portfolio because we'll have made a new investment, and they'll be like, what is this FedRAMP thing? And is this really required to sell in the federal government? And so I'll have this conversation about how increasingly it is required from a policy and from an action perspective. And increasingly, this is a best practice and an investment, but this is going to take you some dollars and some time. But I'll tell you what, if you're trying to hire a world-class VP of federal, that he or she is going to see whether you're committed to FedRAMP and to other federal certs to see if you're really committed to this marketplace. So there's kind of this question of, are you committed as a SaaS company to the federal market, which includes certs. And so, it's also useful because it's all public. You can say, look at your competitor. They're FedRAMP ready, or they have an authorization, and you can see that they're already making great progress. So it's a good, that's one of the, yes, how I actually use the marketplace. I use it in the education with CEOs and other executives inside the portfolio.
Awesome.
So on that, if anyone does, so we occasionally hear like, oh, it costs it's $1 million investment, it's a $2 million investment, it's a 1 year. If anyone does that faster or cheaper, then we will brag for you on that, and we will kind of like raise that up. You can email me, that's David Mascaroni. But let's lift that up.
That's how, you can get into that faster lane, I'm just saying. It was actually interesting to hear, Nick, I'm actually curious, and we don't have to talk about it now, but at what point in the journey when you're talking with them, do you say, when are you going to take this seriously? I guess it's probably company by company dependent on when they're going to do that. And then we can hit on that later. For Justin, you said the federal government can be burdensome sometimes. I think there's never going to be burdensome. It's more methodical and thought provoking. And then
Wait, so the government is not burdensome. We're getting real and getting better.
Yeah.
So getting real. Can we do a quick vote on that?
I'd be curious to see. And then James, actually, I do have a question that we can touch on real quick. When you say that when you do your filter down on the FedRAMP lens, is that just FedRAMP approved, or do you also consider those who are in process or those who have FedRAMP ready? Like where does that filter end for you?
I'll say it the simplest way. If you exist on the marketplace, you count. So ready works, accepted works, and progress works.
Okay. Justin, how does the Department of the Navy approach the challenge of integrating SaaS with existing PaaS and IaaS infrastructures while adhering to federal mandates and ensuring operational readiness and security?
So we have different use cases, and so like the level of delegated authority depends on the particular use case.
Mm-hmm.
And so that we have three use case 1, 2, and 3. And so the process for evaluating that right now is an assumption that we revisit from time to time, and I think results will dictate revisiting that, the better that goes. And so I was talking about the cyber-ready pilots. For the cyber-ready pilots, the idea of continuously monitoring those and automating more of that means that we can streamline that, less manual, less governance, less checks. In general, one of the primary ways that we do this within PEO Digital is we say, okay, first, what is the value or the impact of this service to the greater good, right? And so like there will never, I hope, be a shortage of SaaS applications that are good dual use case. They've proven that, but like they understand our environment well enough to show that they will be at highest impact. We are prioritizing based on impact and value. From there, we say, okay, this is highest impact, but it's a little bit clunkier. This will be hard. This might be a use case 3, in which case we're going to hustle and do attention. But the more of that can be in the background, or the more that we can quantify the case for why this is important, and then we drill into those standard questions, the better it is. If we don't understand what this is doing, or if it's just a pilot for pilot's sake, then we can't say this is going to help Indo-PACOM, so we need to get this through, or let's break out for a 30-minute meeting with this AO.
Right.
So that the numerator denominator distinction, and frankly, the vendors and the operational users are driving that and pushing the acquisition folks and the policy folks. And so that's, I think, the way it should be, because there's the most cycles there.
Yeah, I agree. There's an aspect of this that people don't recognize when they come into it from the private industry, that the acquisitions team is very much they need to be part of the process and ensuring that you're getting effective mission-ready applications into production. James, with a focus on securing sensitive information, how does OPM evaluate the security offerings of, you said you don't do PaaS and IaaS, I'm going to take that out, but of the SaaS tools that you're pulling from the FedRAMP marketplace? And then how do you ensure these services continually meet the evolving threats and compliance requirements that are changing?
Oh, well, we definitely do use IaaS and PaaS. I just personally prefer SaaS just to reduce the burden on myself and my team.
I got you.
But I don't think this process differs too much than how we do risk management across any system.
Yep.
So it starts with understanding the business or mission need. What does this program office need? What does my counterpart in OCIO need? Second is then understanding the data. The sensitive information is very broad. Some data is more sensitive than others, which then will force us to look into, hey, this data is truly sensitive. Think PHI, PII, information about federal employees. Well, that's pretty much going to pitch you in the FedRAMP high boundary, which is a filter in itself. Or maybe it's a different type of data, maybe project management data or financial data, and maybe it goes moderate and then other data goes low. So depending on data, we'll say, hey, program office, business partner, we're likely going to rate you as a FIPS 199 high, which means any cloud provider that you're looking for will need to be at the higher rating. Now, last time I looked was, I looked at the marketplace earlier this week. There's quite a few high SaaS providers out there, a little less PaaS, and naturally there's only so many IaaS providers. But in some cases, when you go IaaS, that's where you're going to find your highs. So you may have to build on top of that versus finding a SaaS provider. As far as continuously monitoring, it's the monthly commons. I think you mentioned that earlier in the intro. That's probably the best place for you and other agencies that are leveraging the particular platform to be able to interact with the vendor to identify weaknesses, issues, points, vulnerabilities, et cetera, so that you can address them, so that you can figure out, what risks are you inheriting, so that you can now make a risk-based decision. Hey, this vendor, for whatever reason, isn't necessarily holding up the end of the bargain. I may need to go a different direction, or this vendor's doing great. I want to do more business with them. Anything else we can FedRAMP with you? Kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Nick, from a policy and advisory perspective, how do you see the role of FedRAMP and the FedRAMP marketplace evolving to better support the government's needs for flexible, secure, and efficient cloud services across PaaS, SaaS, and IaaS?
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because I've been asked that several times with the federal government and submitted comments and talked to folks. In fact, John Allison, who's been now in several portfolio companies, is one of our resident experts on FedRAMP and has also submitted a lot of thoughts here. At the end of the day, I'll revert to what I said earlier, is that we have to go faster, right? What was the stat today? 500 companies, more give or take, right? Yeah. And so how many software companies do you think the federal government uses today? More than 500, right? It's got to be thousands, if not tens of thousands. And so, how do we step change this? Across subsequent administrations, we've decided that this is going to be how we do security once. And then so we've got to drive real reciprocity. We've got to drive real automation. And so one of the ways to do that, in my mind anyway, is to remove sponsorship. Because right now we have John's cheering. We have a single threaded process. That is, it's got to go through your consultant, it's got to go through 3PAO, it's got to go through your customer, and then it's got to go through a PMO. And so each of these has humans making subjective decisions, right? So this isn't binary. It's like, well, no, I think the boundary should be like this, or I think this piece of evidence qualifies for that. So there's some subjectivity in all of these steps, and you fundamentally have to go through a single program office. And this is the same thing is true with DISA, and so on the DoD side. And so what if we were to remove the sponsorship and essentially accredit some sort of standards enforcement? And that's the way most private sector standards work, is you have standards bodies that do that function for the government. And I think that would actually help us get, along with some of the automation that we're pursuing as a community, I think that would help us get there faster, because we really want to get more companies up to that security bar. And I'm all for the kinds of improvements in security that FedRAMP represents, because there's always this tension of, for startups and for scale-ups, should I just do what's required of FedRAMP, or should I actually take this holistically across my entire product and company? And I'm glad that a lot of the CEOs that I talk with and CISOs inside of my companies that I talk with want to do the latter. That is, they actually want to make this corporate-wide. But the fact of the matter is we're still only at 500 companies, and we've got to go faster. So I think removing sponsorship would be a pretty big change, but would help us get there. And that's going to require Congress and OMB. That's not something that the program office can do unilaterally. The second thing that I think would be really big is better reciprocity and
DISA or DoD and the federal civilian or the program office. Because right now we have reciprocity from FedRAMP moderate to IL2, but you basically have a lot of additional process steps inside of DoD. And if you actually go ask DISA, well, how many SaaS companies are actually at IL4, IL5, IL6? You quickly get very few, right? I think it's like teams that are IL4 of SaaS companies. And so what does that tell you? That there's only a dozen SaaS companies that DoD feels comfortable using? No, of course they're using it. They're just not going through the IL process through DISA, right? And so I think we could have greater reciprocity and greater standardization between the federal civilian and defense side of this.
Can we start a petition today? Well, I'll sign it. I'll be the first signer. You can get that signature going to get that removed. Because again, it is chicken or the egg for some folks, especially when you're starting out and you have an amazing product, but you don't have the connections. It's really hard to get that sponsorship. You can go for FedRAMP ready, but it's a challenge when you're doing that too.
Can I say one more quick thing?
Yeah.
Is that we're seeing that FedRAMP is valuable outside of government. That is in regulated industries, in state government, et cetera. The fact that you've achieved FedRAMP actually means something, especially if you've taken it seriously as a company and applied it corporate-wide to your products rather than a separated federal one.
That's a good point.
So riffing off of that, like lowering the burden, the only way to do that, we can like root for the policy or influence them, but like if we have the numbers that show and a few stories that show that we have opened up the market. So there are some IL4 and IL5, like there are fewer IL6, but commercial solutions for classified is something that we want to do more of. I was looking at we had a meeting this morning on this. And so the idea of opening up that market is lowering the burden, looking for these win-wins, mostly likely through automation, where you could do a stepwise change, where then you could say we don't need a sponsor because our throughput is there. And so it's a matter of speed, like Nick said, and then lowering the burden because the amount of investment has to come down to do that speed anyway. So that's very much a win-win. Like that trade space is connected.
Yeah, I agree. In the interest of time, now because we're talking about like what we would change, James, I'm just going to get you. What would you change the most? What would have the most impact for you to change low-hanging fruit?
I was just sitting here just going to my thoughts on the comment earlier about removing the sponsorships, and I was like, how could that work? And my thoughts were settled. I totally don't know, by the way. I'm sure you have noticed that. Is a lot of the vendors has SOC 1, 2. For financial area, you have PCI DSS and other forms of PCI, and other equivalent accreditation. So maybe, just me crystal balling here, don't hold me to this or anything. I'm not part of the FedRAMP organization, but maybe some type of reciprocity between standard industry accreditations and FedRAMP. So if you achieve 1, 2 of pick your accreditation, that is equal to a low or moderate FedRAMP, maybe. So that's me throwing out there. Don't hold me to it.
I mean, it would be a good solution too. We have 10 minutes left, so I want to open it up for questions. I'm sure there are going to be a ton. If you want to ask a question, please raise your hand. We'll have a microphone come to you. Don't ask it before you have the microphone for the sake of those who are remote. We have some questions here. Go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask the question to all the panelists, even though Nick is the one that brought the idea of lowering the burden for the assessment process. Does it, and reciprocity having in place, does it make sense maybe to employ a different process that will allow for level 1, level 2 self-assessment versus higher levels that will employ a third-party assessment? Would that be another direction to go? What do you think would that be?
I think there's a value. I'll start. So I think there's a value to having third parties, right? When you have an accountant or when you have an auditor, right? And all the companies where I'm on the board, we have an independent auditor, and they present a report that we see, and they say, hey, the financial controls were weak here, or et cetera, and we insist on an annual audit. So having third parties come in, I think is actually valuable. I think that's a good kind of security practice. I think it's a good corporate governance practice. And the question is, in my mind, do you need the government to be actively playing a role there, or can we have some sort of accredit the standards bodies rather than directly sign off on those?
The reason why I ask question is because if I'm a low risk from the IRS perspective, I can use any tax software, and I'm confident that I do a good job because I have good guidance. It has automation in place. Maybe OSCAL can help for lower L1, L2, L3 systems to support a faster process through self-assessment with rigorous criteria, of course.
I'm all for fast.
While you're trying to simplify, shouldn't you also try to deduplicate? Now we also have CMMC, right? So you're talking about removing the sponsor. What if you take the assessment of CMMC to bring that company up to a certain level as far as the identification of a secure provider? They may not already be FedRAMP ready, but you know they've already gone through a pretty rigorous inspection, which is also pretty hard for a small business to get through already.
No, don't get me started on CMMC.
Yeah, I think it's something to that one really quick. I can see self-assessments up to the FedRAMP low marker, but when we start getting to moderate and high, that normally involves more and more sensitive data. So even if I were to receive a self-assessment, I'm going to still, either through my direct agency resources or actually as a vendor, to still do a pen test, still provide actual facts and evidence and artifacts in order to actually assure that self-assessment, so you can fill it out and say, I'm an A student across the board, but when a third party or your own internal teams actually take a look at it and say, all right, well, maybe we're seeing this subject, we can work on this. So that will be my initial concern if we go a self-assessment route, anything above low.
Due diligence.
Yeah.
Hi, Sam Idlet, 38 North Security. So my question is for everyone, but Justin, you had mentioned shifting left for ConMon. And I have a lot of thoughts on how that can be done on the industry side and automating ConMon and things like that, especially with container guidance and, you don't have to scan production anymore type stuff. From the government side, though, what's your thoughts on deliverables and how we can shift left and validate continuous monitoring deliverables, and potentially not have to have such intrusive scanning in production, leveraging things like CI/CD, staging environments?
For it? So in general, the artifacts that come out of CI/CD are what's that?
SaaS and DAS.
Like they can be rich. And so if we can do more quickly, one time reconciliation between an artifact spec and what's coming out of those and say, hey, this is meeting the mark, that's something that saves 1,000 different groups time, right? And so that reconciliation once, based on, so that's a little bit of process, right? But based on outcomes, right? We have had some success on looking at something and then pressing, I believe, but this is in Horizon 2, putting it through, monitoring it and say, well, the outcomes suggest that this is working. Let's step that up in terms of scale. And you can do that quickly, right? We're doing 30-day pilots, 60-day pilots to do that. So, it's a great idea. And if you prove something and then share it with everybody, that success story, David Mascaroni at
Aquia.us. I had a question. There's a big focus on better, cheaper, faster, obviously because it's cumbersome and costly and time consuming to go through FedRAMP. But at the same time, and there's opening the door of self-attestation, which we saw kind of failed abysmally among the defense industrial base due to false attestations and so on. How do we kind of balance that dichotomy of better, cheaper, faster when we look at the LPTA paradigm? Are we going to get more insecure, less governance, less rigor? How do we, there's a lot of companies that are very mature, have FedRAMP and are being breached and impacting the federal government, Department of Defense, and so on. How do we open that door without exposing ourselves to a lot of risk due to lowering the barrier and the governance and the rigor and so on.
I'll start. So better, cheaper, faster, several of those are inputs, right? And so cheaper is an input, faster can be an input, it can also be an output. Better is a little bit generic, right? And so if we're looking at the outcomes as a result of this process and revisiting that, then I think it allows you to make value-based decisions as opposed to just pure cost-based decisions. And so there's nuance in there, but where we have quantitative, hey, this is, think a little bit bigger, this is 10 times faster. We are doing this much, much better. That plus some of the zero trust specifics allow us to pilot 5, 10 different COAs and show that one is a far better option than others. And then we can simplify it and genericize the language. But I think there are probably different definitions for every seat in the room on faster, better, cheaper. If we say what we mean, we standardize, and that we can get everyone in the cyber apparatus to kind of nod to that, then reciprocity gets way easier.
Let's also think about the alternative of complex custom built and then maintained software, which is kind of arguably the dominant way that systems are built and maintained in government, right? And so SaaS can be better, faster, cheaper compared to that.
And I want to add to that, even though we want to accelerate and make the checks cheaper, it's still going through the same process. Still doing the same checks. Still pretty much being up against 853. When I think about it, and ATO's code, CI/CD pipelines is really, again, accelerating it, but you're still hitting the same checks. So where we could work on reducing risk as far as breaches and threats, it's improving, as mentioned, the outcomes, the targets that we're looking for. But I don't think that's necessarily fully coupled with being better, cheaper, faster.
We have time for one more question.
Good afternoon, Shantae Singletary from CMS. So I really like that idea of removing the sponsorship, which is interesting. And then I think, James, you mentioned looking at some outside audits as a consideration of rubber stamping. So if you think about it, and I'm just putting this out there, if most of these companies go through a 3PL or some type of audit firm, right? And they've already been accredited through FedRAMP or to do SOC 2s or PCI DSS. Wouldn't that be nice if we can just use those assessments as just a way of bringing some of these SaaS products in the fold for FedRAMP? I'm just throwing it out there as an idea because a lot of the controls that you look at different frameworks, they all map to the same requirements. So a lot of these organizations may not adhere to NIST 853, but maybe they're ISO 27001. They crosswalk with each other. So if I'm an organization that's already been to an audit, can an organization leverage some of those audit results to become FedRAMP or more FedRAMP ready? Just a consideration out there. It's something that our agency has been looking at for a while because FedRAMP does not move at the speed of light, and we have centers and offices that really want to use other products, and the marketplace is limited. And as you all know, most of these FedRAMP products, there's multiple variations in the non-FedRAMP realm of things. It may offer a different pricing model. So that's another challenge, right? So I think we just got to figure out a different way of doing things, and I'm really interested in hearing some of you guys' feedback on that.
As the non-Fed, I can probably say that I'd like us to also take these kinds of approaches. I think it's all the above. I think we can find ways to strengthen and improve FedRAMP while also thinking about SOC 2, which has a lot of the same controls. How can you get going on using that for mission if the risk is suitably low, right? If it's at the right level, because there are so many great software companies and capabilities out there that the federal mission absolutely needs to take advantage of. Because there's the risk of, well, what if we don't adopt some of these tools? We're going to under-deliver on mission. We are perhaps not going to give the warfighter everything that he or she needs. Like there is operational risk we're taking by not adopting emerging
state-of-the-art technology. So I think we have to be thinking about that risk too. So CMS has led on the, hey, let's think about alternative approaches while we're also trying to get companies through FedRAMP as well. So I appreciate the all the above approach.
Justin or James, any thoughts? I guess my first thought is, I am beholden to follow agency policy and federal policy. So whatever FedRAMP is right now is what I'll follow. But I like the idea. It actually makes a lot of sense. Probably had to do a crosswalk between, the deltas between the birds, different ones. But from my old studies, they're about 80–90% the same, right? So that last 10%, how much value do those last 10% of controls matter? Are they documentation controls, -1 controls, or are they something else? So I think that might be something really good to look into in the future. So I may have to put a bug into GSA-Z one of these days on that subject. There you go.
But acceptable to the agency, because really I'm not getting pen test scans vulnerability scans or pen test results. I'm really understanding their security program and whether or not it meets the level of NIST 853. So that's the comfort I get. Like if you go into any type of grocery store, they meet a certain standard, right? Accreditation. Any organization meets a level of accreditation. I want to make sure that level of accreditation exists with that vendor. They're doing their security best practices and due diligence. They have an established program that wouldn't ultimately impact me in any kind of way, right? The other stuff I would have to figure out down the line. I think that's something we can have further conversations around. But if they already did some initial stuff, why can't that be leveraged?
Yeah. And so, for me, this is like a macro optimization problem, right? And so would this save more time than going, so do the translation conversations take more time than re-due diligencing it, right? And I think if you look at the whole, and we're super organized about that, if it opens the market, if the thing we're optimizing for here is not maintaining a risk posture, but looking at overall risk and looking at cost to users and looking at the size of the ecosystem, so panning out, I think there's a real return on investment to those bigger ideas. But where it comes from and who funds that, do we put that into the POM, or do people just initiate ideas that say, hey, we did this translation and this is something that other people can do over and over again? It's pretty finite. There are only so many translations. So the Rosetta Stone is 3, 4, 5 languages max. I think we can prove that out.
Yeah, I think there's room for cross-agency collaboration on these things. Certainly that was the intent of the FedRAMP program in the beginning anyway, was to create a standard. But as we're seeing, the speed of business and the mission moves a little bit faster than that program. So it's not going to get solved here today, but these are definitely thought-provoking things. I want to thank all of you for joining us on this panel. It's been a pleasure talking with all three of you. Next up, we have Travis Goldberg, who's the go-to-market leader at AWS, and Ted Steffen, head of compliance acceleration, speaking on federal compliance acceleration, documentation, and resources. Thank you, everyone.
Button, the light will turn green.
Yep. Testing. Hey, everybody, how you doing today?
A lot of great sessions before this.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about compliance acceleration and resources that we have here at AWS that can help you get through the process. I'm Ted Steffen. I'm the head of Federal Compliance Acceleration. Fancy title for a guy that just helps drive the priority of services that we take through FedRAMP from an AWS perspective. Prior to this, I helped create the ATO on AWS program. That program connects partners with partners that accelerate them through the FedRAMP process. And I was the DoD compliance architect here prior to that, taking the initial set of GovCloud services through FedRAMP and DoD IL4 and 5.
And I'm Travis Goldbach. I sit within our government regions go-to-market team. I focus mainly around CMMC, DFARS, NIST compliance requirements, which our customers have, and ultimately with CMMC now and the FedRAMP equivalency, really excited to show everyone around the solutions and services that we have.
So, and I apologize, I was hoping for a monitor over there that I could see that I wouldn't have to turn, but we got a short little agenda here. We got some really good resources to talk about. We're going to touch on what compliance is at AWS. We're going to touch on the regions and what compliance is available in those regions. The services in scope where you can go to find what AWS services are authorized for use, as well as AWS Artifact, which has some documentation for you to refer to. And then a couple of other things, the landing zone accelerator, and then I mentioned earlier the ATO on AWS program.
Yeah, and if there's three things that we want you to get out of this is, number one, how our customers are utilizing AWS and the resources to find. Number two, who to talk to if you guys have questions. That's Ted and myself. And then, I guess what customers are doing, and as well as the resources. That would be three. So.
All right, so compliance. When we think about compliance in our US-based regions here at AWS, you can see we've got a handful of badges hung up there. All of our US-based regions have a number of services that are authorized in the FedRAMP space. Our commercial regions have services authorized at FedRAMP Moderate, whereas GovCloud has them authorized up to FedRAMP High. DoD Impact Level 2 in our commercial regions, and up to DoD Impact Level 5 in GovCloud. A handful of other certifications that we have there, including, within the FedRAMP space, FIPS is a big important one, but we do cover a handful of other standards as well.
And this is what those regions look like. On the far left-hand side, you can see our commercial US East-West region, as Ted was saying, meets that FedRAMP Moderate as well as DoD SRG Impact Level 2. Then we were talking with our customers, in particularly in the public sector, and they wanted to understand how to architect some of the most stringent workloads. So in 2012, we created GovCloud, which is an isolated region and services. And just beyond that, you have our secret and top secret region. But all of these regions are going to be isolated from one another. You will have to work from one to the other. You can't just start in the top secret region. You have to start in the commercial and work your way through. Sean Asfeld, he's going to be speaking next around GovCloud and talking a little bit more about how to get started with that.
Yeah, one of the things to call out in regards to GovCloud, it's a separate identity domain from our commercial regions. So when you create your commercial account, you can bounce around to any region throughout the globe, except the GovCloud regions. You have to create another account there to get into it. We maintain isolation there. We run it with U.S. citizens on U.S. soil. So.
Yep, and there's separate identity and access management stacks. And Sean will go through some of the requirements to gaining access. There's three main requirements. The root account holder must be a U.S. citizen. Your organization must be within the U.S. soil. And we're going to go ahead and do a double check with the State Department to ensure that you can handle export control data.
So continuous monitoring, from an AWS perspective, we go through the FedRAMP process and the DoD process and get our PA from the DoD, a PATO from the JAB. But then, we roll into continuous monitoring. And we do all of our CONMON reporting to the JAB. It's kind of an agreement or arrangement that we have with the DoD that allows us to do that without having to also report to them.
Initially, when we first got our regions authorized, Health and Human Services held the ATOs to those. And so we would have to go over every month to Health and Human Services and present our Conmon report, as well as NASA and a handful of other agencies that wanted to review our Conmon reports as well. But moving forward and moving our authorizations to the JAB allows us to do that Conmon reporting to a single entity, simplifying it for us and also for all of our customers. They've got one place to go to get that information.
So when customers come to us and they want to understand what services are authorized at either FedRAMP Moderate or FedRAMP High, one of the first places we like to point them to is the FedRAMP Marketplace. FedRAMP Marketplace is going to provide the authorizations, the reuse of those authorizations, as well as a list of all the services that have gone through those authorizations from FedRAMP Moderate to FedRAMP High. So within the commercial East-West, it's the FedRAMP Moderate. Within the GovCloud, it's the FedRAMP High, and it will showcase that, and it will actually be one of the first places our customers like to start because they can see that already listed on the FedRAMP Marketplace.
Yeah, so looking at trying to find AWS services that are authorized in the FedRAMP Marketplace, up until the most recent change with the FedRAMP Marketplace, it was kind of cumbersome. It was just a long box of text. So we created what we call our AWS services and scope page. And that initial page represented on the left there is the landing page. And below that, the second box to the right is just an example of the list of frameworks that we authorize against. So you land on that first page, and then if you're interested in DoD CCSRG, you can click on that link. If you're interested in FedRAMP, you can click on that link. And from there, you get to this page, and this is the FedRAMP page. And you'll see on the left side a list of all of the services that we either have an authorization for or we're working on an authorization for. We list the CLI for that, as well as the SDK, not the CLI. But then there's two other columns. The first column is US East-West. That's our commercial regions, US-based commercial regions. And then the next column is going to be GovCloud. And so it's pretty clear that, if there's a checkbox there, that it's authorized in that region. And then we have a handful of services that we worked with the PMO and the JAB to scope out of having to be authorized. But we want to list them there so our customers know they can use them. Things like billing and the console, those are some examples of services that don't need to be authorized.
We'll talk about one of those other services called AWS Artifact too here in a minute. And then after the customers decide on which services will meet their compliance requirements, they go ahead and look and see if that service is within a specific region. So is it within the commercial West region? Is it within the commercial East region? Or is it in GovCloud, East or West? And they'll go to the services and region page and be able to identify to ensure that those services are within the region that they need them. If those services aren't within a specific region, we have teams that I work with to help ensure that customers are getting the services that they need in those regions in the time they need them.
Yeah, we're a real data-driven organization, so we're not going to launch a service in, say, GovCloud, for example, unless we really have enough customer demand for that. And typically when a service launches in GovCloud, it's going to be in our West region first. That was our first region. So they'll land there first, and then based upon customer demand, again, we'll work to get them in our East region. We're working with our service teams to get a lot more parity between all of the regions, so it's easier for you guys. But today, that's kind of why you'll see that bit of discrepancy between the commercial regions and the GovCloud regions.
Yeah, because we also identified that not all of our services are going to be needed to be used by our federal customers.
So in order to help customers and partners, to build a compliant environment in the cloud is a pretty complex task. So we've created what we call the Landing Zone Accelerator. And basically what this is it's a reference architecture that we put out and we maintain. It's a multi-account structure to kind of help reduce the blast radius if there's an issue anywhere. And we continue to update and maintain this. And this is kind of the foundation for a lot of the other compliance frameworks that we overlay on top of the landing zone accelerator. So, if you're greenfield and you're building from the ground up, it's a great place to start. But since we provide this, all of the documentation is available, as well as all of the source codes in a GitHub repo. So you can go and pull that down, and if you say, hey, I like how this little component of this landing zone accelerator architecture is set up, you can prune that out and use it in your own architecture without having to create it all yourself.
And this is a solution that you can build in days and weeks, not months and years, if you have the right team. If you don't have the right team, we have plenty of partners that have an understanding of how to build out this environment. And we also have support that's available that knows this environment inside and out as well.
Yep. So documentation, I kind of touched on this a little bit. So all of the documentation for the landing zone accelerator is on there. All of the source code is available. All of the documentation on how it's built. It's all available to you to make it easier for particularly greenfield customers, but some of you that already have existing architectures, you can leverage part of it as well.
And from a documentation perspective, we have the NIST 800-171 and CMMC customer package that provides in line with what are the controls of CMMC, how is it mapped from NIST 800-171 to NIST 853 to the CMMC domains. It provides guidance around what's AWS's operational responsibility when utilizing this solution, and then what's the customer responsibility, and can it be inherited from AWS? Is it fully a customer responsibility, or is it a partial responsibility where we're sharing that? And then the other document there is the FedRAMP white paper that one of our partners went in and did a look at the landing zone accelerator and put together a white paper on how it meets FedRAMP High compliance. But we do have customers utilizing this solution in our commercial region as well.
So let's talk about some of the documentation that we have available. We have a service in the AWS console called Artifact. Within Artifact, there's a ton of different reports, as well as agreements. Agreements, think of like HIPAA BAAs or business associated addendums. But within the reports section, go ahead and select, there we go. We have what we call the FedRAMP customer package. In the FedRAMP customer package, when you select that and download it, you're gonna pull it up and look at it, and it's gonna initially show up as a 2-page PDF, and you're gonna say, well, Ted sent me to this document, and this document doesn't help me at all. There's no information in it. But embedded within that document are the 3 different attachments. The most important one is going to be the CIS and CRM for FedRAMP, the Control Implementation Summary and Customer Responsibility Matrix. So the CIS basically is the control status from an AWS perspective, where we've landed on the implementation status of all of the controls. But the CRM goes into more detail as far as what are your responsibilities for meeting compliance, and what you need to do to address particular controls. Within that, under the CRM, the second column in there is inheritance status. And so we've gone through and indicated for those systems that are fully running within AWS, which controls you can completely inherit from us. So think of the maintenance family of controls. We're going to make sure that all of the servers in the data centers are being maintained and properly cared for. The media protection set of controls. We're going to make sure that all media entering and leaving the data center is properly accounted for and destroyed as appropriate. And then physical and environmental. We're going to make sure that the emergency lighting is in place, backup generators are working, humidity sensors are working, visitor logs are in place. So we're going to take care of all of that for you. There's also a handful of other controls in the AC control family, like AC18, the wireless access points in the data center. We're going to take care of that for you, as well as some contingency planning controls for like diverse telecommunications, diverse power, those types of things in the data centers. We're going to take care of that for you. So the CRM will really help you when you're working on your documentation for the systems that you're building.
And the CRM is available for both commercial east-west and GovCloud, and it comes in the same package. We're just showcasing here the FedRAMP High one for GovCloud.
There's a separate tab on the bottom of the spreadsheet for the CIS for our commercial regions and the CRM for GovCloud and commercial regions.
So here's the shared responsibility model. If you're not within the cloud, this is going to be all of your responsibility. But from an AWS perspective, we're taking care of the infrastructure, the availability zones, the edge locations. That's going to include the compute, storage, database, and networking. And then it really depends on the services. So this is infrastructure as a service. And if you get to the other services that we have available, like container services and abstracted services, there's really going to be more responsibility on AWS.
Yeah, you know, as Travis is pointing out, you know, as you move up that stack, we're going to be taking care of more things for you. If you're using EC2, you got to do all your own patching. You know, we'll take care of the infrastructure, but any hosts that you're running on top, you've got to take care of that yourself. But if you're moving into some of the container services, specifically ones like Fargate, you know, we're going to be doing much more of that for you on your behalf, you know, alleviating some of that burden for you.
And if you were maybe in some of the other sessions, I think at one point they did talk about the CCGs. So we understood that the FedRAMP package and the landing zone accelerator, the NIST 800-171 customer responsibility matrix wasn't enough for our clients. They really wanted to understand more on a service by service and get that guidance. So our customer compliance guides map to over 100 different services. There's over 30 different security topics that you can dive into. We'll show an example of that. And then it provides the practice guidance, and it's mapped now to 16 different compliance frameworks. So what we have showcased here is a customer compliance guide. As you can see, I believe we have Amazon Bedrock on the left-hand side and different security topics. So I think there's data storage, encryption that's listed there. And you can filter through each one of these. So you can filter to a specific service or services that you're utilizing, specific security topics. And then in the next area is the control ID, what control ID that will map to from that security topic perspective. And you can manipulate that related control with the far right. It actually says CMMC there, but that's where you can also add in NIST 800-171, NIST 853, NERC CIP, SOC 2 Type 2, ISO 27001, and those 16 other frameworks that are available. That'll ultimately just change the control ID, but the customer guidance is going to stay the same and the services are going to stay the same. And there's also links to our user guides that are in there as well for additional information.
Yeah, basically when I'm working with customers and partners on this particular document, you know, I have them drill in on what compliance framework they're interested in first. And then from there, select the service they're interested in. And then that'll map them to all of the relevant controls because again, remember, we're going to take care of some of those controls for you. So these are only the controls that you'll need to worry about for that particular service.
Now this customer compliance guides, it's available in Artifact. It's also available on the Global Security and Compliance homepage for customers to download. And I don't know if we said it before, but AWS Artifact is for free for our customers to download. There's no cost associated with those.
Yeah. So the ATO and AWS program, this is a program that prior to the role I'm in now, I helped create. And the whole goal behind this is to help accelerate folks through initially it was the FedRAMP process. And so we wrote our, you know, in Amazon fashion, we wrote our 6-pager, pitched it all the way up through our VP, and finally got approval to go do a proof of concept. And so we took one of our partner companies through the process from GovCloud account creation, using a system integrator partner to build out that general support system with all of those compliance related requirements, and then integrated the SaaS into that, created all of the required FedRAMP documentation, and then brought in a 3PAO to do the assessment. And we did all of that work from beginning to end in 90 days, proving that, you know, there is a faster path to this. And the system integrators that we work with have now even refined that further, and I believe that window is shrunken down by a number of weeks. If you have a need to get through the process quickly, we have partners that really can help accelerate you there. But the program is really designed at, like I said, initially FedRAMP and DoD SRG. They've expanded that program out now, and they've got compliance frameworks all throughout the globe that they support, as well as partners, system integrator and compliance partners all over the world that have the ability, if you're talking about IRAP or MCTS or CCCS or, whatever the case may be, there are partners that we work with all around the globe that can help accelerate you through this.
And I'm starting to see a lot of traction with the defense industrial base because CMMC is looking at the DFAR 7012, which says if you're utilizing a cloud service provider, ensure they meet the FedRAMP moderate equivalency. Everyone might have seen the equivalency memo that came out. So they really need to start looking at how they can meet the FedRAMP equivalency to that memo that has come out. So this is a faster way for them to do it.
Questions for us?
Yep. Equivalence. Yeah. Yep. So CMMC is looking at the DFAR 7012, which is DFARS 252.204.7012. And it says within the top part, the DIB member must implement the NIST 800-171 special publication controls, a set of 110 controls. There's additions to that depending on the specific level that you'd be going for. But underneath it, it says, ensure if you're utilizing a cloud service provider, ensure they meet the FedRAMP moderate equivalency. There wasn't a memo that basically was out there that went through what is equivalency. That's now come out in January of this year. There's been one cloud service provider that's met the equivalency memo. It's actually a partner of AWS, provides email encryption and file sharing. And now there's a big push for all the other cloud service providers to need to meet that requirement. So they're looking at ways that they can really be helped.
Basically, the memo came from Mr. McEwen. It expanded out that said if, in order to meet FedRAMP moderate equivalence, you've actually got to hire a 3PAO and go through that FedRAMP moderate assessment. Of course, there's no sponsor, there's no way to adjudicate that to an ATO, but you still have to go through that assessment process. And there can be 0 3PAO related findings in that assessment. So it's a pretty high bar.
So it's an interesting point because, well, I won't get into what we do necessarily, but within CMMC, obviously, there's a lot of vagueness to that still. But nonetheless, how does the DIB leverage, I guess they have, as you say, equivalency, you going through a FedRAMP process, you can, so you've got to utilize a 3PAO to demonstrate that you could meet FedRAMP moderate if you were in a FedRAMP moderate environment, but in this case, just meeting the equivalency. So everybody's going to have to kind of move what may have been an enterprise environment that they've been utilizing to support CMMC customers or the DIB into some type of secure GovCloud environment, right? Is that what I'm understanding now?
So only for cloud services that they're using. So for example, if they're using one of our cloud services, I'll use Workmail for an example. We've not taken Workmail through the FedRAMP authorization process. There's not a lot of governmental demand for another email solution, so we've not taken FedRAMP or Workmail through the FedRAMP process. But we have members of the DIB that want to use Workmail. So if we're going to continue down that process and we get enough demand, then we'll take it through the assessment process, but it won't adjudicate to a JAB ATO.
Well, sorry for clarification. So this is essentially going to mean that somebody that supports both enterprise, government, and now the DIB is going to have a third environment?
Not necessarily.
Okay, that's what I'm missing. Sorry.
Yeah. So and the way I kind of envision this is we'll have your enterprise environments where all of your HR systems, many organizations are global. They've got people supporting the systems all over the country, all over the world. They'll have to build out a separate enclave where they can handle that FCI and CUI or government unclassified data that that they can then control and manage outside of the corporate systems, because, like we at AWS, we've got people all over the globe that manage our email solution. So if we're going to be sending and receiving CUI with email, we've got to have a system that can be managed by, US persons.
So, well, nice to actually find you in person. But question, so you guys kind of have the pulse of where FedRAMP is. You see what OMB is doing. As one of the major IaaS providers, what would you like to see OMB do kind of on the reinvention and kind of where they're going? What's on your dream list if OMB would, direct GSA and FedRAMP PMO to do this would really help, I'm assuming you to enable all these SaaS companies to really flourish, because that's, I think, at the heart of what your mission is.
Yeah, so one of the things, and speaking for me, I really think the biggest problem that we have in the FedRAMP program is a lack of funding in the federal government. When we take a system through, or you take a system through, it's a lot of labor. It takes a lot of effort to go through and review all that security documentation. And there just isn't enough staff, whether it's the DoD, whether it's GSA, whether it's HHS, wherever it may be. There's not enough security and compliance people out there to get through all of the packages that get presented to them. And that's why it can take as long as it does. That example I gave you about the 90 days earlier, it still took 8.5 months to get the ATO after we submitted it. And we didn't have to make any material changes to the environment. So it's the lack of staffing, I think, that from the government side that pushes things through quicker. Now, they did make a good change a number of years ago when they implemented the LI SaaS, the lightweight SaaS. But unfortunately, that's a very small niche market, and there's not a lot of organizations that fit into that. It would have been a great accelerator. I'm not seeing a lot of people go through it anymore.
So as you're thinking about this, I guess my question for you all is, and I've used Artifact as a great platform, and I agree with you that operationally, I think a lot of organizations are going to have their delivery domains kind of in those secure enclaves, and that's how we're going to approach it. But my question to you is, as we're talking about, what role does CISA and NSA play in helping to accelerate these things? Because I feel like, they have a mandate for shared services. And it feels like there's an opportunity there to help us all scale faster when we talk about how we do these things, especially for delivery partners, for SaaS providers, right? It feels like there's a role for them to play that they're not currently filling. I'm curious what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I know we had some of the FedRAMP folks that were supposed to be speaking here earlier. I think that would be a better question for them. As far as what CISA or any of the organizations could do, I think it still gets back to funding. I think that in order to really speed organizations through, there's got to be either better processes in place, and I know Dr. Agora is here, and she's going to talk about OSCAL. There's got to be better processes in place. Compliance is a hugely manual process, and we've got to be able to speed that up. We've got to automate where we can. And move away from some of these, spreadsheets and Word documents that we work on. If there's no more questions. Thank you.
Next, you'll be hearing from Sean Asfeld, Senior Security Architect within our Government Regions team. He'll be walking through GovCloud. Thanks, everyone.
Just press the button, the light will go green. Test, test, check, check. Just cough, you know.
Testing, testing, testing.
If you felt like they couldn't hear you, then you
think we're going to get started in just a moment. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Take your seats here just a second. We'll get started. All right, so hello, everybody. My name is Sean Asfeld. I am a solutions architect with our AWS GovCloud and Government Regions team. And so up earlier, you had Ted and Travis talking to you, and they cover compliance and security. I also do that as well, but I handle that from more of a solutions architect standpoint, right? Working with the engineers, like how do you actually implement some of these things at a deeper level within AWS and the systems that you utilize. So first, we'll start with a little bit of a product evolution, right? So 2011, we decided to launch GovCloud West. That was our first region within GovCloud, and a lot of that stemmed around from ITAR and export control, right? So that was primarily around NASA. NASA had a use case for rocket data that they needed to be protected. They needed a separation of that to meet those ITAR controls. And so then going a little further down the road, in 2017, we ended up getting IL5 accreditation. And before that, we had done an uplift to FedRAMP High. And so kind of our general practice for how compliance works within AWS GovCloud is we'll take something through FedRAMP High. Once it gets that FedRAMP High accreditation, then we'll follow that with an impact level 4 and 5, doing a difference of those kind of controls to get that additional uplift. We launched a second region in 2018, and so that really allows our customers, right, to operate within 2 different regions for resiliency, reliability, depending on if you have like a high value asset that needs either multi region architectures from an active-active or an active-passive or a backup type of infrastructure. All right, so today I'm going to primarily focus on a compliance standpoint between like our commercial US East and West and our GovCloud US East and West, right? So we have, GovCloud is not inherently different than those regions, right? It's just built differently to meet different compliance requirements. And so GovCloud is where you would have those ITAR, export control, controlled unclassified information, PII, PHI, those kinds of things. Now, GovCloud, being a separate partition of AWS, is still internet connected, right? And it also has the ability to get into governmental trusted internet connections, cloud access points, or utilizing our direct connect back to your on-prem resources. So like I said earlier, there are 2 regions, one in the east and one in the west. Now, west was our first region. And so generally when our services go to deploy within those regions, they're going to deploy to either west and east at the same time or west first. So generally, you know, as a service is starting out, we're looking at what is that adoption and what are those business cases for that. And then as a service starts to take off, they will, you know, they have to hire those US persons in order to maintain that. And so as the service takes off, then they kind of grow that in order to expand into our East region as well. Now, our GovCloud regions are, you know, they have 3 availability zones per region, so you can build highly available workloads within a region. And then if you need that disaster recovery, continued operations, backup to meaningful distance away, then we have multiple regions available to meet those resiliency and reliability parameters that you have. A lot of customers, while we have direct connect, which is, you know, private fiber that gets you into your regions, whether that's commercial or GovCloud, it takes time to get that
in place if you're not already operating out of a point of presence or a co-location. And so a lot of our customers will start with VPN. VPN will be their first connectivity into region to have that end-to-end encryption either from their data center or from their laptops or the people that are operating. So VPN is kind of a start, and then direct connect depending on kind of what kind of connectivity and speed that you need in order to get there. A large question that we get, right, is around FIPS. And so what is FIPS encryption, right? How do we meet that? And so, whether using VPN, you're obviously going to configure that VPN, whether using our AWS VPN or your own network firewall, you're going to use the encryption ciphers that you need in order to meet that compliance. And so that's going to be both on your on-prem data center or your laptop, whatever your connecting device is into the cloud. Now, when we're thinking about direct connect, right, there's MACsec and there's all these different types of encryption, but a lot of those are hop-to-hop encryption. And your general requirement is going to be end-to-end encryption. And so that could be an IPsec overlay, or it could be enforcing TLS, right? If you have HTTPS traffic going over that direct connect, that's enforcing TLS if you're using the right encryption algorithms. You don't necessarily need an IPsec overlay on top of that or a VPN tunnel or multiple VPN tunnels to get the bandwidth you need. All right, so what are some of the kind of key values around GovCloud? Well, it unlocks security and compliance because we take our services through FedRAMP High or DoD Impact Level 4 and 5. We offer the tools that you need in order to meet security, compliance, FIPS, those kinds of things, right? So AWS is kind of known as a builder, right? We enable the builders to build the tools on top of our platform. And so we heard earlier today that not only is AWS a CSP, but if you're offering a SaaS or an IaaS or a PaaS, you all are also a CSP, right? And so we do our best to offer the tools that you need in order to meet those compliance requirements. And so GovCloud is specifically designed for that, for those higher levels of accreditation. All right. So Dr. Werner Vogel, our CTO for Amazon.com, likes to say that everything fails all the time. So when we start to think about that reliance, that resiliency, the reliability pillars, those kinds of things, we give you 2 regions, we give you multiple availability zones per region, so you can build highly available workloads. But it doesn't mean that just because you can, that you have to, or that you shouldn't, right? So looking at a use case, you have specific types of workloads that you want to operate in a region. And on a workload by workload basis, you might define whether this web app needs to be in 2 availability zones to meet our RPO and RTO targets, right? Our time to restore or the amount of data that we can lose. Or maybe it needs to be in 3 availability zones. Or maybe it needs to be in multiple regions and it needs to be able to fail over quickly, right? So you're going to look at each one of your workloads and kind of rate, what are those resiliency targets that we're trying to meet? And then you're going to implement that in your architecture and design as you go to build out that workload or that platform. All right, so there are a few requirements to getting into GovCloud. So we as AWS, we're going to vet that root account holder. The root account holder is the one that is operating the commercial account and is requesting GovCloud access. And then beyond that, we're going to vet the business unit or to make sure that you are incorporated in the US. So if you're a global company and you have a US subsidiary, right, you can request GovCloud access under that US subsidiary with that US person. So that could be a green card holder or a US citizen. Those are kind of the general requirements. And then last, we're going to check the person and the entity to make sure you're not on the debarred list for handling export control data. And pretty sure that if you were on that list, you would know it. So shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. All right, so when you go to open a GovCloud account, you first start with a commercial account. So while GovCloud is a fully separated partition of AWS, it manages everything by itself, but what it does not have is a billing function. So all usage in your GovCloud account will flow back into that commercial account and then we'll roll up on whatever billing infrastructure you have set up. So for every GovCloud account that you want to open or want to operate, you'll also need a corresponding commercial account. They are paired together for 1-to-1. And again, that really ties back to that billing function. I'm going to show here in just a little bit talking about organizations and how that kind of maps between commercial and GovCloud. And so as you see the orange dotted line, or at least I think it's orange from here, down the middle, that creates that partition separation. So on the left side, you have your AWS commercial accounts and your commercial organization that is for like your master payer and those kinds of things for rollup. And everything on the right is your GovCloud accounts. And so if you see GovProd1 on the left, you also see a GovProd1 on the right. And those are two different accounts in each sets of the partition. Now on the right-hand side, there is a GovCloud organization account that has been stood up. And that is stood up in order to manage those GovCloud accounts. So when we think about compliance and security, we think about like managing those accounts. And so because of that partition separation, that commercial organization cannot manage those GovCloud accounts, and those GovCloud organization cannot manage those commercial accounts. Now, because GovCloud does not have any billing constructs, you could potentially have multiple GovCloud organizations, whereas on the commercial side, account root 1 is the master payer, and so you would have to create additional master payer accounts in order to create additional commercial organizations. Now, depending on the customer and the risk analysis that they've taken, some customers will stand up a second payer account in the commercial and run all of their FedRAMP, DoD, federal workloads under that payer. And then some other customers have put enough thought into how they are going to manage that account, and they will utilize the same payer. Or maybe they don't have the same risk assessment that others have. Maybe they're already only a US based customer, and they don't have foreign users that could potentially access that commercial account or potentially terminate it, right? So there is no right or wrong answer. You can operate under one payer account, or you could have potentially multiple payer accounts, just depending on what your risk analysis is of that. So this slide is the same thing, just shortened down to show that one-to-one mapping, right? So any usage in GovAccount, GovOrg1, right? Any usage from that account from a billing perspective will flow back to the commercial account. The usage will show up there, and then it will roll up under whatever payer structure you have. I'm going to pause there for a second. Are there any questions about commercial accounts, GovCloud accounts, organizations?
So if you start on the commercial side and then you wanted to go for FedRAMP authorization, do you have to migrate everything over to GovCloud, or is there a way to get all the services over?
It depends. So if you're going to operate a FedRAMP moderate, you can meet FedRAMP moderate within US East and West, and you do not have to transition to GovCloud. If you are going to go for GovCloud for FedRAMP High or IL4, IL5, you will have to rebuild that. Because of that partition separation that is between commercial and GovCloud, there are ways to move data between them, but they're not native AWS because of that logical isolation that we have. So example would be an S3 bucket. If I want to move data from a commercial S3 bucket to a GovCloud S3 bucket, I need two sets of credentials. One to make the call to pull the data down from the S3 and commercial, and another to put the data back into GovCloud. Now that could happen from GovCloud, that could happen from commercial, that could happen from your laptop, but in essence, you need a man in the middle to talk to the two different identity and access management stacks. There is no cross-partition role assumption or any of those kinds of things. Anybody else? No? Say that.
What if I'm a federal customer and I have a VPC in GovCloud? I have also a commercial account?
You will also have a commercial account. You may not have any workloads in that commercial account, and that's our general guidance, is that you're not going to build anything in that commercial account that's attached to your GovCloud account, because you could potentially have multiple, right? If you're looking at this organization, or we think about Landing Zone Accelerator, which we'll also cover, you could have a whole host of accounts. And so if you look in this one, there's a GovCloud organizational unit in the commercial side. The reason that we depict it in that manner is that maybe all of those commercial accounts that have GovCloud accounts attached to them, we're going to put those in that OU so that if somebody logs into that commercial account and says, there's no workloads in this account, we should terminate it. Well, no, it's in the GovCloud OU. That means it has a GovCloud account, and now we need to go find the corresponding GovCloud account and validate, are there workloads in there or not? Or we could look at billing, right? But maybe the person
that is looking at EC2 doesn't have access to billing, right? So we kind of have to think about logically, how do we kind of lay this out and map it so that it meets compliance and also de-risks, the potential. Because, the only way to close a GovCloud account is to remove all of the workloads and then terminate the commercial account, because they're tied together one-to-one forever. So a good example of that is if you're an infrastructure or a PaaS and you build something for the government and they decide, hey, we want those GovCloud accounts. Well, you have to give them the commercial accounts to give them the GovCloud accounts. Well, at least to move the payer structure, right? But if you have a bunch of workloads in those commercial accounts and a bunch of workloads, there's no way to decouple that. So either you rebuild GovCloud workloads or you rebuild the commercial workloads. And so the general guidance is, unless you're building something, complementary to the GovCloud workloads, you would operate that in separate commercial accounts. All right, so compliance. So currently there's about 147 services available. It could change. This could be 148. Who knows? I haven't looked at my email much today. But then there's services that are also available in GovCloud East. And so there is a little bit of disparity about what's available in West and what's available in East. And so as you go to design your workload, or if you're taking an offering that you currently operate in commercial and you're looking to see what services are available in GovCloud, you might map that against either West or East, deciding on which region has all the services you need in order to operate. And if they're not there, then you should reach out to your AWS account team and talk to them about having an influence in getting those services into GovCloud. We have about 122 FedRAMP high authorizations. And last time we checked, we had 155 third-party FedRAMP high authorizations on top of GovCloud. So it's not only like what does AWS offer, but then what do our partners, our third-party organizations, our customers offer on top of our platform? Like I said earlier, we're here for the builders, right? We really expect that people will come and build on top of our platform to offer their platform. So we have lots of different compliance programs. IRS 1075 is one. We have CJIS, Criminal Justice Information Service. And so that might be state and local agencies operating with federal agencies, right? That might drive requirements to push them into GovCloud. We obviously have our DoD Impact Level 4 and 5 requirements, our FedRAMP High, and CMMC, as Travis had alluded to earlier. So CMMC, what's pushing those requirements from a FedRAMP Moderate to a FedRAMP High would be the data classification. So whether that CUI has enough risk that it goes above like what a FedRAMP Moderate equivalency would be. So there's a whole bunch of different controlled unclassified information classes. And one that, I find to be kind of funny is like agriculture data, right? And it's like, okay, we've got all this data on the farmers and like what's being produced. And you're like, but why would they consider that CUI, or why would that be controlled data? Well, as we know that we have foreign interests that are constantly trying to get all of our information. And so, it could be potentially harmful. And so maybe something in that data has pushed it to a higher classification level that would require, maybe it needs to have additional controls in place in order to keep it safe. But then things like critical infrastructure, I mean, that makes sense, right? We want our critical infrastructure to be safe, be secure from outside pressures. And we know that, at least from the AWS perspective, we know that everybody is constantly under attack. I mean, that's just the way it is, right? And so the idea behind compliance, security, and all of these controls that we implement is really to, try to drive that those high value assets can be, they can be protected in a way that not only meets compliance, but also meets those security requirements to control that data. Talked about this a little bit earlier, but there is a security control inheritance and there's a responsibility. So AWS is responsible for everything of the cloud, and then you as the customer for everything in the cloud. So when we think about in the cloud, that would be, the things that you build on top of what we're offering. And it's a sliding scale
whether it's EC2 or a managed service, about where those responsibilities lie. But in general, the things that you're going to be looking at as a customer is going to be encryption at rest, encryption in transit, and then identity and access management policies. Who has access to the data? What are the data flows within a system? All of those kinds of things that you need to do in order to maintain that. It could be as high as 80% on the managed service side or higher, right? Where you only have to make sure that you're using a KMS key that you control who has access to it, right? From a specific service. But then you move down to like EC2 where you're doing patching, you're building the applications on top of it, right? And it could go down to as low as like 30 or 40%. So it just kind of depends on the service. Obviously, things that AWS is doing to maintain the physical infrastructure, the power, the cooling, all of those things, those are all inherited from us, right? Those are things that you don't do. But then like it could be a service where you have to do patching, maintenance, Active Directory, all of those things to meet it, antivirus, to a service where you're consuming it almost like a SaaS, right? Where you're just hitting an API to make calls and potentially analyze data. So. All right, so we talked about this earlier, ITAR, International Traffic in Arms Regulation. And so this is really just what are things that are on the US munitions list? Like what are things that are protected? And so more importantly than what is ITAR is what does that mean for compliance in the cloud, right? What applies in the cloud? So ITAR compliance in the cloud focuses on ensuring that information considered ITAR technical data is not inadvertently released to foreign persons or foreign nations without proper authorization. So what AWS GovCloud offers you is that we staff US citizens on US soil. So if for some reason you didn't encrypt your data and somebody from a data center who pulled a hard drive that failed inadvertently got access to that data for whatever reason, that wouldn't necessarily create an incident, right? Because they're all staffed with US citizens on US soil. However, let's say you decided to make database calls across the internet to a SaaS provider that wasn't using encryption, right? And within that data payload was some kind of munitions list or ITAR or technical data, right? And somebody who wasn't a US person got access, that would be considered, that would be going outside your boundary, but kind of the best use case would be, having that non-US person actually get the data would be classified as, as inadvertent or improper access. All right, so we talked about this earlier, but so we have low impact, moderate impact, and high impact. Now within GovCloud, you can meet low, moderate, and high because we take our services through those accreditations. And then within our US East and West commercial regions, you can meet FedRAMP low and FedRAMP moderate. When we think about what these data classifications mean, generally, you don't get to decide like, oh, I need my system to be FedRAMP moderate or FedRAMP high. It's going to be the data classification that the government, state and local agency will decide, hey, our data meets this impact level, and so this is where we need you to be on the controls front. So these are just a few of our security, identity, and compliance solutions or tools that we offer. Highlight on the left, right, identity and access management, or IAM Identity Center, which you can do single sign-on or SAML assertions with choose your third-party SSO provider. We have our detection tools, things like Security Hub, Guard Duty, Inspector. We have our own AWS network firewall, or we have third-party firewalls if you're operating currently on-prem and you like your firewall provider, right? There are lots of virtualized versions of your favorite firewall available within AWS. We have our KMS, our key management system that allows you to protect data at rest. One thing about KMS, right, when you think about a system running live, so that data when it's shut down is protected at rest because it's not moving. But when you use that key to decrypt the data live in the system, it is now live and
not necessarily protected. It's within your host, it's within your VPC, but you have to kind of think about like, what is that delineation between what's live and what's at rest. All right, so I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit, talked about landing zone. So landing zone is based upon CMMC or DoD Impact Level 4, and what it's designed to do is be a layout for what are kind of AWS best practices, AWS tools for operating a base infrastructure. And so if you see on the right, you've got your security OU, you've got your audit tooling account, but below that, what's important is you have, VPC plus N, right? So all of your workloads, your dev, your test, your production, application A, B, C, mission A, B, C, those are all sub-accounts, and you can do those in multiple ways, but we suggest putting account as a boundary around that. And what landing zone does, it gives you that infrastructure as code to get started quickly on how to kind of lay this out and get some of the AWS tools in place. Now, if what you see up there is there's a network firewall, right? A next-gen firewall, you still have to choose that firewall. It could be an AWS network firewall, it could be Palo Alto, it could be Cisco, it could be whoever you want. But it's not overtly opinionated so that you still get choice in that. You still have to set up a log seam, you still have to do logging and alerting. Those are not necessarily services outside of AWS native services that we offer, right? For how your applications or your workloads are operating. And then we have down there, we have Bastion. We have Active Directory WSUS, right? What are you going to use for your patching? What are you going to use for your identity management within your systems? So those are still kind of options that you get. Now, we do have partners that will take our infrastructure as code, and they will build upon that to deliver a system more quickly. And some will go as low as, hey, you choose what you want all these things to be, and we'll build you a solution based on that. All the way up the scale to, hey, we have a package and we will come and we will deploy this. It's opinionated. This is what works. This is what we've done for others. And this is what we can deploy today as infrastructure as code. And so kind of depending on what kind of flexibility you do or don't need, but we have partners building on top of AWS, building on top of our landing zone accelerator that can get you the rest of the way there. All right, so like I said, engage a partner. They're here to help. That's kind of AWS's way of thinking, is that we give you the builder tools and either you build it or you engage somebody to help you build that as well. We've got 2 minutes for questions. Anybody?
In landing zone, do you have anything that would be considered a SIM? Could to meet the IR controls, or it's strictly the AU controls you're doing?
Mostly the AU. So it doesn't have, you're not going to ingest outside like application logs and things like that to do your login and alerting. You can do some of that within CloudWatch and CloudTrail for native AWS services, but you still need a SIM on top of landing zone. Yeah.
I want to just make sure I understood, or I heard you correctly on an earlier slide. I think you said that as long as you build in AWS GovCloud East or West, that your application would, or your environment would be good for controlled, unclassified information. Did I hear you correctly on that statement?
You still have to build things on top of that, but our services are up through FedRAMP High and Impact Level 4 and 5. So you're inheriting those controls.
Yep.
You still have to also make sure that identity and access management, who has access to the data. But yes, CUI, you can go up through CUI. If you need to go above unclassified, then we have additional environments that you can build. We have secret and top secret.
So generally for CMMC level 2, if I'm using the AWS services that are available today in GovCloud East or West, I'm generally good, just as a rule of thumb.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
And for CMMC, we've had partners that say FedRAMP moderate is good enough. That's our equivalency, even if, depending on how severe the CUI is. So it potentially could, but we also have customers that say, that's too much risk. We're just going to go to GovCloud, where we know we have higher levels of accreditation and we know CUI is good. So. Anybody else? All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate everybody being here. Thanks for listening. Test, test. The light will turn green and you'll be able to hear me. Test, test. So I'm going to leave.
Test, test, test.
Test, test.
Yeah, I can.
Good to go. You guys good to go? All right. So we're going to get back into it, folks, from coming from the break here. This panel here is going to be called the FedRAMP Multiplier Effect. Again, I'm Chris Hughes, president and co-founder of Aquia. This one we're going to be joined by Howard, Brianna, and Sunny. Thanks for joining us. You guys want to give a brief introduction real quick here for folks that don't know you?
Sure. My name's Howard Levinson. I've spent 40 years selling technology and solutions to the federal government. Most recently, I was the founder and general manager of Databricks' federal business, and I retired about a year ago, so I have no dog in the fight.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brianna Tucci, and I am with Amazon Web Services Marketplace team. My role at AWS is as the Intelligence Community Marketplace program lead. So in that role, I wear two hats. I help industry join the IC marketplace. I work with companies to onboard into our program, and then once they are part of our program, help them to sell to the intelligence community. And then I also wear the hat of National Security Customer Advisor. And in that role, I support our government customers finding the right products that they need off of our marketplace. And once they do find the right products, I help them to actually procure and deploy those products on the high side in the AWS secret and top secret regions. Prior to joining AWS, I was at In-Q-Tel supporting a lot of the same customers and industry partners. Thrilled to be here. Thank you.
And good afternoon. I'm Sunny Hashmi. I'm currently, as of 2 months ago, run the global public sector practice at Uncork. But as of before 2 months ago, I was part of the administration running the Federal Acquisition Service over at GSA as a commissioner. Part of the Federal Acquisition Service, some of you know, also includes the Technology Transformation Service, where the FedRAMP program is housed. So I had the privilege of overseeing that program for a number of years. I was also part of the founding team that came up with FedRAMP back in 2009, 2010. Back when I was the CIO for GSA, I was also the FedRAMP Joint Authorization Board for a number of years. And I've also spent a number of years in the private sector over the last couple of decades, including since 2009 and the inception of FedRAMP, where I've taken 2 different companies through the process from the private sector. And so I've got visibility into the government GRC challenge from both inside and outside.
Yeah, caveat that with you'll hear some maybe contradictory perspectives between these two, but it'll keep it interesting today. So Sonny, I did want to start with you, given your background at FedRAMP and TTS, and on the commercial side as well. When you engage, like when you start to talk to companies and talk about engaging the pursuit of FedRAMP, is there a certain size or revenue or compliance readiness you kind of start with for firms to be ready for pursuing FedRAMP?
Yeah, I mean, so it's a tough question because, and we're going to get into this in the conversation. Like, I mean, it's certainly well known and understandable that there's lots to be done to improve the program, and it's become unnecessarily burdensome, and there's aspects of the program that certainly can be improved for sure. But when I talk about companies who are quote unquote ready to go through FedRAMP, the thing to remember is the baseline has been public from the very beginning, right? There's no surprise and there's no secret sauce on what is required to go through FedRAMP. It's complicated. It's a big baseline. You can argue whether it's right or wrong, but everybody knows what that is. What I usually tell companies is that get awareness going very, very early. Because what happens is that at the very early stage, Series A stage in your company, as you're thinking about your architecture, you're thinking about your product, your go-to-market strategy, your marketing strategy, your commercials, your pricing, you're making decisions at that time that later on when you actually go through FedRAMP are either going to support you or hinder you. So how you define your architecture, how your application stack is designed, are you single tenant, multi-tenant, do you allow for direct connects, which cloud provider do you work with? All those decisions that you're making when you're a Series A company with 20 people in a basement, those decisions become either anchors or rocket ships for you 3-4 years later when you're going through either FedRAMP or DoD SRG level 3, 4, 5 or whatever. So oftentimes I see companies, when they get to that stage, they have to re-engineer and re-architect a bunch of their stack, which is where time, effort, and money goes. So they realize that, oh my God, we can't do FedRAMP because the encryption module that we selected 3 years ago is not approved by 140-2. And now we have to re-engineer all of our encryption stuff. So make those choices ahead of time. So then when you get to FedRAMP, you can actually be fast. I've seen companies go through FedRAMP in as little as 6 months. True story. And I've seen companies go through FedRAMP in as much as 3 to 4 years because of the amount of rework that they have to do in their stack, right? So make those decisions early, even if you're not ready yet to go through the FedRAMP process. Typically, what I say is that you need to have, ideally, experience working with a non-governmental regulated industry client or a set of clients before you start really investing in FedRAMP, because it is a process, it is an investment, and that ROI is a year to 2 out. So you need to have revenue stream somewhere else that sustains your company until that ROI becomes positive in the public sector.
Makes sense. It's a lot of great considerations for a company. And I wanted to bring something up to Howard, and honestly, all of you, because I know you had some opinions on it. I know you likely do, given your background in the intelligence community and Department of Defense and so on, and I'll start with Howard. I know you have some thoughts on certain routes versus, perhaps like the FedRAMP pathway, but also self-hosted in some cases to avoid the cost or burden of FedRAMP or go that route, right? And there's some pros and cons of that approach. What are some of your opinions on that, in terms of how you advise companies?
Yeah, so I do a lot of advisory work today, and while I agree with everything that the FedRAMP effort tries to accomplish, the problem is if you're trying to satisfy the whole federal government, you've got FedRAMP, you've got FedRAMP High, some of those are in GovCloud, which are different regions. You've got Impact Level 4 or Impact Level 5. The intelligence community wants ICD 503. So getting FedRAMP gets you access to potentially a third of the government, a third of the spend. And as soon as you get, with all due respect, as soon as you get your Amazon FedRAMP, well, the next customer says, no, we want ours in Azure. And so the combination and permutations for reaching compliance with the federal government is overwhelming for any startup company. So my advice to startup companies has been, and this is what we implemented at Databricks, and we just kind of fell into this. It wasn't that well thought out a strategy, but when we started at Databricks, our first client, believe it or not, was the CIA. They had just stood up C2S, and they said, we need some managed services here. And we got lucky, and Databricks was chosen as one of those managed services. but the agency was not very comfortable with SaaS workloads at the time. And they said, you know, we like this whole idea of SaaS, but we don't like the fact that you guys can look in and see who our users are and what we're doing. So we actually built a platform for them that I say looked like a SaaS, smelled like a SaaS, operated like a SaaS. It installed via CloudFormation scripts. It was trivial to install and fairly easy to update, but it ran completely within the customer's virtual private cloud. And by that definition, it's not a SaaS. And therefore, the FedRAMP and all of those other cloud compliance regulations didn't apply. And we built this for the CIA, and I'm up talking to Dave and his peers over at Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services. I mentioned that we have this capability. They go, well, that'll serve our needs because all we need is a FISMA requirement. And if you guys are willing to work with us on the FISMA credentials, we could probably get that done very quickly. So we documented all of the security controls for FISMA. I think Dave was one of the guys that read through them all and validated them all. And that became our approach. And what happened from there was Capital One said, you know that thing you got over at the CIA? We like that too. And by the way, Apple Computer said the same thing. And so suddenly this implementation of Databricks that we called PVC, Private Virtual Cloud, became a thing for our federal clients as well as for some of our commercial clients. Now, over time, we've had the opportunity to look more closely at the FedRAMP regulations, and the product has grown pretty dramatically. And we already knew that the market opportunity existed in federal because we had sold this PVC implementation to so many different federal customers that we ultimately came back and built a FedRAMP and built a FedRAMP High and built an IL5 version of Databricks. So now you can run it in either of those fashions. And the goal is ultimately to move to the true SaaS version that offers all of that functionality and the, you know, all of the benefits of a SaaS. So that's our story. And for startup companies, when you think about all those permutations and combinations that you know I mentioned at the beginning, if you can just build a non-SaaS version at the beginning and test and validate the market, you might be in a better position later on to convince your company to make the investment to, you know, do the full SaaS compliance.
And I know Sunny has some, you know, counterpoints or considerations of challenges of going that route. But Brianna, real quick for you in the defense and intelligence community and so on, how do you see, you know, AWS partners and SaaS companies approach this kind of paradigm of self-hosted or, you know, virtual private offering versus like a true SaaS offering?
Well, I think Howard hit the nail on the head. I'm seeing more and more industry partners choosing to develop an alternative solution to their commercial SaaS solution to get their foot in the door with federal customers and particularly the intelligence community. Now, it could be the way that Howard described with Databricks, or it could be a different way. It could be establishing a container-based image or an Amazon machine image that's able to be deployed through the intelligence community marketplace of AWS into the intelligence community's high-side cloud environments, rather than trying to get your foot in the door and start building a SaaS solution on the high side from day one. I just want to echo.
If I could just add, we did deliver it via AMIs, and it was the same code base as our SaaS version. There was just, you know, some code that created the PVC version. So it was not a huge burden on the engineering team to do that.
Absolutely. And what I've heard from government customers is that sometimes when the industry partner is able to re-architect or engineer a solution that's specific to them in, you know, an AMI or a CFT, a container, so on and so forth, sometimes it's actually more relevant to them than the commercial SaaS-based alternative.
How about you, Sunny? I know you had some considerations of like, that's a great
Yeah,
approach.
I mean, so first of all, that, I mean, I don't have fundamentally any disagreement with that. What I do want to, what do I, like, I maybe have like a little bit of a counterpoint. I think people think that all of this is fine as if the primary focus is how do we get across the GRC landscape, right? How do we get to the ATO? And that makes perfect sense. What is the fastest path there? And if there's other paths to do it, we'll do it. The risk that comes with that, though, and this is a problem that most people don't understand, that the residual risk is a certified amount, like a certain amount of risk. Whether it's up, and it's not just cybersecurity risk, it's operational risk, operational cost and burden. Somebody has to bear that risk. The cloud is not just a technology delivery model, it's also a business model that goes along with it. So if you're going to if your primary delivery mechanism becomes a VPC model, then you have to understand both as a company that our business model is different now. Because what they're essentially doing is that the government then has to assume the operational burden and risk. And most government agencies don't realize that. And the reason why I say that is because there's a litany of IG reports going back to 1995 that tells you the government doesn't patch shit, they don't do version updates, they don't do FROMs, they don't do backups, they don't do sharding of databases, they don't scale. And guess what? When that system goes down, guess whose fault it is? It's yours. Databricks is never up. That circle goes round and round and never shows up. I know government customers today who are running SharePoint 2006 because feature parity stopped when Microsoft moved to an online version of SharePoint, right? So that's just a small thing that shouldn't be that hard to migrate into a SaaS environment. But now you as a company have a different business model problem, because now you have to sustain multiple versions of your product, because one customer is going to say, I don't want to go to your next version. It breaks the thing that I built on your thing. So now you're managing 3, 4, 5, 6 versions of your. So today it sounds great, but 10 years from now, you may find yourself as a company forcing your customers to update, and and having conversations around which versions of your software are out of support. No company wants to have that conversation. That's not a problem today, but you need to understand that if you go down that road, you are taking certain business risk on, and you need to operate that way. Certainly, you're going to have feature parity problems. One of your customers is going to call and say, hey, my buddy over at HHS is saying that they have this newfangled AI option that you just released. Why isn't it in my version? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, you're 2 versions behind. You have to update now. What's the cost of updating? Well, you're going to have to talk to your SI about that. We've seen this play before. It's not a bad play. You just have to go into this play with eyes open. And your customer needs to know that they are now inheriting the operational responsibility and the risk of managing that environment. So if they don't patch and they get hacked, that's on them. That's not Databricks' problem. That's your problem, sir. That conversation is different, right? So because many customers have also gotten used to the SaaS model of, you provide me with an all-you-can-eat, turnkey, you manage the entire stack. They need to understand that this is not that. So it's a business model problem, or it's not a problem, it's a business model shift. And to your point, at Databricks, it sounds like, you guys were successfully able to scale to a point where now you can develop a plan to transition the customers into a true SaaS platform because you're ready to go there. That is something that's going to happen in your future. So as a company, you need to know that at some point, 3 to 5 years from now, we have a major decision to make on, do we continue to support both models? Do we now move everybody to a different SaaS-based delivery model? Or if we continue to support both, here's the trade-offs we're going to make. So, for example, when I was at Box, I was there for 5 years, the intelligence community came to us. They offered us a significant amount of money. I would have been very, very happy if we'd closed that deal, to do exactly what you said. And actually, we talked to the board. We went all the way up and down to say, can we use your software, but containerize it and put it in my container? But the ultimate decision the CEO was made, that was, no, we're going to walk away from that very lucrative deal, because it would have bifurcated the customer experience that the company didn't want to do. So it's a business decision that a company has to make. And sometimes it's in the favor of doing this way, and other times it's not. And so it's not an easy button to get around FedRAMP. I want to make that clear, because you're inheriting certain trade-offs when you go down this way versus that way.
Yeah, I think those are key considerations, and you both kind of laid out, a double-edged sword, where on one side you have to navigate multiple compliance frameworks, so FedRAMP, FedRAMP Plus, SRG, intelligence community, right? But on the other side, you have to manage all the permutations of different hosting environments and certain, considerations for the agency, so on. So you really have to pick your poison on that front. So Brianna, I want to ask you, I know you're working with the marketplace team. what are your perspectives on how the marketplace can accelerate sales cycles and get consumption to federal buyers from a SaaS perspective?
Absolutely, Chris. So glad that you asked about that because we really cannot divorce the issue of compliance and FedRAMP that we're talking about today from procurement and procurement friction. Because what we see more and more is this challenge that we can't shy away from, that industry partners are investing in achieving, FedRAMP authorization or other compliance requirements, but then where's their ROI? Where are their sales? And so what we have to do is recognize that we're asking industry to invest in meeting all of these compliance requirements that the government has set forth. And there has to be something at the end of that process for them. So that's where Marketplace comes in. AWS Marketplace offers a way to streamline procurement and make it more efficient while still maintaining the necessary guardrails, because of course there's always compliance issues with procurement as well. So let me give you a couple of examples about how we're doing that. First, I'll start with this notion of contract vehicles and KOs. So let's say you're an industry partner and you've gone through FedRAMP authorization, you're ready to sell. And you know that there's a customer out there wanting to buy your solution because you wouldn't have invested in going through the FedRAMP authorization process if you didn't have some demand signals. So you've got that customer that wants to buy, and what's holding them up? What's stopping them from pressing the button? It's probably related to how they're going to get on contract with you. They're probably, I see people nodding in the audience, they're probably looking around saying, I need to find a KO. Where's there a contracting officer that can support me get on contract with this particular independent software vendor, this ISV? Well, there's clearly a shortage of KOs in the government right now. So they might also be wondering, how long is it going to take to establish this contract vehicle between the government and an ISV? I don't know how long it took for you. Maybe you said that you were lucky, so maybe it didn't take too long in your case, but I've heard stories of it taking 2+ years. 2 years just to establish a contract vehicle. And that process usually starts after you get the authorization that you needed. So where Marketplace comes in, how we work to streamline that procurement process and make it more efficient, is that we are giving government customers the capability to purchase third-party software, data, and services via the AWS Marketplace on existing cloud contract vehicles. That means that the government has a contract with AWS to buy cloud services. They're going to be then, through AWS Marketplace, one of our commercial services, buying your industry partners' software and services and data on that same cloud contract vehicle. That means that there's already a KO out there ready to support your government customer, your end user, because there's a KO assigned to their task order for their cloud contract vehicle already, and they can support their purchase of your SaaS solution as well. So that's one example where AWS Marketplace comes in. And Chris, if I may share one other example.
You forgot the clearances that you can also get through the IC Marketplace, which were incredibly valuable to particularly startup companies that have difficulty getting their own facility clearance.
Thanks, Howard. I appreciate you throwing that plug in there for us.
Well, it was incredibly beneficial for us.
I'm so glad that it was. And for federal civilian customers as well, AWS Marketplace offers a lot of services and solutions and features that can help federal civilian customers to procure third-party software, data, and services through the marketplace. And one example of those features is something that we have called Vendor Insights. Vendor Insights, I like to think of it as the end-all, be-all for eliminating buyer's remorse. So Vendor Insights gives you as a buyer insight into what you're actually buying so that there are no surprises down the road. And it's a way that we're able to compile information from thousands of software vendors that are part of our AWS Marketplace and get them answers to the exact types of questions that the government is going to be asking. This is including and in addition to the types of questions that have to be answered for FedRAMP authorization. And this is a way that the government can have a streamlined and consolidated list of those questions and answers via the AWS Marketplace so that you don't have 20 different people in the same government agency, not to mention across 20 different government agencies, asking one partner the exact same question 200 times. And so that the government is able to see the answers to those questions and get access to those products more quickly, more efficiently. And so that industry partners are able to also expedite their delivery because they've consolidated their responses in one spot. And so that's one feature that we have with AWS Marketplace. My favorite piece about Vendor Insights is that once you do subscribe to a product via AWS Marketplace, you get automatic email notifications telling you if any of the vendors' responses to those questions that you reviewed previously have changed. That way you're aware of continual updates and you're able to meet your compliance requirements on a continual basis.
Yeah, we all love vendor questionnaires, so that sounds like a great resource to streamline that process and minimize the toil, both for the agency as well as the vendor. And something you all have touched on to some extent already is like, DoD SRG, FedRAMP, intelligence community. So I'm curious from your experience and perspective, what are some false assumptions or unanticipated challenges that vendors, don't take into account before jumping into all these different markets and they have their own, kind of compliance considerations? And feel free, we'll start with you, Howard.
I mean, I think I articulated a lot of the problems at the start. There's just so many combinations and permutations. I'm going to answer your question a little bit differently. I think that the government has missed the opportunity here. Like, everybody wants highly secure data and applications. And the fact that the government, not even expecting to do this, has created so many different standards that you actually end up getting less security. And what I would really advocate for the government to do is to pick one standard, maybe it's impact level 4 or impact level 5, and get everybody to adopt to it. That way, SaaS solution providers need to comply with one standard that secures everything. You might still have the problem of having to deliver it on the commercial cloud, on the gov cloud, and on the classified cloud. And you might still have the problem of having to deliver it on AWS, Azure, and GCP and others. But at least you're not dealing with several different compliance patterns. So that's my hope and that's my advocacy. I always thought when I retired, I would go back and become a lobbyist, and that would be my only issue. Let's get one standard for security. Nobody, the idea that the DoD's data is more critical than, CMS's data or the IRS's data is absurd. Like, we can't risk any of that data. It's all got to be secure at the highest level. And so that's my response.
I will make a little plug in the Office of National Cyber Director. They're not here, but they did put an RFI out, for regulatory harmonization. So maybe there's some hope there. We'll see what happens. But over to you, John.
All right. Top 2 false assumptions that I see over and over again from our industry partners. Number 1 touches on Howard's point, and that is reciprocity. They assume that if they've gotten an approval or an authorization at one level or at one agency, it's going to work everywhere else. And that could be related to FedRAMP. It could be related to, IL 5 or 6, but it also could be related to other compliance issues that we haven't touched on yet, like foreign ownership, control, and influence. Just because I have an FCL with DoD means I'm good to go to sell at, an intelligence community agency. Sorry, not so much. They don't have reciprocity with each other. Okay. False assumption number 2 is I need to have FedRAMP or, one of these other compliance requirements that we talked about just to get my foot in the door and sell to the public sector or to the federal government. You don't. There are government customers out there that are using, like Chris mentioned, the commercial cloud that don't necessarily need FedRAMP High. So that means that you can already start selling to federal government customers without having FedRAMP authorization, FOCI approvals or an FCL, so on and so forth. There are opportunities to sell direct to the federal government without necessarily having all of these high bars for compliance regulations right away.
I wish I had given her answer.
How about you, Sonny? How about some unanticipated challenges?
I totally agree with everything Howard and it's been said before. I would like so first of all, cannot agree more on the harmonization problem, right? It started out
for whatever reason, it started out and then it's just, metastasized over time. There was some work done along the way, like GSRG level 2 became harmonized to FedRAMP moderate, but that doesn't even make sense because level 2 only covers public information. Moderate should be more than public information, should have been 4, whatever. But like nobody can tell the DoD what to do. I certainly can't. The problem is theoretically there is one standard. NIST defines that standard. It's the 800 series standard under NIST Special Pub 800, right? So one could argue that that is the one USG standard. Why does DoD needs its own? I don't know, but like it's obviously a different environment, different domain. So yes, can we get to harmonization? Absolutely, hallelujah. Whatever we need to do to get there, 100% true. But then now we have California doing its own standard, state RAM being a thing, Texas wants data in Texas. Are you going to go tell Texas to stop messing around and just use FedRAMP? Probably not. So there is a natural kind of delineation between authorities and how they relate to how we trust the data that we have, our data, to be very regulated. So, binding corporate rules in Europe, very different from FedRAMP. I was part of the team that helped the government of Japan start their FedRAMP program called ISMAP. They married it over very aligned to FedRAMP, but of course they're going to want the court of jurisprudence and their residency be in Japan, not America. So there's going to be differences when you look at a global scale. The ideal case scenario for me is, can we get alignment on the line item level? So even if the entire baseline doesn't marry one to the other, but can we align to say encryption is encryption is encryption, TLS is TLS is TLS, and we just copy and paste across standards. And so my delta and your delta become the 20% problem rather than a 100% problem. That to me is the way to go. Now, the second thing I would say is one common misconception that people need to know, which is surprising to me, but it's also understandable why it's a misconception, is the difference between a FedRAMP PATO and an agency ATO. They're not the same thing. Just because you have FedRAMP doesn't mean that an agency doesn't need to do additional due diligence before they put production data in your environment. And that makes sense. If you think about it in very simple terms, FedRAMP is all the common controls, but then there's agency implementation level controls that are going to be different agency to agency. You use Okta and you use Active Directory, you have to document those two things differently. They're not the same. And so that's implementation level control. You aggregate your logs in one product and you aggregate your logs in a different product. There's differences in your implementation and your implementation. So the idea is, though, that the agency ATO should only be the 15%, not the 100%. Now, unfortunately, not all agencies play nice, right? And they make it a 100% problem over and over again. That's not by design. That's something we should fight back on. So the idea is that 85% are common, 15% are unique to implementation, should only be worrying about 15% on a case-by-case basis. The one thing I like to say is that everybody likes to hit on FedRAMP. FedRAMP is an awful, terrible, no good, very bad program until you consider what the alternative is. And the alternative is to do this fucking thing over and over again for every agency you implement. It's better than that. Now, can we improve it? Can we invest in it? Can we streamline it with automation and so forth? Absolutely. And the trust problem is still a little problematic. I know too many people who've been, for good reasons, too many CISOs, who have never graduated past that, but my server doesn't sit under my desk, so how do I trust this? And so this reciprocity thing intellectually makes sense to a lot of people. But when it comes to the actual trust, we don't trust the PTO. They don't know what the hell they're doing. We got to do our own thing. We got to get past that because we're all in the common baseline, or theoretically we are. Well, we're not all in the common baseline. We should be. But many of us are in the common baseline. I mean, think of the NIST standard. And we shouldn't be having to reprove over and over and over again how you meet the same standard that you just proved to 15 other people before you.
Yeah, I think you all raise a great point in the sense that there needs to be regulatory harmonization. Maybe it won't be one standard to rule them all, but we have to rein it in and actually slow that sprawl because it's only getting worse as more regulatory and legal and litigation and so on continues to sprawl. And also, it's the point that it's impeding the agency's access to innovative technologies because of these duplicative, disparate processes that need to be reconciled.
Yeah, I mean, I looked recently, there are something like 20,000 SaaS applications in the marketplace worldwide, and 300 are FedRAMP, 15 are IL5, and the DoD can only put through 2 applications a year. So there's this intense need for, the government to modernize. Yet the tooling to do that modernization just isn't approved. And we're in a no-win situation. And so the biggest losers here, in fact, are government and industry. Nobody wins in this situation.
And the American people, I'd argue.
That's right,
So,
ultimately.
and not only that, but one quick comment, I think what happens here is like, just because it's not approved, and obviously it's a bottleneck, we know that it's still being used, but it's just not governed. So that's a problem as well that needs to be addressed. So Sonny, I wanted to ask you, we've had some great perspective from Howard about people who have taken a self-hosted approach and scaled and then went to FedRAMP. But I know you had some success stories about firms increasing growth and leveraging their FedRAMP authorization to drive revenue. So can you touch on that piece?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a pretty big cliff that you have to get over, right? It takes time and money and effort, and just because whether or not you decide as a company to invest in FedRAMP has no bearing on whether you're going to be successful in the marketplace. That's just a ticket to the ball. Doesn't mean that you know how to dance, right? So you may be in a competitive marketplace. Your prices may be too high compared to you may realize that you get into the marketplace and you're either priced out, or the marketplace is shrinking, or the TAM is not large enough. You have to do that research ahead of time. Is this even a worthwhile marketplace to be in? If you build a left-handed widget that only 5 people in the federal government need, and you went through 2 years of FedRAMP approval, and only 5 people who bought your product, it was not a big enough TAM, I'm sorry, that's on you. You need to kind of understand the market before you start investing in it. Now, having said that, there's the interesting thing about FedRAMP is, so when I used to both be on the JAB, and then when I was outside the JAB and advising companies and helping Japan, for example, like as they were thinking about it, what was interesting to me is that all the industries that are adjacent to the government that don't have a cloud security standard, and frankly, that's every industry. Like if you look at financial services industry as writ large does not have a cloud security standard. They don't. Healthcare, HIPAA is not a cloud security standard. Hospitality, manufacturing, aerospace, none of these companies, now some of these downstream with 800-171 are requiring some discipline and some harmony and DFAR, et cetera. But generally speaking, if you're a bank, you care about data security too. You want to make sure your shit is patched. You want to make sure encryption is good. But there's no standard for you to point to and say, this company is doing the right thing and that one isn't. So we used to get calls all the time from international companies, from the government of Canada, from Goldman Sachs, from you name it, saying, hey, tell me more about this FedRAMP thing, because I've got a bunch of cloud companies that I want to use, and I don't know which one is good. And so how do I know one of them is encrypting things and which one isn't? Because not all cloud companies, of the 20,000, about 10,000 are owned by foreign nationals who are trying to grab our data. So how do you know which one is good and bad? So FedRAMP, while it's focused on U.S. federal government alone, but you start seeing acceleration in states, in cities, and localities, but then very quickly in other adjacent industries. So to me, the biggest story, so when I was at Box, I was there 5 years. We got our FedRAMP and we went from 0 to 100 million ARR just in public sector. But the company went from about 170 million ARR to $1 billion ARR, right? And the biggest acceleration was in regulated industries after we got FedRAMP. Banking and financial services, life sciences, healthcare, right? Because it was a badge of, okay, you guys are, whatever you're doing, we don't understand this stuff, but you're secure because the government uses you, so now we can look at you. So it's just became an automatic accelerator. So my sellers who were selling to healthcare companies would start with, we're FedRAMP compliant, and then it would be like, well, it doesn't really matter until it does. So I remember selling to the government of Canada, and they're like, how do we know you're secure? And we said, we're FedRAMP compliant. It has nothing to do with Canada. And they're like, oh, okay, you're fine. You're probably fine. Actually, we weren't, because Canada requires data to be in Canada, and Canada requires data in transit to stay through Canada, which is a weird thing, because you can't touch this part of Canada to that part of Canada unless you go through the US. Anyway, but the point is that it becomes a blue ribbon conversation. And so companies who are investing in it understand that you will have acceleration outside of just the federal market. It's just a matter of monetizing it in the right way.
Yeah, I think Nix and I touched on this earlier with Insight Partners. He talked about how it's a signal to the broader regulated industries that you've done the due diligence, you've done the legwork to be used and trusted. The government's trusting you. And Howard looks like he has something to say.
Well, I was just going to say, nobody could argue with the ultimate success Amazon had after C2S. when,
Absolutely.
the government announced that they were going to use C2S. I think that was a stamp of approval. And I know that served us well at Databricks as well.
Absolutely.
We got, the agency on board. We were never allowed to share that, but we had done enough work to secure the product for the agency. And as anybody inquired about the product, we had already buttoned up every single consideration or potential vulnerability because we had to do that for the government. So to Sonny's point, if you can satisfy the government, you're pretty much satisfying all of industry.
Yeah, and so I want to ask you guys, we touched on this throughout the conversation a little bit, but what are some strategies you have seen be successful for firms who are looking to get in the federal market, but they know they need to clear hurdles like a sponsor, for example, or they don't understand FedRAMP and they don't know how to navigate the process and they don't understand the requirements. What are some kind of parting recommendations before we open it up to the audience here?
Yeah. Oh,
Go ahead.
I can start with that one. So with AWS, we can definitely support ISVs in that journey. With AWS Marketplace, we can work with you on a go-to-market strategy together for the federal government, for the public sector. A few options are joining the Amazon Partner Network and listing in the AWS Marketplace. I see that these ISVs are at different stages of their journey with the public sector. So you might just be starting out trying to, market to the government or educate your public sector customers about your solution, or maybe you're seeking to get demos. Working with us and our teams to, get your foot in the door is definitely one path, one avenue. And then once you do have your foot in the door, once you've got that customer that says, I've seen the demo 100 times, I know I like it, I just don't know how to get it, that's when we have to work together on the marketplace front to support you in your procurement journey. And that's how we have to go in together to the government and help to educate them about what their options are for how they can procure your solution via the AWS Marketplace on their existing cloud contract. I know we're running out of time, so I could keep going on this topic. I'm super passionate about it, but I want to give Howard a chance before we go into the audience.
If you're SaaS and on-premise, sell on-premise to the federal government. It's a much lower bar. And if you're SaaS only, defer your federal government sales to establish yourself in other markets before you come into the federal government. Sonny?
I would say, first of all, if you're early stage, learn the baseline and make architecture decisions that will help you later on. That's going to significantly reduce the burden to go through that hurdle when you're ready. Secondly, understand that at any point, whether you sell to the government as a SaaS or non-SaaS, you have to still comply with 800-53. So don't be surprised that just because you have a software you can package up and sell somebody in shrimp crab, that you don't have any security or compliance responsibilities. You still do. It's just that balance is different. The government has taken on more of that responsibilities in that instance. But they will still come to you and ask you all the questions. You might as well start documenting that and having a point of view on that. Sooner or later, you're going to have to address FedRAMP. Sooner or later, if you're a 2024 company, you're not selling shit to run under desks. You're gonna be some level of a cloud model at some point. And so you need to when you think about that, you need to also have a delta in your mind. So at any point, no matter where you are in the company's growth cycle, you need to understand what your delta is from your current architecture, infrastructure, and where the 2B needs to be to comply. Whether you choose to invest in it or not, you need to understand what that delta is. Use partners. Build your product on AWS, because that gives you so much acceleration in achieving that, because you don't have to worry about 2/3 of the stack all of a sudden. You only have to worry about your application controls. And last thing I'll say is start marketing early. Don't wait to start marketing your product into the market until you've achieved FedRAMP. In my experience, you should start about 18 months ahead of achieving FedRAMP. Start putting dollars into marketing. Get in front of customers, start sponsoring events, meeting people, showing demos, get some energy going. Because ultimately, if you achieve FedRAMP and nobody cares on the other side, then it's going to be another year and a half for you to start accelerating growth and marketing, so that by the time your sale happens, you got it FedRAMP, you spent all this time, effort, and money, and now you're waiting another 2 years before you get your first sale. So get it ready so that the customer is knocking on your door asking you, when is your FedRAMP going to be complete?
because I'm ready to write a check. That's where you want to be.
Yeah, great recommendations all around, and I apologize, we don't have time to take questions from the audience, so be sure to catch these folks in the hallway. But I also want to give a reminder, ask the experts with AWS and Aquia right across the hall if you have any technical or compliance questions, room 106, and that'll take us to our next session. So thank you all for joining us.
Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, guys.
We didn't argue at all.
Not at all. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I got to go eat. Yeah, I'm going to use the restroom real quick.
All right.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to a fireside chat about the future of FedRAMP. My name is Ala Seifert, and I do public sector and regulated industries, public policy here at Amazon Web Services. Also proud GSA alumna. And I'm here today with Eric Mill. He's the executive director for cloud strategy at the GSA. And if you're gathered in this room, you know why that's extremely important. He joins us. Previously, he was at the Office of Management and Budget, where he was the senior advisor to the federal CIO. Before that, he was in industry, and prior to that, he was also at the GSA. So Eric has been a consummate public servant, really focusing on the excellence and imperative of getting security right to get government access to innovative technology. And so today we'll be chatting a bit about where he sees the program going, and this is going to be a forward-looking, not very tactical. You've seen a lot of folks talk about the premise of the program as it stands, and we're going to hear from Eric as a member of the administration, but also in his capacity as a subject matter expert on the topic about where things will go from here.
Thanks for the kind intro. Appreciate it. And yeah, it's a new title and position on cloud strategy. It is about 90% FedRAMP focused. And so my role there is really to help see through the modernization effort that's going on around FedRAMP that I think is pretty visible from just about every branch of government at this point. So yeah, happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. So looking back at the last decade, the program's a bit over 10 years old. What do you think has made the program so useful or so sticky? I think we've all seen government programs come and go. Why has this one been the thing that stuck around?
Yeah, it is interesting. When I was at OMB, I was internally I was fond of saying that the FedRAMP memo from 2011, at least on the tech and cybersecurity side, seemed to maybe be the most impactful memo objectively OMB has put out there in terms of just creating something out of whole cloth that has really stuck, as you said. I think some of that is pretty straightforward. I think folks have seen that in this room, that it came about at a time when the government wasn't really taking much advantage of computing infrastructure at the scale and fungibility and automatability that the rest of the world was beginning to enjoy at quite a bit of speed and scale. And a lot of, I think, the early decisions that were made around FedRAMP was optimizing for please get these things into government. We need to be able to have these cool things too. We need to be able to move at the speed that people expect us, the public expects. So, and that it was not only where the market was moving, it was very much what government needed at the time. It made a lot of sense to people. It also took
I think some of the lived experiences that were happening in different agencies, right? Each agency is doing its own interesting kind of negotiations and expressing its, priorities and risks that it needs to cover down on to all the vendors and in their own way. And that stuff still happens, obviously, but having a program like FedRAMP brings, there is a place that GSA, OMB, others, where they can actually start to see in a holistic way, like what is happening, what are people complaining about as a result of this, and what are people starting to complain less about? Where are the trends going? It pulls that stuff together into a place. I think people found that very compelling.
Do you think that the creation of the marketplace website was a useful moment in sort of a program legitimization?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it took something that, while it's not the most, rocket science concept, it's something, nothing's ever so simple behind government, behind the walls to actually pull stuff together, say something, put people in government get very antsy about putting companies' names of any form on the web. So, cutting back to that time in the FedRAMP program's life, it certainly was a significant thing to do.
Great, thank you. And so that's the last decade. Moving toward the following decade. So you're in a new role. It's very forward-leaning. It's very thinking about the future. What do you see in the coming decade for the program?
Yeah, once again, right? There's things that have been happening over the last 5-10 years that have been, I think, very obvious in the outside world. They're even obvious inside government, but we still haven't really turned the machine in that direction in a meaningful way. Right? We've done a pretty decent job now. When I joined GSA the first time, as you mentioned, a decade ago, it was still not ubiquitous, the infrastructure as a service in general, much less platform as a service. That stuff actually is, at this point, it's hard to not find that in an agency of any size in a meaningful, approved, kind of understood way. But what hasn't been tackled to nearly the same degree is software as a service, is things that you're just using out there on the web and the internet, and things that are, by their very nature, usually, and when you're not talking about a gigantic enterprise collaboration suite, usually are doing something smaller, something more focused. So there's going to be a lot more of them. And the companies are going to get a little bit smaller on average. The trade-offs are going to get different. The abstraction layers are different. And so FedRAMP has software as a service in it. It's been working on this problem for a while. But I think you can see this certainly said in the draft OMB memoranda, but I think it's obvious just viscerally to a lot of folks, that marketplace is way, way bigger than what is captured in FedRAMP right now.
The real private sector marketplace is different.
The real private sector marketplace, that's right. Yeah, in the commercial ecosystem. And these are the tools that actually are deciding how organizations work. Like, if you're deciding where to go work, the tools that are used really can change the culture and how things function there. But more directly, just in terms of the economic engine that they represent and the acceleration that it means to have these tools, like that's where it is. This isn't a passing change. This is something that's basically, since the web was born in the late 80s and 1990s, more and more has been moving the things that are pulled in on demand from something another organization is running. And through a whole variety of technology and organizational changes that I don't need to explain to anybody in this room, that's now at the point where behind the scenes of these web pages are just, in things that ordinarily 10, 15, 20 years ago, enterprises assumed they would have to be running a copy of that themselves, right? So that change is, again, obvious to a lot of folks, but has not been strategically operationalized in the federal government. I personally think that is one of the big things that FedRAMP has to look at, and the implications of what it means to look at. Like, it necessitates a greater focus on small business. It necessitates an open-mindedness towards different ways of achieving different technical controls. It requires everything to move a lot faster, and the processes that worked when you had a few dozen organizations knocking at your door is a lot different than when you have hundreds or much less the thousands that I think we all want to see.
So I think what I'm hearing you say is you're thinking about velocity.
For sure.
And how are you thinking that this program, which like, yes, is only a decade old, but is a decade old and has its own sort of technical debt and the manifestations that I think folks here in this room are all too familiar with. How are you thinking about shifting toward a world where everyone is moving faster?
Yeah, I'll give a couple of examples of things that the team is working through at the moment. So one, and I'll start with maybe a basic one, which is really starting to take what is working, like what can get you through the process and what you need to do, and just getting way more of that stuff to be like public, documented, clear. And there's an inherent open-mindedness to this as well, where like what we want is when we see new things come through the pipeline that are, you know, achieving some security requirement in a new way. It's really very much meeting the spirit of it, but the program's never seen this before. That is something we should be excited about, right? And not turned off by. And when we work with that to get it through the system, we should also, and this also may require a little bit of you know, some open-mindedness in some of the companies as well. We want to be able to take those things and like and make that a well-lit path for others to come through the door as well to have achieved that security requirement in that way. One of the lines that folks in the team who are working on these kinds of acceleration initiatives talk about that I really like is, you know, trying to turn unplanned work into planned work. FedRAMP will always be work. It will always be annoying to somebody, but one of the things we can try and do is make it a lower surprise organization, right? a lower surprise process, and try to move that stuff to the left. Another example I want to mention is that we're very geared right now on empowering agile delivery, right? The way that software companies today, the higher performing ones certainly, are working and have been working really for some time, right? We don't think it's in the security interest of the FedRAMP program or the US government to be a constant bottleneck that makes it take a year longer than it should to get a firewall up on the internet or something like that, right? We want to, it is in our interest to see more security patches, features generally. It's in the government's interest for this stuff to be moving. And so, you know, one of the big pain points that I know a lot of folks have comes around what in FedRAMP speak is the significant change request process. That's getting a lot of attention from us internally.
Raise your hand if you know what a CR is. Whoa, a lot of hands in the room are up. But viewing the live stream, I hope you also raised your hands.
Right, and we would like to really move towards that being a non-blocking process for the federal government. That may mean that there's more information that needs to come through that. That may mean that there's a little bit more work in terms of, you know, understanding what the process is going to be, you know, on the CSP side to support that. But what we want is to actually change our machine to operate asynchronously, right? To put it in a little bit of an engineering kind of analogy here. And we think that's going to get us more of what we want from a security perspective, and definitely something we'll be interested in working with interested folks on as the year goes on.
And so are you thinking about those changes in the context of moving toward meaningful ConMon in sort of a continuous monitoring paradigm, or are you thinking about SCRs sort of separately from ConMon?
They seem pretty entangled. I mean, there is other work also happening around just, you know, automation and OSCAL in general that I think is going to play into that. I don't know that I have a good, like, real crisp answer to that question exactly. I know that when we want all of our work to be meaningful. Right now, what's happening with the program is there is a lot of pressure to have its resources used more efficiently, so it can scale, and so it could then so that we can point those resources in the direction of executing on receiving machine-readable packages, you know, automating elements of scanning and things that we can do that. So the program right now, more than I think it's ever been, is incentivized to to not waste its own time, much less the time of its CSPs on that sort of thing.
That's wonderful. And so can you share a little bit more generally about how you're thinking in the theme of increasing velocity, moving from sort of a point-in-time compliance paradigm to a potentially more continuous one?
Yeah, and I think that's really what I was trying to get at with the significant change request process. But I think there's just a broader principle behind that of speed being a security property. One of the things I think that is happening that is
sort of inherently less visible from the government side is it's not just where we look at the process and it's like we can see it's slow because we measure how long it takes to go from point A to point B. There's the hidden cost of people just silently opting themselves out of the program if they perceive that by signing themselves up for it, they're about to slow their deployment process to molasses, right? And that is something we bear, I think, but it's hard for us to feel that necessarily and measure it. One of our goals is to change that as well and start measuring this stuff a little more effectively.
Mm-hmm. Great. This wouldn't be a discussion about the future without some talk about AI.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, this is meant to be on the agenda. So can you tell me a little bit more about how you're thinking about it? Last Monday, I seem to recall, the Emerging Technology Framework draft proposal, I think comments closed on March 11th.
Mm-hmm.
How are you, in your role, both thinking about FedRAMP, but also thinking about cloud security compliance broadly across government, thinking about AI and sort of thinking about AI as it relates to the issue you just brought up around acceleration?
Yeah. So I imagine this audience probably does know, but if you don't, we did just close on a public comment period around an emerging technology framework with an initial focus on generative artificial intelligence. It's something that was part of the President's Artificial Intelligence Executive Order. The goal of that is to accelerate, be able to have the government a little bit further ahead on the early adopter curve, or at least less on the late adopter curve, for things that are at this point have started to emerge, and we should not be falling behind in. The public expects their government, even though they kind of know in the back of their head that government has this reputation for lagging behind, still when it actually comes to the experience of interacting with the digital service or getting a benefit that they need, their expectations go pretty high pretty quickly, and they want to see the government bringing the tools that they know exist to bear to solve their problems. So, that's one of the fundamental goals there. Obviously, a big goal of this is also to make sure we're doing it in a responsible way. That is the point of the FedRAMP program. Those twin goals are what you are hopefully seeing reflected in that framework. Thank you to everybody who did submit comments. I know we got a lot of them. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head right now, but it was pretty hefty, and that's a good thing. I think one of the things that we're going to be thinking about the most is how to make sure that we are, we put a lot of effort, and including at my level, into thinking about how we are measuring this from like a fairness and performance perspective. So there's a lot of emphasis in the framework, for example, on benchmarking and about what it means to be able to qualify for this process of accelerating your application in the first place. We want to make sure that we want to make sure that products that are coming before the program are actually what we meant to cover, right? That these are examples of relatively recent, performing at a reasonable enough rate to make it worth the government's time, and it actually is generative AI. It is an environment where there's a lot of AI. There's a lot of that being bandied about at the moment. We want to make sure we're focused on the right things. We're not trying to get ourselves into a situation where we are, the government's judge of how good AI is at its job. That's not really what FedRAMP is supposed to do. So that was one of the questions that we prompted the public to help us think through as we went through that. So thank you for those who did. I think at my level, what I'd give a lot of focus to is where this framework is going, right? It's strategically important and new for the program in general to be prioritizing anything really, and there will be more
As opposed to just the existing
as opposed to just first in, first out, right? But I think people actually do expect that programs like FedRAMP are operated with a bit of strategy in mind, right? And that when the government has clear priorities, FedRAMP, like its other programs, are working in support of those goals. So it is important precedent for us, and I think there'll be more opportunities, especially as we get past some of the initial AI wave, to talk through what some of those other emerging technologies and priorities should be.
That's great. How are you thinking about the relationship between the benchmark controls that FedRAMP looks at and potentially the NIST
NIST AI risk management framework or any of the other sort of control families that are sprouting up everywhere across the AI world?
Yeah, it's not a settled space, right? And I think one of the things that I am been conscious of and am perfectly fine saying publicly, is we're not trying to become the NIST-like benchmark of what good performing AI is. That is a role. I mean, this plays that role with some other technologies, and we're really focused on making sure that when we are trying to prioritize a certain type of thing, that we are only spending our resources on that type of thing, and that type of thing is just at a kind of a basic professional level. But we fully expect the marketplace of agency customers that are actually the ones buying this and working with it for that to be driving a level of quality across the board.
Great. Thank you so much. So what does the future look like for you? You all had this comment period close. Many of us in this room engaged with the draft OMB memo on
Yes.
FedRAMP reform, the comments for which I think were due right before Christmas.
Mhm.
Can you share a little bit about what 2024 looks like for all things FedRAMP and sort of, I would say, cloud security and compliance in government?
Sure. Yeah, well, big sweeping topic. So, obviously I can't really speak for OMB and what's going to happen with their memorandum, but, this year, you're going to see quite a bit from GSA. You're going to see some more publicly from us with more, I'm starting to talk here in a little bit of detail about some of the things that we're thinking about, right? And you're going to see more of that and more of those things coming out of our mouths on the internet and through the speaking that we're doing. There's also going to be a lot of opportunities to comment or to not just to comment, but to engage with the program and with GSA, more directly on the implementation of those things. One of the things we're really focused on is showing that we can deliver on things. So there's been a lot of effort inside GSA to make sure we're pointing our resources in a direction that we can start showing some tangible value to the things that we're talking about over the next couple of quarters for the things that I think we all understand are our priorities. So we'll have those, and we will be very interested to see people's reaction to those. A lot of those are, there's going to be opportunities for pilots with interested companies, and I hope that you see a pretty good amount of energy in the air, and that you feel the execution engine of our agency pointed in starting to take some of these things that have been talked about in the air for the last year or two, and putting out things into the world.
Well, I hope some companies in this room or some folks on the online are going to raise their hand for some of those pilots. That certainly sounds exciting. I do want to say, in industry, we've really appreciated both the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee that's been stood up, as well as putting things out for public comment. I seem to recall a world in some earlier IT policymaking where things were just sort of released. And so I think the collective brain trust of both the folks here in the room and online who really care about these topics, it is very helpful for us to provide our perspectives about what's going on.
Well, that's always glad to hear that. And I could tell you, as somebody who has been on the receiving end of multiple public comment periods, where I've read all of these comments and worked with others on different teams who have implemented those, it really does make a difference. And it's, and these can include good ideas that have worked their way up through the process inside large companies, and they can include good ideas that came from individuals who just decided to throw something in. And it's, I think that those processes have really improved the quality of work out of all the organizations, GSA included, that have decided to engage more in that way over the last couple of years.
That's
last
great.
decade, really.
Awesome, thank you. Sort of looking ahead at this year and sort of the first year, potentially the first term of the Biden administration, how are you thinking about the full spectrum of things that are sort of in flight? You mentioned a handful y'all are about to be releasing here in short order, but on top of that, we've got CMMC, we've got a couple of federal acquisition regulatory rules, plus secure software development, sort of the draft form, I think, was just finalized the other day. How are you thinking about this kaleidoscope of policy, sort of not in your FedRAMP hat, but in your sort of executive director for this as a topic at GSA, how are you thinking about the full suite of changes that are potentially affecting government contractors or government cloud vendors rather? And thinking about the velocity issue, how do you think all of these roles will affect that?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about it's an interesting time to be working in cybersecurity. And I remember joining the top of the administration right in the middle of doing the cybersecurity executive order, and I think that pace has really, in many ways not stopped. It just moved into different phases. There's not a simple answer to what you're talking about, but I think one of the things we're spending a lot of time doing right now is really, stakeholder coordination with other parts of the federal ecosystem, making sure we have much stronger ties with CISA, with OMB, with NIST, with the organizations that make up this kaleidoscope, right? And it is very natural. It's the natural way of government organizations like other large enterprises to, come together for little bursts and then kind of retreat to their worlds over time. And I'm very focused on trying to build the scaffolding that will keep them tied together like this, so that not that it can solve every problem that companies will encounter as this kaleidoscope unfolds, but that we can make it smoother.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's really great to hear that. Are there any sort of final thoughts? We've got a bunch of folks on the line and a bunch of folks gathered here in the room that deeply care about the topic. Is there anything we haven't talked about that you want to leave the group with?
If you wanted to take a question or two, if that would be fine.
I think we only have maybe just one question. We have 2 minutes left before they're cutting us off. Okay. Sure. We've got a mic here. Does anyone want to ask Eric Mill a question? All right, we've got one over there.
Is there any consideration for a future, almost like a FedRAMP aid program to help startups achieve FedRAMP authorization faster? Because that's the market that's really expensive to achieve for some of these smaller companies.
Yeah, there is. And I don't want to get ahead some of the details on that, but we have been talking a lot about that. You heard some of my early comments here talked about the sort of inherently we have to engage more with small businesses and smaller organizations that have maybe less of an existing long-time investment in the federal ecosystem. That's something that's really top of our minds. I think one of the dynamics that has been present in a FedRAMP ecosystem that was originally optimized around IaaS and PaaS providers, in my view, is that it pointed a lot of resources towards the things that will just be, that themselves will be reused as widely as possible, right? Things that you can imagine just about every agency may be needing to use. And that's come at the cost of some things that are, maybe sector specific, right? There are fields out there that are extremely useful to organizations that work in healthcare or in energy. And, I think there's a heavy overlap between that and what you're talking about. And so for a couple of reasons, we are very much looking at programmatic activities we could do to proactively get out there and try to help lower that barrier and introduce people to what they'll need to do to both make it sound less intimidating and hopefully be less intimidating.
I don't know if we have time for one more question. Maybe. I don't know the powers that be. All right. Right over here. This is the actual last question.
You can repeat this.
Oh.
I guess. So, Eric, thank you for talking. What resources does GSA and the program do? We understand what we need from industry, but industry also wants to listen to you and help advocate for ways to help this program do exactly what you're saying that it's hoping to do in the future. So what do you need? What resources do you need that we can advocate for on your behalf?
Well, you can appreciate the complexity of giving a real detailed answer to that question here as a government person, but we're right now there's very much focus on making sure that we are able to begin delivering on the things that we have been saying that we will deliver for some time, and the things that people are very visibly wanting us to deliver on. And we want to show, too, that we could do that with the resources we have and that we've been getting. And that does not preclude at all the fact that, FedRAMP, in fact, could be doing a lot more than it is. And I think one of the themes that you can see in, for example, the OMB memorandum, but also in the law and in other in everything else that's happening, there's much more work starting to center around the program at GSA. And this concept of capacity being for authorizations being spread around the government is not going away. Something we're very much leading into more to make sure that we have higher throughput overall. But there's just a much higher set of expectations on the program, and if everybody wants like something out of FedRAMP, there's really only one place you can go and try to just get them to do it, and it's there. So that will be an eternal journey, I'm sure, that would absolutely, we will love to work with you.
And I'll just say that I think, in fact, your move from the White House over to the program is actually a manifestation of the administration's desire to continue to deliver results. So with that, please join me in thanking Eric Mill for taking time out of his busy schedule to come home.
It'll go green. Test, test, check, check. Yeah.
Got it. Test, 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 test. That's good enough.
Could maybe
Do I
even
need
be
a
a
bit
little
up?
bit higher.
Hello.
Just so it's comfortable.
Is it just us two on the panel? I thought
No, is John too.
It'll turn green. Test, test. Test, test, test. You guys good? All right, so this is going to take us to our final session, I believe, today. And this one's going to be focused on OSCAL and compliance automation and innovation. It's going to go broader than FedRAMP. We're going to talk about a lot of different compliance frameworks and industry standards and efforts to streamline and innovate in the compliance space. We have Michaela Iorga from NIST. We have Phyllis Lee from Center for Internet Security and John Yo from Cloud Security Alliance. So I'm really excited to chat with these folks. There's been a lot of conversation today about OSCAL, automation, streamlining, compliance frameworks and so on. So before we dive into it though, for folks that aren't familiar with OSCAL, Michaela, can you tell us a bit about it, what the objective of the project is and so on?
I would like by starting calling the audience here who did not hear the word OSCAL or knows what it is before today.
That's a good
No,
sign.
nobody is raising the hand. That assume that you heard of OSCAL. It's fantastic. That makes my day. How many of you now dipped into OSCAL and is using it, is trying to either build a tool or to use it for internal purpose? Yay. We can have more of those, to be honest. So please allow me, because you know probably OSCAL as well as I do, allow for the other member of the audience here to describe it. So OSCAL stands for Open Security Controls Assessment Language. It's a language that was designed to allow the representation of security information, controls, security controls in particular, and to represent the implementation of those controls and the assessment of those controls, supports automation of the security assessment in a cheaper, faster, and better way. So I'll go a little bit over those very fast because we tackled those earlier, and I think that I have a different angle of how OSCAL can provide the Chinese menu. So OSCAL being standardized and being open source allows you to do a cheaper and a faster, because it's allowing you to do automation, assessment of the controls. OSCAL allows you to do better because we design it to provide a very fine granularity of the information. So you can represent, starting with the controls, you can represent that. But OSCAL is, for the ones that are not very familiar with, it's a set of models, like we refer to them schemas or models, that allow you to represent information from 3 layers. You can represent catalog of controls in OSCAL, and it's designed to be very flexible, so we can represent not only 853 catalog of controls, we can represent CIS controls, and we have them. We can represent CCM version 4 controls, and CSA provided that. We can represent the Australian catalog of controls, ISM, and it's available out there. Japanese government is working on representing their information, their controls in OSCAL. I'm working with Anita on representing the controls for Cybersecurity Act in OSCAL, and we have partners all around the globe that are using OSCAL to represent their controls, their requirements. OSCAL allows you, with the second model that we have, to customize those controls, to create, we refer to them profiles. So when you take a profile, you can take a subset of controls, you can change that, you apply anything that you want, you can tailor them up and down, do whatever you want. This is how we represent the NIST 853 baselines. This is how FedRAMP represents the baselines that they're working with. Now we're moving to the implementation layer. We have a system security plan model that allows you to document how your systems are implementing these controls and are satisfying the controls. But it was done in a very smart way to support an agile process to move to shift to left of the security, because it allows you to decompose the system into components. Also, we have a model that we refer to it as component definition that allows vendors to document how their products are implementing controls. And that kind of information, that kind of model can be used for organizations to define playbooks. Internally, this is how we want all our components of our systems to implement security controls. Those component definitions, instances, can convey the information to your system security plan, so you can build your system security plan faster. But in OSCAL, starting with a control and with an, earlier was referred as an element of a control, a statement, a subset in there. Control can have A, B, C, D, and then you can have 8.1, 8.2, and so on. Starting with that very single element, you have a unique identifier, an identifier for that element that allows you to trace that information, how that information is implemented through the process in the implementation and in the component definition as well. Now coming to assessment layer, we have 3 models there that are supporting your risk management process. One is planning the assessment. The other one is collecting the assessment results. And then the third one is the plan of actions and milestones that allows you to convey all the findings and observations back to the system owner. They're designed in a way to also respect and support different roles within an organization, and allows you in a very nice way, because you are talking here today of reducing the time, automating the process, to identify with unique identifiers where the change happened and go and reassess only what the change was identified. So if you have a patch for a system and it's only affecting one component of your system, then you can go and that can trigger an assessment only for this teeny tiny set or part of your system. In this way, you can also shift right the response when there are findings. So it's helping you if you use it, if you use its full potential.
Makes sense. So I want to ask, for Phyllis and John, for example, we know that we've heard throughout the conversation that compliance has struggled to keep pace with Agile, DevOps, DevSecOps, and now we're talking about machine-readable, compliance documents and artifacts, for example. How do you see this helping, compliance kind of catch up with the industry trends around Agile and DevOps and so on? And I'll start with you, Phyllis. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So hopefully you can hear me.
You're good, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think compliance typically has struggled. It's always been through Excel spreadsheet. I mean, who knew that Excel could be so ubiquitous and used for so many reasons? And so I think it's important if we want to be agile, which is I put in quotes because we always say we want to be agile, but what does that really mean and how is it that we can actually achieve that, right? So agile is, you need that automation. You need to be able to make decisions at a lower level quickly. You need to be able to change direction if need be. And so that's really where that automation comes in. For example, we talked about, the different frameworks, how, well, even just if you're going after one framework, how the different organizations perhaps can achieve compliance with a control in a different way, because it's not necessarily defined in stone, or perhaps they have a compensating control that you can put in place of that exact control. You're hoping that that automation can help you achieve that and help you express that, as well as to get input from different tooling, right? So every organization has different tooling that's getting data across from the network. And so what you want is also that automation of, hey, here's this unique identifier that identifies this control. Here's how we satisfy that control. And hopefully the machinery behind how all of us run our networks and make sure that we're compliant with different regulatory frameworks can feed into that automation or those unique identifiers to show compliance in an automated way.
How about you, John, from CSA's perspective?
Yeah. And we've heard so much today about automation, and that's like the big word, but it's always, how do you automate? And I think that's where tools like OSCAL actually gives us an advantage there, because security and compliance is always going to play catch up with technology. I mean, that's just the way it is, right? Technology moves fast, and we try to catch it, or at least make it secure for our customers, for our citizens, and we have to meet those people. We have to meet who we're taking care of at the technology. So I know we can do a lot in federal agencies as far as blocking and restricting usage. We clearly see a disadvantage, because that puts us at a disadvantage with adversaries. We can't move as fast as the other people if we aren't able to use these technologies. So having automation in a tool like OSCAL actually gives us opportunities to do that, because if we look at DevOps environments and agility, a lot of it's infrastructure as code. And so how do we meet infrastructure as code and technology as code? Well, we need an as code to match that. So policy as code, compliance as code. How can we actually level the playing field a little bit better with that? And what's nice about a tool like OSCAL is it actually strips
frameworks, or at least common language across frameworks and across different nomenclatures. So now you can start, comparing at least apples to apples instead of apples to oranges, like we've done so many times, comparing disparate frameworks against each other, with a long-term goal of having some sort of reciprocity across frameworks. And until now, I don't think that was really possible.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question to you next for this. Is like we've heard a lot about multiple regulatory frameworks and dealing with that and the burden and toil associated with that. How do you see organizations using OSCAL and machine readable, compliance artifacts to help kind of alleviate that burden? Yeah, so we heard today about the harmonization of the different frameworks. By the time the U.S. federal government recognizes it, we know that it's really been heard, the pain that many organizations have been feeling now for decades. And so I don't know how many of you have heard of Center for Internet Security and the CIS critical security controls. Okay, that's nice to hear, nice to see. So, everything we do is free. The CIS critical security controls is a cybersecurity framework that many organizations adopt and start with controls. They're really kind of like a common denominator for all organizations to use. It's not a regulatory framework. However, because there is so much adoption across all the different sectors, nationally and internationally, one of the things that we do provide for free is mapping to other regulatory frameworks, right? So many of the organizations that use controls are subject to dozens and dozens of other regulatory frameworks. And what we like about OSCAL is that unique identifier that every control and subcontrol or safeguard can have. And so we have represented the CIS critical security controls in OSCAL format. Additionally, what you can do with OSCAL is that if another organization represents their framework in OSCAL format, just like CSA has done with CCM 4.0, you can actually have a mutually agreed upon mapping. What organizations like about our mapping with CIS is it's authoritative, right? So we have said this control, this subcontrol or safeguard means you meet this, or it's a subset of this control in another framework like CCM. You can actually have a mutually agreed upon authoritative mapping that survives different versions, because CCM has a unique identifier for their controls. We have unique identifiers for our controls and supporting safeguards, and our mapping gets a unique identifier. And so we've done exactly that with Cloud Security Alliance. We have a mutual mapping. It's posted on GitHub, and so it's very exciting. And what we hope is also for tool vendors to take advantage of OSCAL. We initially put the controls in OSCAL format, so tool vendors could have a machine-readable version of CIS controls, and now they can have a machine-readable version of mappings, because all the tool vendors, the GRC vendors, are trying to do that as well. And we're hoping to create the demand signal for every framework owner to put their control framework in OSCAL format. So many of you out there, if you could create that demand signal, that would be great. And that way, every organization could take advantage of it. Yeah, we've heard a lot about.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So what Phyllis is referring to is a model that is today a prototype model. We refer to it as the controls mapping model, in which you can have a source catalog of controls and a target catalog of controls. And the idea is that through this mapping, you can assess once and report multiple times. Having a plethora of regulatory frameworks, it makes everyone's life more difficult. But having a robust way that supports automation that allows you to assess one and have that reporting multiple times is essential. So the OSCAL model allows you to go on that kind of mapping as high as you want by grouping different requirements, or as fine as you need to employ the automation and then be more accurate. And the initial model that we had out there was based on a semantic mapping, but it's very important for the entire industry to focus on being very consistent and have that endorsement of the source and target owners. Those have to be represented in OSCAL to be able to have those identifiers and be able to do the mapping. And the content that is captured in OSCAL has to be done very accurate. So today, OSCAL model supports different kinds of mapping, from semantic to lexical to functional, and we can go in a lot of technical details. But if you want to use those for automation, you have to think when you're doing the mapping like a machine and be consistent with that and find ways to support your end goal, the automation.
Yeah, speaking of the mapping, for example, John, I know Cloud Security Alliance has CCM, the Cloud Controls Matrix, which has been mentioned a couple times now. It maps to 70 plus, I think, other frameworks, which kind of speaks to how many there are first. But how have you guys used OSCAL to help accelerate that cross-control framework mapping and the reciprocity push that we keep hearing about?
Yeah, everybody familiar with the Cloud Controls Matrix? Do they know what it is? See a few nods, but just in summary, it was designed about 14 years ago. It took existing frameworks like NIST, I think it was R2 back then, 853, ISO, and it made everything very specific to cloud. So it was a vendor-neutral, cloud-agnostic security framework. And throughout the years, we create research working groups that would work within these frameworks, kind of like how we do things still today, surprisingly. The manual method of comparing frameworks against each other. And has anybody been in a standards development room where people will talk for hours about one control, one sentence, maybe even one word? I mean, I've been in conversations like 2 hours discussing the word shall versus must. And this happens. So there's a lot of interpretation of controls that happen. And OSCAL has helped eliminate some of that. And I do mean some of that just because I think there just still is open interpretation to a lot of the language controls that happened, across all these different frameworks. The CCM is translated into 13 different languages right now. And I remember when we first started converting into languages, I was thinking, I mean, we argue enough over what it means in English, and now we want to try to translate that to 12 other languages, and now we're also introducing a machine-readable format. But what that machine-readable format does too, right, is it helps implement that control. We talked about automation before, and this gives you that ability to do that. It does actually help. It's almost like one of those arguments when you argue something about, no, in the 1996 World Series, Kurt Gibson had 3 hits. He was 3 for 5, and then you can look it up on the internet. Nope, 2 for 5. OSCAL gives you a little bit of that. It gives you a little bit of validation with control language, a standard language across multiple frameworks, and we've taken CCM, stripped it down to machine-readable languages like YAML, and have leveraged the OSCAL tool to be able to be implementing CCM across all sorts of now policy and governance tools. So
yeah, definitely recommend folks check out CCM. It's a pretty comprehensive resource with a lot of mapping and insight.
And get involved in actually helping create these versions because it's all driven by the community, by people.
Yep. And then, so Phyllis, we've talked a lot about, frameworks and reciprocity and so on, but I know CIS does a lot of work around secure configurations and benchmarks, which is different than a compliance framework per se. How are you all currently or looking to use, machine-readable formats like OSCAL to, facilitate the benchmarks and configurations and so on?
Right. So we have the CIS benchmarks, which are our secure configuration guides like DysISTIGs. We actually have some DysISTIG compliant CIS benchmarks. And what we're looking to do is represent our benchmarks in OSCAL format, because as you know, a secure configuration guide can also be used to show compliance. And so many organizations ask us like, oh, if I implemented the CIS Windows 10 or Windows 11 or Windows Server benchmark, am I protected against this attack? Can I show compliance to PCI password policy, so on and so forth, other than, of course, like have secure configuration is obviously a control on almost every framework. CIS benchmark matches that, but we know that CIS benchmarks really can show compliance to several other things. And so what we're trying to do internally is, number one, represent those benchmarks in an OSCAL format in a machine-readable way, and to show that compliance. For us, it'll be through the CIS critical security controls. It'll be like a mapping to the benchmarks, and from benchmarks to a safeguard, and then to these several other frameworks. We only map to dozens, not as many. I will tell you, CSA is very impressive with their volunteer community. If you ever want to model a volunteer community, you should model it after the CSA model. So that's what we're hoping with benchmarks. So often, organizations ask us that to show compliance, and we're also getting that demand signal from the tool vendors. The GRC vendors are showing compliance against
a benchmark or a DISA and they also want to show compliance to other frameworks as well.
Makes sense. So Michaela, we've heard a lot today about, accelerating, getting cloud service offerings into the government's hands, whether on the federal side, defense side, and so on. And I know you work closely, obviously you're with the government. How are you all looking to help facilitate that from OSCAL's perspective of accelerating maybe some of the authorizations or the ConMon activities or, some of the compliance authorization pathways, for example, via OSCAL?
By focusing on developing a very robust OSCAL that doesn't have any errors and engaging the community, educating the community. No, I'm joking. I'm doing much more than that. But for the entire community to understand this, OSCAL can help internally within your organization, being government or being private sector, can help with cloud solutions. And if you recall earlier, Chantal was talking about her flavors of ice cream cake, right? So how difficult it is to build on vanilla NIST controls that were changed with some baselines from FedRAMP that were chocolate, and she had a strawberry on top that was specific to CMS. So all those can be very easily represented in OSCAL once with that traceability that is natively built in. And then when you implement those change, those flavors, you know exactly where you're rooted and what you assess against. And you can do that in a cloud environment. You can now with OSCAL also traverse the stacks, the logical stacks in a cloud environment, because even though an infrastructure as a service will have their own package that can be decomposed, actually each service can be a component and have that granularity that organizations need, because they don't use all services from AWS. So they cherry pick from there, allowing them to very accurately know what controls are implemented and are used for particular services, particular components of this global package that is submitted and is assessed is very important for agencies. Now, delivering the information in machine readable format of what is the customer responsibility, it's something that we have, it's shared responsibility model, OSCAL a prototype, but it's supporting tracing that information across layers outside the boundaries of a package. So an assessor, an authorized entity that can come and traverse from all the way from the top all the way down to be able to assess only the part that is supporting their mission. So it's very flexible. And the fact that the world is adopting it is a confirmation that is delivering to many whatever they were expecting. So we are working very diligently. I was asked earlier why recently NIST became quiet when it comes around OSCAL. Well, I wanted to confess that we had the first release in 2021, and then we became very vocal, a year and a half of education, of monthly meetings, for the community, monthly technical meetings, office hours, everything you name it, we had it. Now we want to finish the mapping models to support the rest of the efforts that the community is going towards, the reciprocity, to have a very robust mapping model and have a way very well documented of how to use that for reciprocity, for assess once, report multiple times, to have a very robust shared responsibility model. But we cannot do that without you, because every single one of you might have a specific case. And to be able to understand your case, we need you to work with us. It's time for you to come to us rather than us coming to you and pulling your sleeve.
That's a call to the community to get involved here with NIST
Yes.
and OSCAL. So I want to ask you, John, I know Cloud Security Alliance has a lot of efforts underway around, security of AI, right? But you also are a big proponent of AI for security, or in this case, compliance. What role do you see Gen AI and LLMs, for example, playing when it comes to compliance framework mapping, or even more broadly, compliance in general?
Yeah, what role is it not going to play in all of our lives? And compliance certainly doesn't escape that. In fact, it seems to play a big role. I've talked to some people who think Gen AI is going to, hey, why do we need OSCAL? Because in the future, Gen AI is going to do what OSCAL does. But as we've seen with the general large language models. What's that?
You're pointing at me. Do you want me to answer? I can tell you.
Oh, do you have the answer? Do you have the future?
No, I don't have a crystal ball, but I can explain why you still need OSCAL.
No, but that's the thing too. So it's a common question too, because we feel like Gen AI is going to solve a lot of our problems. But as we use these general large language models, no matter how advanced they get currently,
there's still a lot of inaccuracies that you'll find in some of these things. And so these are general large language models. If we look at, ChatGPT, even version 4, and I'll give one example. So right now we have DALL-E and Midjourney, which is doing a lot of the image creation, right? So some of that multinodal large language models, I think they're fantastic. They're really cool. But there's things that you can put in there, like if you ask it to, hey, show me an image of World War II German soldiers. There's these unbiases that are built into these large language models. And so you create an image, suddenly you have this platoon of a very diverse group of German soldiers from the 1940s, but it's not a very accurate representation of what a German platoon would look like. And so this, to me, is very specific on how large language models are very general. But if we're looking to create accurate compliance mappings or things like that, you can have to have a very tuned large language model, or just a tailored large language model for just about anything that we do. And compliance is no different than that. If anything, OSCAL is going to play a big role in tuning future large language models that we're going to use for compliance. So not just OSCAL, but there's still going to be human interference, human in the loop that's going to have to come into play. I mentioned the whole arguing back and forth between compliance frameworks, the agreements of control language and things like that. That's going to be part of these large language models of the future. So Gen AI absolutely is going to play a role in compliance. These general large language models, I don't know if there's going to be some sentient being that's going to have the answers for all of us. I think there are going to be a bunch of tuned models that we're going to use for anything from brewing the best cup of coffee to building compliance in the cloud. So, yeah.
So I know there's a lot of interest from the audience here around OSCAL and the promise of it and machine readable compliance and so on. So we'll leave some time for that. But the last question, Michaela, on the topic of predicting the future, when you look at the where OSCAL is now and industry adoption and momentum, where do you see it heading from here, and like what can we look at on the horizon?
How much time do I have? So I have a vision for where we want to go today, where we want to go tomorrow, and I alluded to that. We want to finish all these models. We want to make the core OSCAL very robust. We want to demonstrate that the core OSCAL, the one that we maintain, can be extended if necessary to support some other vertical markets and domain. That's the reason why when I'm working with FINOS to define their common cloud controls in OSCAL, to put a process in place that is thread-based management approach, it's something that does not exist today in OSCAL in the sense that is not natively capturing all the threads information, but I had that in mind from the beginning that we need to get there with an OSCAL 2.0, and I kept mentioning that. So it can capture today what you want. Can that do natively? Can it do better? Maybe we need to work together to do that. But where we want to take it further, we want to take it to an international standard. We want the world to have it, to use it, and be managed by an entity that brings, that is an SDO, that brings consensus around the world on what is needed. We've been working very hard to demonstrate that, but we do need your support, and in the sense that demonstrate that is useful to you, because that is empowering us to go further and advance it. So it's what I want today is to finish the models. I want tomorrow to be able to natively test more and experiment with integrating with a thread-based approach. And we want to standardize it. We want all the experts in the field to have an easier life and be served by OSCAL. OSCAL can, being machine readable format, can help with AI enhancement, cognitive-based security assessment in different ways. You can use AI for mapping of the controls to do that in a very consistent way once you are training it. But think of this entire system and all the controls and all your statements that are representing, they have unique identifiers, and then think that how would you picture in your mind your entire system, all the controls, and how they interact with other systems? Can you really determine what are the weakest points in your system? No. Can you employ a cognitive system, a machine learning to help you with that? There are different methods. We looked into that. I'm not going to, in the interest of time, I'm not going to get into details. But it allows you to learn into your vertical market what are the best practices, what have been perceived in the past, and maybe detect the 0 days attack easier, faster, shifting right the response to incidents and to detection of those incidents, of those breaches.
Makes sense. So I know there's a lot of interest both from federal agencies, cloud service providers in the audience, tool providers, GRC platforms, and so on around OSCAL. So let's open it up to the audience. Any questions around OSCAL or machine readable compliance artifacts and anything that we just touched on there? Got a couple.
We need a mic or?
Hello?
There you go.
Okay. Sam Idlet, 38 North Security, and I'm really happy to see OSCAL growing and expanding. I've been a huge fan of it for many years, but my question is around, I guess, two things, which is, for me, the best part about OSCAL is the shift away from top-down control applying to a system to the possibility that you have component definitions and define the system and then apply those controls to that. So it's more of a like you mentioned, it's concrete. It is what it is. It's definable. It's, my question is around adoption. Do you think that have you seen any kind of adoption from industry on things like interconnections in component definitions, right? Instead of like a Word document or an Excel, things like inheritance. All of a sudden, if there's a service in AWS or in Azure, that can be defined as a component definition and be consumed by, people using that service and just baked into their own DevOps and their own things like that they have to do. So I guess just wanted to see if you had seen traction there or thoughts around how we can kind of advocate for that as just people that are practitioners in the industry.
There are several aspects that you touch on, and I will try to see if I can tackle very fast all of them. Component definition allows vendors to say how controls can be implemented. Think of it as information that gets conveyed to a system. Whatever you present in component definition can be pre-assessed, all the controls and all the configuration, but is not yet part of the system. You get a service from a cloud service provider, like you have an EC2, you make it part of your system. The moment you get your hands on, you can change some configuration, can change some things. You pre-assess something, but you can, with the component definition, you can easily identify what is that I changed versus based on what I received. Well, I changed those. Okay, so I'm good. The ones that I didn't change were pre-assessed. I can accept that. I haven't made any change. Those two ones that I change, I can reassess in the context of my system, and I can speed up the process. Now, the shared responsibility model that I mentioned allows you to traverse and identify who implemented, let's say, TLS. A platform implemented. What is the customer responsibility? Well, you have to define your keys. All right, so SaaS inherits this control, might choose to decide to define the keys and give them to their customers, might choose to pass on that to their customer. Then they don't want to make their own responsibility the TLS implementation, right? They want to be able to point to whoever has to manage that. In a component definition, you cannot define that, but you can do that with a shared responsibility model. So that's the reason why all those models are important and learning the entire language. Who does it and what? Component definitions, so there is an OSCAL.io, community organized, community managed here in the US. There is an EUROSCAL.eu in Europe, community managed Friends of OSCAL. Those are communities that aim on building different things. And tomorrow, I think there is a presentation that we're hosting of OSCAL capabilities that the entity, Easy Dynamics, that is behind trying to engage the community, is trying to bring forward. And I would like to invite you all to join. If you go to LinkedIn, I already posted that. If not, just ping me and I can provide information. But what I was trying to say, those communities are super important, because those communities are the ones that can organize themselves on building those repositories of component definitions, having experts validating the content. Yes, it's absolutely the best at building a repository of tools. And also, when there is a need for extension, a registry of how my tool is going to interpret something that somebody defines specific in their own namespace, because you can do that with OSCAL. But when you deviate from your language, when you have new words in English, somebody needs to understand the meaning. The tool needs to understand the meaning. So being able to capture that. That's why please don't leave everything only on NIST or only on FedRAMP, because it's not sufficient. FedRAMP is one of our customers, and we're working very hard to support them. And in the same way, we are working to support every entity, private sector, government sector, because your success is our success. And we're doing that for your benefit.
Make one quick comment too. So I know just a short response to the question too is, yes, I've seen industry adopting OSCAL and other mapping tools that CIS and CSA provide, and it's into that continuous compliance kind of model, right? And I know a lot of us that need tools to understand if there's compliance drift that happens within our organization, and a lot of time it's on the framework side, right? Because there's a small change that happens within either a regulatory framework in my industry, maybe it's a GDPR requisite that changes, and so these tools can use OSCAL to help detect some of that. But at the same time, Michaela, I think it's important that these frameworks, that the relationships that you were talking about, like when CSA, when the cloud controls matrix changes, we need to make sure that that's represented in OSCAL. When CIS changes, it's represented in OSCAL. We probably need more frameworks, more authorized versions of those to make themselves, or to create OSCAL versions so that we can make sure that we have
CSF 2.0 was released. In a couple of days, you'll have it in OSCAL as well.
Yeah.
I think it's important, like, to create that demand signal for framework owners to put their frameworks in OSCAL format.
And lots of people are asking me, why OSCAL? Well, OSCAL, because if we speak the same language, we can understand each other.
And we have a question from John here.
Yes, John.
Yeah.
Sorry.
John Allison, I'm over at Checkmarks. So I've been working with multiple different GRC companies. OSCAL seems to be on everybody's roadmap. Is there experience from a GRC company if it's actually easy or extremely difficult to implement OSCAL? Is this really disruptive, or is it something that the companies are like, yeah, this is fairly easy, it fits well in our general kind of generic architecture?
It depends. And why am I saying that? So if a GRC tool was built to support data that is not very granular and support controls at the entire control level, and not even capturing how that control is implemented by different components of the system, they will have a harder time to move their backend support into something that is more agile, that is finer granularity, that can employ automation. If you take a huge control and you put it in OSCAL, but you have a lot of the CIS team member that I worked with says, lots of asks from our controls. So you have to do a lot of things. Then you still need a human to break that down. If you break that down yourself, and your tool, the GRC tool, allows you to capture that, the backend, to be able to process the information, then it's very easy. There are tools that were developed after OSCAL came on the market, when we started the research. And probably they are ahead of the game because they natively support that granularity. If not, you have to be very innovative to provide that, because automation without that fine granularity is hard to implement.
Michaela, does NIST help organizations adopt OSCAL, or it's just, hey, it's open source, you got to figure it out for yourself? Is it the latter? More so the latter than the first?
Of course we support everyone that wants to adopt OSCAL. It's my baby, right? And I want my baby to go to
Fantastic.
Grow up
Yeah, well, it's already.
I think
So
we
I
have
would
another,
say,
oh, go ahead.
I would just say, I have worked with big GRC vendors who are open to implementing OSCAL and have put it in their roadmap. So there's the side of OSCAL where, hey, I'm representing CIS controls in OSCAL format. Is this something that's a benefit to you as we go from version 8 to 8.1 to whatever? Is this something that you're interested in? I would say across the board, yes. Additionally, the GRC tools really want that mapping, right? The GRC vendors are doing that mapping internally on their own, and it's a big burden, right? We all know the cost of trying to show compliance to multiple frameworks. I think Michaela also is more so talking on the assessment side. So can you use OSCAL right now to actually do that automated assessment for a GRC vendor? I think that is different, as most GRC vendors, as I'm sure you all know, either have their own ways of getting data or have partnerships with other vendors who are getting, that data for them to show compliance. So that's a different beast. As one control in another framework may ask for like 10 things versus a control in one framework maybe ask for 1 or 2 things. So that mapping thing is difficult. It could be several controls on the source side to one control, on the destination side.
But that's not difficult in OSCAL, from the
The
OSCAL perspective, as
right.
difficult from the information that you're trying to capture and how you want to use it.
So, but if the framework owner actually took responsibility for putting their framework in OSCAL format and perhaps saying what it means to comply with that framework in OSCAL, it could make that burden easier.
It goes back to the industry-wide shift that needs to be coming from not just NIST, but also the framework organizations
Yes.
that own these things and the community as well. And we have another question here from John in the audience again.
Yeah, thanks. My name is John Ziola. I'm a huge fan of OSCAL. I've been following it for a long time. Yep, we know each other well. I actually led a project in the CNCF where we just recently started to publish all of the controls in our white papers from tag security in OSCAL format. So it's really great. Yeah, thank you. And so the question that I had to do with that controls mapping work that was referenced earlier. I think they said, dozens, maybe nearer to like 70 or so control mappings exist out there across frameworks. And there was a statement made that it was kind of mutually agreed upon. I was wondering how that mutually agreed upon part works, as far as, are you able to like cryptographically sign that you said this is okay? And is there any interest in like building a community that says maybe this one control framework's not getting involved with saying that this is a good mapping, but other people can attest that yes, this is a good mapping between these two frameworks, and how that might work?
Yeah, I can certainly comment on some of that. So mutually agreed upon is when the entity that we're mapping to approves of that mapping.
Right.
And of the 70 some that we have too, not all of them are mutually approved, but it does go through an industry peer review process. So it is accepted by your peers, and that's, we have a process for that to validate at least the mappings. But to me, I think sometimes these change often with interpretations, with regulatory changes. And so it's something that we need to pay attention to, all the time. And, one comment too, I know we're really good. I think the three of our organizations, we are really, really good at building the what, and the how to implement things becomes certainly a challenge for organizations. And, at CSA, we don't have the technical resources to supply that to people. So we have third-party consultants that, almost like a marketplace of people that can help do that. And that was what my question was for you, Michaela, too. I don't know if NIST has a trusted consultancy group to help people implement some of the tools that you create. But we know that we can't do everything for everybody.
So just to respond to your thing, to John's question about the mutual mapping. I mean, we do outreach to other organizations to say, hey, CSA, sorry, didn't mean to leave you hanging. And we said, hey, let's do a mutual mapping. So if CNCF wants to set something up or do something, we would love to do that. Does it need to be cryptographically signed? My response is no, and I'm former NSA, but because that really complicates things, I think, when you bring crypto in and verifying all of that. I would like to keep it simple initially, but I think that would be great to kind of also create that peer pressure to get those framework owners to put their frameworks
And also, let's be honest, a mapping that is done with consensus of source and target at the control level can very well change in the context of how those of the safeguards that the system implements. So I used that example earlier in our conversation. If I have a control that said implement TLS and another one that it says encrypt data in transit, right? So depending on what I employ, what I'm implementing for my system, I'm using TLS, then I can report that I satisfy both of them. So that relation that initially was established, that they are kind of equivalent semantically, I can take at the level of my system and say, yes, because of my implementation, my choice of TLS, now I can report on both of them. But what if I decide to put VPN in there? So that equivalence is totally broken, so I need to be able to capture that. So it goes beyond the initial mapping. It has to provide the ability to every system owner to use it, but tailor it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The only reason why I was thinking to cryptographically sign them is so that you could start to enforce things as policy as code, and you could build it and kind of automate a lot of those, like, what is okay for my company is that this one trusted entity validated it and signed it. And maybe it's a vendor of mine, maybe it's myself, I signed them, and then I consume those signatures myself, saying that team A approved it so team B can run it and things like that.
The model is able to capture if a human did that, and the role and the responsibilities of the mapping, or if AI did that. So in the model that captured the mapping, you can document that. It's not digitally signed. If you want to, you can attach something, but it's external to OSCAL.
So I think that does take us to time. Is that correct? Okay. So that would be the last. Yeah, last question. There is a happy hour right around the corner here. So if you want to dive into OSCAL and compliance automation, machine readable artifacts, John, Phyllis, Michaela, thank you so much for joining us, and thanks everyone for being.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching.